The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to the August 14th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1281 AD, during Kublai Khan's second Mongol invasion of Japan, his invading Chinese fleet of 3,500 vessels disappears in a typhoon near Japan. In 1842, Second Seminole War declared over by U.S. Army Colonel Worth after nearly 7 years. More than 3,000 Seminole Nation survivors relocated from Florida to Oklahoma. Only about 300 allowed to remain. In 1945, VJ Day. The Emperor of Japan surrenders unconditionally to the Allies, ending World War II. August 15th in Japan and other countries, depending on the time zone. In 1947, Pakistan gains independence from Great Britain. In 1969, British Army deploys on the streets of Northern Ireland, marking the beginning of Operation Banner. In 1980, 17,000 workers go on strike at the Lenin shipyards in Gdańsk, Poland, marking the beginning of the Solidarity movement. In 1938, BBC's first feature film on TV, Student of Prague. In 1995, Battle of Britpop rival bands Oasis, Roll With It, and Blur, Country House released singles on the same day. In 1987, Oakland's Mark McGwire sets rookie home run record at 39 en route to 49 for the season. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya! Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Hey!
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I was over at my Uncle Mike's house, Abbott, and is he busy? He's got to eat biscuits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
What's the idea?
The biscuit company is running a slogan contest, and Aunt May has to send in 1,000 box tops.
What does Uncle Mike think of the idea?
He told Aunt May to mail in the biscuits. He'd rather eat the box tops.
How did Aunt May ever meet Uncle Mike anyhow, Lou?
The first time they met, it was at the country club, and they spent the first date in the country. And the next time they met was at a swimming club, and then they went swimming. And after that, they got married, and they went to another club that influenced their lives.
What club was that?
The store club.
Well, they're quite a couple.
Oh, yes. Uncle Mike says he has only been 2 times in his life that he didn't understand Aunt May.
When was that?
Before they were married and after.
Oh, you should get married, Costello, and quit running around. Every night you wind up with a different girl.
You're right, Abbott, and I'm tired of winding up. I want to start pitching.
How are you going to...
Go ahead. We give you time.
How are you getting along with your new girl, Lou?
Oh, how am I getting along with my new girl? She's got me eating out of her hand.
She has?
Next week, she's going to buy me a dish. But I don't think I want to marry her anyway, Abbott. She wears very expensive clothes.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How do you know her clothes are expensive?
Every time I go over to her house, there's a guy in the closet guarding them.
Oh, get him out of here. Get him out.
Now, before we get back to the laugh department, let's listen to what this fella has to say.
Wait a minute. What are you doing with that rubber doll?
Huh?
What are you doing with that rubber doll?
It's a present for my sister's baby, Tony. He's 1 year old today.
Has the baby learned to walk yet?
Abbott, the kid is only 1 year old. He only learned how to drive the car last week.
What's the baby's name?
It's my sister's 5th baby, and she named it Ming Toy Lotus Blossom.
Ming Toy Lotus Blossom? Why did she name the child that?
She read in a big book that every 5th child born is a Chinese.
Well, never mind that, Lou. What is your sister's husband doing now?
Oh, what's he doing now? He had a little filling station. And what a filling station. But they picketed him and closed him up. Now he's opened a skunk farm.
A skunk farm?
Mm-hmm.
A skunk farm?
He figures that's one business the union won't stick their nose in.
You know, I haven't seen your brother-in-law in a long time. How is he, Lou?
You wouldn't know him, Abbott. The sands of time have changed his face.
Well, he's only a young guy. How could the sands of time change his face, Costello?
My sister belted him in a puss with an hourglass.
Where are your sister and husband living now?
Now has granulated eyelids.
Yeah. Lou, where are your sister and husband living now?
I'll let you know in a second here. In the middle of the page. A minute. They're living in Pasadena, and boy, is that a ritzy town.
Oh, no. It's not so ritzy.
Yeah, but Pasadena's so high class that they stop all the tourists at the city limit and make them rent mink coats before they can drive through town.
No, I don't believe it.
I know.
Stop. I don't believe that. I don't
over
believe
there.
that.
Huh?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't.
My brother Pat used to drive a truck for the city of Pasadena. He told me that all the garbage he picked up was gift wrapped.
Oh. You mean your brother Pat drives a garbage truck?
Oh, he's just doing that until he gets his new invention on the market. His invention will change the whole toothbrush industry.
What is it?
A tooth on a stick to clean brushes.
Costello, let's face it. Your brother's nothing but a bum.
Abbott, that's why I can't sleep at night. Thinking what a bum my brother Pat is.
Well, if you can't sleep, why didn't you count sheep?
I did. Once I counted to 10,000 sheep. I was just ready to fall asleep when along came a black sheep, and I got to thinking what a bum my brother Pat is, and I couldn't sleep the rest of the night.
Miss Costello, here's that bicycle that you ordered.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of buying a bicycle, Costello?
I didn't want to tell you, Abbott.
Wasting your money like that, buying a bicycle. I insist that you tell me what you're going to do with it now.
Oh, well, if you must know.
I must know.
I'll tell you.
Well, tell me.
Last night I dreamed I was chasing Rita Hayworth, and I couldn't catch her. Tonight, I'm taking a bicycle to bed with me. And if that don't get her, tomorrow night, a motor goes on it.
Costello, with all the thousands of people that have no place to live and are looking for vacancies, how can you walk around with a big empty head like that?
Show me in the script where it says anything like that.
Oh, wait a minute. I can tell a joke. I'm a pretty good showman.
Yeah?
Yeah?
You tell a joke like P.T. Barnum.
P.T. Barnum is dead.
You keep telling those kind of jokes, you'll join him.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Lou. My wife always laughs at my jokes. Did you ever notice those little crow's feet around her eyes? Those are from laughing at my jokes.
If those are crow's feet around your wife's eyes, the crows that made him must have been wearing baseball shoes.
How can you say that? My wife, Betty, has a beautiful face.
She's got an automobile face.
Well, what's an automobile face?
As soon as she gets the jack, she ought to have it lifted.
My wife is okay. And you'd better be off if you found a nice home. Well, you'd be much better off, Lou, if you found a nice home with a loving girl and got married yourself.
Do you know where you're at?
No. I don't. But my wife is okay. You'd be better off if you found a nice home, loving girl.
I'm
and got
lost
married
myself now. I found it.
I found mine. Have you got your place?
Have you got yours?
Well, yes.
Let's go.
Let's go from scratch. My wife is okay. You'd be better off if you found a nice, home-loving girl and got married yourself.
Well, we gave you enough time to rehearse.
That's right.
I had a home-loving girl, and I had to get rid of her.
Why?
When I wasn't around, she was home loving some other guy.
Well, you should go out more and meet some nice girls.
I'm
Lou.
going out tonight. There's going to be 26 girls at this party. I'm going to kiss every one of them.
Now, that's the trouble with you. You have no manners. Now, when there are 26 girls at a party and you talk about kissing, every one of them, remember, 1 dozen.
1 dozen?
No.
Well, tell me which one it is, and I'll cross her off my list. Did you get it?
No, I didn't get it.
They're lost where we were before.
Costello, you should be satisfied with 1 girl. Don't you know 1 girl that you like better than the rest?
Oh, but I saw one today that I could really go for.
Well, why don't you propose to her?
Propose to her?
Yeah.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, your father proposed to your mother.
Yes, she was my mother, but this girl is a total stranger.
Well, why don't you start courting her?
I did. I sent her some orchids.
Not orchids.
It says here orchids.
No, not orchids. Orchids. Kids,
Orchids.
kids.
Oh, sure. Probably after we're married.
No. No, you dummy. You don't get the girl with orchids. You get her with orchids. Kids.
Just a minute. Where am I getting all these kids? I ain't even married yet.
You talk sense. I'm talking about orchids. Orchids are raised in a nursery.
Your kids might have been raised in a nursery, but our kids are going to be raised at home.
No. You don't understand. I'm talking about orchids. We have orchids at home. They're potted.
They take after you, don't they?
Say, look,
Where did this come from, kid?
It's our beautiful new secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Boy, I'm glad you showed up early, Viola. Tonight I'm going to sing a song just for you.
Why, Costello, I didn't know you sang.
Oh, I got a high voice. I can hit a high U above T.
Hi, you.
Fine, thanks. High U.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. Pay no attention to him. Why don't you and I have a bite of supper after the show, huh?
Well,
Just a minute, Viola. I hired you. Don't you think you should go out with me, kid?
Please, Mr. Costello, I'll decide who I want to go out with.
Well, that suits me. Make your own choice. I won't try to help you in any shape or form.
with your shape and form, nothing will help you.
Oh, that was awfully clever, Abbott.
Oh, yeah. You know, Viola, Abbott is practicing up for television.
Well, why would Mr. Abbott want to be on television?
It's the only way he can get in every bar in town at once. Well, Abbott, I think we both struck out. Now, you tell one, Viola.
Well, I guess I'll have a try at it. Did you...
I knew it was too good to last.
Well, I'll have a try at it. Did you boys know that my uncle is in the hospital?
No, Viola. Tell us what happened.
My uncle was watching two men hoisting a piano into the fifth-floor window of a hotel. He was standing underneath them yelling, heave-ho, heave-ho.
But wait a minute now. How did he get into the hospital?
They thought he said, leave go.
Let's give this kid $6 silver and a box of Snickers.
Quiet, Costello. I think Viola has a terrific sense of humor.
Oh, I thank you, Bud. I have another funny story. I went to the racetrack yesterday and bet on a horse that was 100 to 1.
100 to 1. That's terrific odds. Did the horse win?
No. He was leading the field by 10 lengths when suddenly he jumped the rail and ran for the grandstand.
What for?
When he saw those terrific odds, he ran to the $2 window and put a bet on himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just listened to a joke by 3 unemployed people.
3 unemployed people.
Yeah, you, Viola, and the guy that wrote the stuff.
And that's the halfway mark in tonight's laugh race. Time for an intermission to concentrate on this.
Before we go back to work tonight, let's hear from our blonde cutie pie, little bitsy Virginia Maxie.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and I'll stand out in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin, with skirts that that I've homespun. But I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin or skirts that I've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. Give me Eastern trimming where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes, French perfume that rocks the room, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
All right, Viola. If you're so fussy, I'll take somebody else.
What's the matter, Costello?
Well, I want to take Viola Vaughn to the football game Saturday. So I got seats on the 50-yard line. But she says that ain't good enough for her.
Well, she won't sit on the 50-yard line.
No, she wants to sit in the stands.
Lou, I didn't know you were interested in football.
Abbott football is my... Oh, that's my meat.
I've known you a long time, Costello, and you never went to any football games. Since when has football become your meat?
Since the last time I went to the butcher shop and saw the price of steak.
I thought so. You know nothing about football.
Ah, don't be silly, Abbott. I used to play football. The coach says I played like a tiger.
Oh, you must have been good.
Nah, after all, what does a tiger know about playing football?
What position did you play on the team?
Left tickle.
Huh?
Left tickle.
You mean...
Left tickle.
All right, you mean left tackle.
I mean left tickle. I used to tickle a guy who was carrying a ball and make him drop it.
Did you ever play any important teams?
Once our team played Notre Dame. What a rough team. I wound up with a busted nose, 2 cracked ribs, and a twisted ankle.
Oh, that's not so tough. It could happen to any player.
While sitting on the bench?
Costello, I've been a football fan for years, and I've never heard your name mentioned in connection with any team.
Oh, around Patterson, New Jersey, I was famous. Patterson High School, Colt Hill. They remember me as the guy that invented the Costello hidden ball trick.
Well, did your hidden ball trick work good?
Good.
Hmm?
That was 20 years ago. Nobody's found the ball yet.
Well, you don't look like no football player to me. Football players have to be rugged and powerful and strong.
Abbott, when I played football at Colt Hill in Patterson, New Jersey, I was powerful. All those kids were rugged. Very rugged. I can't say rugged.
You just said it.
You just said it.
We didn't have no showers. By the end of the season, everybody said we were the strongest team in New Jersey. With the wind at our backs, nobody could beat us.
That must have been some football team.
I remember our last game, Abbott. I was calling the signals. Mildred, Maine, 6664. Gladys, Hollywood, 7953. Betty, Walnut, 3841.
Wait a minute. Well, yeah, but what was the idea of using girls' phone numbers as signals?
Strategy. While the other team was writing them down, we scored 46 points.
Telegram for Lou Costello. Telegram for Lou Costello.
Yeah, boy, I'll take it. Hey, Abbott.
What?
It's one of my Sam Shovel detective fans. Boy, am I getting popular as Sam Shovel the detective.
Well, read it.
All right. It says, Dear Lou Costello, I never miss your program. I really enjoy your portrayal of Sam Shovel, private detective. Your acting was so thrilling, my hair stood on end. I'm coming over to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Show the man in.
It's no man, just a few hairs standing on end.
Well, Costello, Sam Shovel, you're really killing the people. What case have you chosen for your Sam Shovel story tonight?
Well, it's a case I worked on in the Sahara Desert. I call it The Two Dirty Bedouins, or It's Time to Change the Sheiks.
Well, that's an old case, Costello. Haven't you got one more up to date?
Well, my latest case. I call it the case of the telephone operator who died dancing, or sorry, wrong rumba.
All right, let's go on with the case.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. It's been a slow day with the detective business. I'm sitting here in my little office listening to my favorite radio program.
Calling Dr. Brand, surgery. Calling Dr. Brand, surgery. Calling Joyce Jordan, girl intern.
They never can find those two. There's more going on in that hospital than just operations. I turn off the radio. I listen to the wind howling on the outside.
You all partner? You all partner?
It's a southwestern wind. I decide to check up on some of my latest cases. Here's the one of the baby that was gypped. When I found him, he was wearing half a diaper. Somebody had shortchanged him. I think I'll relax. I feel like a smoke. That reminds me, I read in the paper this morning where most of the doctors who switched to camels are now back driving automobiles. I gaze out the window in the office across the street. I see Mamie, the stenographer. What a girl. I took her to dinner last night. She eats like a bird. She always orders worms. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Last week when the Red Cross asked for blood donors, Lieutenant Abbott was the first to volunteer. He gave his blood the hard way. The hard way. He cut his throat. Every time I think of Lieutenant Abbott, I think of his bow-legged wife. Brother, is she bow-legged? When Mrs. Abbott sits around the house, she really sits around the house.
Hello, Sam Shovel. I've come over to tell you that Martin, the murderous midget, is on the loose again.
Martin, the murderous midget, the toughest midget in the world, known to the police as public enemy number 1/2.
Yes, Sam. And if I catch up with Martin the midget, it's goodbye to his racket.
Lieutenant Abbott ain't kidding. He's a great racket buster. He's busted 15 rackets already this year, and if he don't stop busting them at the Beverly Hills Tennis Club, they won't let him play there anymore.
Sam, I got troubles of my own. I'm thinking of divorcing my wife. Last night I decided I can't stand her cooking.
Lieutenant Abbott, you've been married to that woman for 30 years. How come you just decided you can't stand her cooking?
Until last night. We always ate out. However, let's forget my problems.
I will. Let's forget it and parley and forget your jokes, too.
Sam, how's the detective business going? Any new cases?
Yes, I'm on the trail of a woman criminal. Show off Susie. If I catch her, she'll go to the chair. I can't stand that dame. She's always showing off. Last week she started bragging again. She wanted to show everybody that her husband has brains.
You can't arrest a woman for showing that her husband had brains.
By shooting the top of his head off?
Forget about show off, Susie, Sam. You're in for some real trouble. Dora the Dip escaped from prison this morning.
Dora the Dip, the most beautiful woman criminal I ever met. What a temper she had. The first time I saw her, she was beating her second husband over the head. She kept beating her second husband over the head.
What was she beating him with?
Her first husband. Dora the Dip, she was mad about me. It was on account that she threw her second husband over. All I had to say was, Dora, I want to see you tonight. No matter what man she was with, she'd throw him over. On account of that, they put her in jail.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't put a woman in jail for throwing men over.
Over the Pasadena Bridge?
Sam, I heard that Dora was arrested while working as a clerk in a department store. She was jailed for taking money out of the cash register.
That's a lie, Lieutenant. She never took any money out of the cash register.
I'm glad to hear that.
She never
Sam.
put any money in the cash register.
Aha! There you are, Sam Shovel.
That was Dora the Dip, and she looked more beautiful than ever.
Sam,
Yes?
I'm gonna kill you.
I don't doubt it.
She's only bluffing, Sam.
You sent me to prison. You took me away from my family.
Yeah.
My 5 children by my first husband.
Yeah.
My 7 children by my second husband.
She's still bluffing you, Sam.
She may be bluffing, but it sounds to me like she's got a full house.
Sam, on account of you, I spent 10 years in prison. 10 years locked up with 1,000 women. Do you know what it means to be alone for 10 years with 1,000 women?
No, but I'd give anything to find out.
It must have been terrible in prison, Dora.
Lieutenant Abbott, you don't know what I went through. All day long I had to pose with my twin sister for pictures for prison magazine ads.
What did the ad say?
Which twin has the crime wave? But now I'm free, Sam Shovel, and I'm going to make you suffer as I've suffered. Sam?
Yes?
Part of me died in that prison.
Don't worry, Dora. With what you got left, you can do plenty of living.
Dora, you haven't changed a bit. I thought prison would straighten you out.
If they straighten her out, she could sue them for every cent they got.
Sam Shovel, in spite of what you did to me, I'm still mad about you.
You are?
Yes, Sam. You're different from any man I ever met. Now you tell me the same.
Okay. You're different from any man I've ever met.
Sam, you sent me to prison and made a monkey out of me. Now I'm going to get even. I'm going to give you a kiss that'll make a monkey out of you. Come here.
Sam Shovel, speak to me. Where are you, Sam?
Up on a chandelier. Don't stand there. Toss me a banana and a bag of peanuts.
There's a curtain call coming up, folks. But first, you'll be interested in hearing this.
Well, Costello, you sure worked hard tonight.
Yep, but you know my motto. Hard work never hurt anybody. That's what I keep telling the people that do my work.
Well, you should thank... You should thank the people that do your work.
I'm going to do that right now, Abbott.
That's
First,
well.
I want to thank our writing staff, headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
Wait a minute. And our band leader, Matty Malnick.
You're right. And let's not forget our producer, Charles Vander. See you next Thursday night, folks.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Wonderful, the stuff for which movies were made. Adventure, to make you wonder if it's true, while your eyes convince you that it is. Truly, the thrill of thrills. Don't miss it this time.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
And now, David, as you and Gary exit, Rosemary and I will slip in here and we'll kind of try to keep the killer cycles clicking, so to speak.
You gonna click first, Bing?
I'm clicking. In a little Spanish town, 'twas on a night like this. Stars were peekabooing down, 'twas on a night like this. I whispered, be true to me, and she sighed, see. Many skies have turned to gray because we're far apart. Many moons have passed away and still she's in my heart. We made a promise and we sealed it with a kiss. In a little Spanish town, 'twas on a night like this. Skies have turned to gray because we're far apart. Many moons have passed away and still she's in my heart. We made a promise and we sealed it with a kiss. In a little Spanish town, 'twas on a night like this.
Gabriel, Maria, Miguel, Moncito, Rafael.
Whoa, whoop, whoop, Rosie. Are you having trouble remembering the names of your offspring?
No, I'm just putting them in alphabetical order.
Oh, I see.
When you have a brood like mine, you've got to devise a priority system for their matey baths.
New matey really makes them anxious to jump into the tub, huh?
Anxious? Since the kids found out that there's no rub-a-dub in the tub with matey, they each want to be first to take a bath.
It figures. They like to soak clean automatically, playing in those pure, mild bubbles.
They sure do. And matey bathwater can't sting their eyes. Matey certainly has solved bath time problems in our house.
I'll bet the fact that matey leaves no bath time ring doesn't diminish your admiration in any way, does it?
No, sir. Who wants to scrub a tub 5 times a day?
Makes great sense. Matey cleans the kids and the tub. That's quite a combination.
Bing, it's really a delight.
No wonder matey has been awarded the Parents Magazine's Commendation Seal.
Do nothing till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why people tear the seam of anyone's dream is over my head. Do nothing till you hear from me. At least consider our romance. If you should take the word of others you've heard, I haven't a chance. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. And you never will. And you never will. Do nothing till you hear from me.
There's no business like show business.
Except when you're suffering from cold miseries.
Oh, and then performing can be torture.
That's why so many of us in show business insist on fast relief from cold discomforts.
And here's a way to get it. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-Way cold tablets. Today's 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-Way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
That was a smasher, buddy. Delightful. You're in there punching every second, all of you.
Rosie and I would like to do a sad and an old love song now, folks.
Get your hankies ready, girls.
A song called Green Grow the Lilacs. We have this out in an RCA album, by the way.
I once had a sweetheart, but now I have none. He's gone off and left me to live here alone. He's gone off and left me contented to be, for he loves another girl better than me.
Then green grow the lilacs, and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue. She passed by my window both early and late. The looks that she gave me made my heart break. For the looks that she gave me, 10,000 would kill. For loving another would make me quite ill. Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the Oregon blue.
I wrote him a letter in fancy fine line. He sent me an answer all tangled in twine, saying keep your love letters and I will keep mine. Just you write your true love and I'll write to mine.
Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue.
'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you.
And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue.
Bing, can you give me your one-sentence definition of Sara Lee all-butter pecan coffee cake?
Cinch, Rose. It's cinch. It's just the finest Danish pastry coffee cake that you can buy anywhere.
Right you are, Bing. And remember, it comes in 2 sizes.
It do indeed. Regular size for small families, family size for big families and parties. Mighty convenient.
That's one of the joys of serving Sara Lee coffee cake. It's the most fabulous tasting coffee cake you can buy. And it's so convenient. It's completely baked and ready to serve, so there's no work.
You know, Rosie, that reminds me of another Sara Lee treat. Cream cheesecake. A delicious dessert that's mighty convenient for the same reasons, and it comes in 2 sizes, too.
And no work to serving any of the wonderful Sara Lee treats, Bing.
Did you put that to music?
It's very easy.
Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
Have a song here now for a Sunday attitude. It's called Church Bells. Seems to me this is a most pleasant linking of words and music by Paul Sanders. Got a beautiful thought in it, too.
I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday. The feeling that I get is heavenly. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday, for it's the day that brings you close to me. We walk hand in hand, proud that we can share that certain feeling in our hearts that's just beyond compare. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday, when I'm on my way to church with you. We walk hand in hand, proud that we can share that certain feeling in our hearts that's just beyond compare. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday when I'm on my way to church with you.
Say, Miss Clooney, what's this I hear about you continuously pulling strings in our drapery hardware department?
It's those Easterner Traverse rods, sir. They work so smoothly, I just can't keep my hands off them.
Well, the department manager reports that because you're standing in front of the Eastern drapery hardware display all the time, people are, well, they're discouraged from stopping.
Yes, but they always come back. Sales aren't falling off, are they?
Oh, of course not. Because of the Easterner's smart, modern design and heavy-duty construction, because, well, it's guaranteed for 5 years. And because no other line offers such quality features at anywhere near its price, we're selling more Easterner drapery hardware than ever. But that's not the point, Miss Clooney. We must have some discipline around here, you know.
Mr. Crosby, all the people, they're listening.
If a customer wants to see how easily an Easterner rod can be installed or how smoothly it operates, it's all right to demonstrate. Or you could show them all its different types, such as window widening and one-way draw. But otherwise, you should be straightening up stock, you know, or something like that.
Mr. Crosby, look at the crowd of people.
Good. Now, Miss Clooney, let's see you sell them some Easterner drapery hardware.
Oh, folks, we can't promise you'll be waited on by Rosemary Clooney, but for the store nearest you selling Easterner drapery hardware, call this station.
Thou swell, thou witty, thou sweet, thou grand, wouldst kiss me pretty, wouldst hold my hand. Both thine eyes are cute too, what they do to me. Hear me holler, I choose a sweet lollapalooza in thee. I feel so rich in a hut for two rooms and kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of, not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand.
Rosie and I are going to stroll along now, folks.
But we'll return Monday, same time, same station.
Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
Evenings, the CBS Radio Network's Carol Burnett and Richard Hayes are winging out songs and music with wild abandon. Aiding and abetting, by the way, is Norman Paris, whose musical backings and fey sense of humor add much to the occasion. It's all called The Carol Burnett, Richard Hayes Show, and you'll be delighted to hear it weeknights at the Star's Address.
is 1976. The American merchant vessel Petrox Explorer has just set sail from the port of Surabaya in search of oil. What they find will shock the world.
We may be sailing into the history books.
She's alive!
You know, maybe my luck has changed.
They will discover an uncharted island that is the home of the most incredible creature on the face of the earth. A creature called Kong. Dino De Laurentiis presents the most exciting, original motion picture event of all time. King Kong. King Kong, a fantastic adventure.
Open the gate!
King Kong. King Kong, unlike anything you've ever experienced before. With Jeff Bridges, Charles Grodin, and introducing Jessica Lange as the beauty who charmed the beast. And starring the eighth wonder of the world, King Kong.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Here is Bob Hope.
Isn't this a dandy little group? Thank you very much. Say, there's a new safety campaign to make drivers as courteous on the road as they are in their own homes, and they're even giving out windshield stickers that say, "Make courtesy your code of the road." Of course, even with these stickers, my next-door neighbor had an accident. He had so many stickers on his windshield, he couldn't see where he was going. We waited as long as we could. But I think drivers are becoming more courteous. Last week, I saw a three-way collision between a coffee truck, a meat truck, and a bread wagon. Instead of fighting, the drivers pulled over to the side and made coffee and sandwiches. That's it. Now, if you've ever been hit by a car while crossing the street, this new campaign will benefit you. Drivers are now signing promises not to hit the same pedestrian twice. And they're asking you to please use hand signals, but have you ever noticed the hand signals women use? They're like a movie trailer. They arouse your interest without giving away the plot. Small audience, but very interesting. Now, Jane Russell doesn't always use hand signals. I saw her driving one of those low-slung English cars, and just before she made a left turn, she put her leg out. It was the first time I ever saw a car being followed by a traffic light. But if you're a pedestrian in California, you do get one break. You can always spot a careless driver by the letter on his license plate. For instance, the letter A means a slow driver, B is a cautious driver, C is a fast driver. And then there's triple Z. That's look, Ma, no hands. I'll never forget when I got my first driver's license here. The examiner said, "Do you always stop for a red light? Do you always obey the speed limit? And do you always give the proper hand signals?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Shake, stranger, and welcome to California." But we do have some very careful drivers out here. Take Jack Benny. He drives very slowly, but that's just to save gas. In fact, he doesn't really drive his car. Rochester walks ahead of him with a magnet. But safety is really important when you remember the old saying that it takes 2,000 nuts to hold a car together and only one to scatter it all over the road. So Let's take the advice of the professional truck drivers. Practice courtesy and cut down your speed. And you may save your own life. And besides, I need all the listeners I have. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Southern California is made up of small communities where the people are all neighbors. And like everyone else, Bob has them. Now, one of Bob's neighbors is Richard Widmark. And a few days ago, Bob went over to his house to ask him to appear on our show today.
Gee, this place looks very impressive from out here in front. Sign says danger, electric gate, do not touch, 5,000 volts. I know how to get through those electric gates. I'll just lift the latch with this wooden pencil. Oh, well, my coat looks more casual without sleeves.
Say, please. Me open gate for you.
Good, it's the gardener. Oh, thank you.
Also.
Gee, your shrubbery looks nice, and that hedge running along the side must be the tallest in North Hollywood. Must be 9 or 10 feet high.
Oh, yes, sir, you bet. Very tall. Also, very thick, you bet you.
Say, what? Say, why did you let it get so tall and thick? To keep out stray cats and dogs?
Yes, sir. Also, keep up somebody next door named Mr. Hope.
Mr. Hope. Now, why would the Widmarks want to keep him out?
Oh, the many reasons. When Mr. Widmark building house, Mr. Hope come over night time, steal many bundle shingles.
Oh, now, maybe 1 or 2 shingles, but I'm sure he didn't take very many.
Oh, no? Take a look on top, Mr. Widmark's house. 1 half a top in redwood. And look what they have to use to finish other half.
Gee, surplus army blankets. I wondered why the whole second story flapped on windy nights. Well, I've wasted enough time standing here. I better go up and knock on the door. Yes? Say, I'm your neighbor, Bob Hope. I just thought I'd drop over and say hello. Hello.
No, open up. Oh, hey. Hey, let me in. I want to talk to you.
What do you want? Could I come in, please? Well, I guess so. The servants have all been vaccinated. Look, I don't know why you're taking this attitude. I'd feel a whole lot friendlier toward you if you were a better neighbor. Since I've lived next door to you, a lot of things have turned up missing around here. Are you insinuating that I took them? Well, all I know is that last year most of the fruit on my trees disappeared. Yeah, well, the birds around here eat a lot of fruit. Yeah, I know. And according to my wife, you've got the biggest beak in the flock. Now you listen to me. I've got a few complaints against you. Oh, yeah? For instance. Well, for one thing, during that last storm, the rain came right through my roof and leaked into the living room. All right, what about it? Why do you buy such cheap shingle? And, buddy, I got something else in my mind. When I moved in here, I knew you had a right-of-way across the back of my property. Anyone else would have forgotten about it, but not you. Well, I was entitled to that piece of land, so I'm using it. Yeah, but what can you do with a patio 75 feet long and 1 foot wide? Well, it is a little cramped. So narrow out there, I can only barbecue a few things. I'm getting tired of roast eel with a banana in his mouth. I'll try to be a better neighbor from now on. While I'm here, there's something I want to ask you. What's that, Bob? Look, I'd like to have you appear on my radio show. Yeah, I guess I can make it. My agent will drop around with a contract for you to sign. Oh, look, we're neighbors, Bob. Do we need a contract just for me to be on your show? Look, I learned a long time ago, never trust anybody. Well, okay, if that's the way you want it. Oh, by the way, coming in your front gate, I got quite a shock. Oh, yes, the front gate is electric. Why don't you go out the back gate? It's right over there. Oh, thanks. That's it. Now just reach in and lift the latch. Oh! You're right, Bob. Never trust anybody. last sound of the boys doing Where's Your Heart? Maggie, move in.
Yes, with a special guest from the studio audience, Bob Hope.
Come right in, honey.
Bob.
How are you?
Splendid, thank you. How are you?
Just wonderful, honey. And you can analyze my handwriting, huh?
Yes, I've been doing it over 20 years.
Is that right?
I'm at the Mission Beach Amusement Center, right outside of San Diego there.
Oh, is that true? Oh, that's a beautiful place, isn't it?
I like it very, very
Fine.
much.
Do you want me to write my name?
Your name and your hometown.
My real
if you're
name or
free.
my,
Doesn't matter, really.
or my traveling name?
You can write Leslie if you wish, I'm sure.
Oh, now don't snitch. They didn't know that, and you have to tell them. But now, do you really want my real name or my theatrical name?
It doesn't matter, really.
You know, I work under the name of Key Luke, you know. No, would you like a Bob Hope or a Robert Hope? Or I have my bank name. No, I can't write that. I'm overdrawn. No, I'll just put down some stuff here, and you can work it out yourself.
Well, the way you make your L's indicates you're a rugged individualist.
Keep moving.
Your H's indicate...
I can tell this girl knows what she's talking about. I what?
You're kind of born tired.
Where is that on the paper?
Your H's there. But your B's indicate you're a very generous person.
Keep moving, Barbara.
And you have a tendency to procrastinate a little too
Yes, a
often.
little. Huh? Wait, I want to run down and look that up. I'll be right back.
Your E's indicate you have a tremendous amount of executive ability.
Yeah, I guess so. Get me a cup of coffee. Don't stand there.
And the L's and the S's show you have boundless energy, enthusiasm. Would you make a capital M and a capital W at the
I
top
just
there?
love it if it helps our
Thank you so much.
association at all. Capital what? Capital M or W?
That's right.
I see. Yeah.
Thank you. You see the stroke here.
That's my executive M.
The loop indicates that you're a person who's very secretive. You very rarely take anyone into your confidence.
That comes from working in the road pictures. Barbara, I didn't mean to cut into your handwriting reading there. Does that do it?
Yes, that's quite all
Well,
right.
honey, when I get down here, I'm going to drop in and see you.
You do that.
Well, thank
I'll
you
be
very
very,
much.
very happy.
Thank you for reading my handwriting. Barbara Edwards, right there, ladies and gentlemen. You know, ladies and gentlemen, Hollywood is entering a new phase in movie making. Will the new pictures measure up to the great old films that made Hollywood the entertainment capital of the world? I've been wondering about that, too. Will anyone ever forget such pictures as Hell's Angels, Wings, The Big House, The Sheik? No, Dick. Great pictures like that live forever, and they're a real challenge to movie makers today. Yeah. Who could possibly play Rudolph Valentino in The Sheik today? You silly boy. Hand me my turban and my tent, and let's go. You sent for me, O Sheik of the desert. Yes, Ali Ben Huha. I am deeply offended. Why is it that I have not received any gifts lately? Have patience, master. As the Arabian prophet once said, Alu Muharu Abu Salem Pendula Akbar. What does that mean? The check is late from Standard Oil. I am lonely here in my tent. Oh, how is that possible, old master? You are the most... That is not old master, old master. No offense, Bob, no offense. Let me do that again. Please do. How is that possible, old master? Oh, master? You are the most adored man in Arabia. True, true. I am lovable. Your Highness, how can you say that you are lonely? Just this week alone, you have married 3 blondes, a gorgeous brunette, and 2 ravishing redheads. I know, I'm in a rut. Beg pardon, sir. Yes? Is there room in that rut for 2? Very clever. You know, I am amused. May the desert winds cool your brow, and may all your camels smoke doctors.
surprise for you that may cure your loneliness, O Sheik. Just this morning, I bought 12 new slave girls for your harem.
Oh, that Sears Roebuck has everything. Bring on the girl. Girl? Oh, excellent, excellent. I like that little one on the end, those flashing eyes and that lovely blonde hair. Ooh, come here, dear.
So chic that you should choose me, that I may be allowed to remain in your magnificent presence. Oh, please, Highness, may I kiss you?
Just the lower lip. Most girls aren't strong enough to take both.
Have you kissed that many women?
Every week I have to send my lips to the shop to be retreaded. Tell me, my child, what is your name?
I've been named Tonkara, Pearl of the Desert, daughter of the father who is the shepherd of 1,000 sheep and sits on the mountaintop contemplating the drifting sand, but, well, you may call me what my friends call me.
What is that?
Sam. I wear slacks a lot.
Let's not be funnier than the Sheik, huh? Ali Ben Huba?
Yes, my lord.
Clear the tent. I am alone with a beautiful slave girl. You know the procedure. We are not to be disturbed under any circumstances. And
I will bring in the television set.
Now, my little orchid, we are alone, the two of us. Come into my arms, and I'll tell you why they call me the greatest lover in Arabia.
Would you mind not breathing so heavily? You're inhaling the tent stake.
I have to be careful. Last week I started a sandstorm.
Why do you keep your lips from me, Master? Kiss me.
Very well. My kiss is the most powerful in all Arabia. I have kissed many women, but they have never survived the experience. You understand me? They have never survived.
I am not afraid.
Very well. Here.
Oh, Master.
Wait till I kiss you. That was just the puckering up.
There's no use talking, Bob. The Sheik was a wonderful picture.
Yes, and after the Sheik came the great pictures of World War I. Hell's Angels, Wings, wonderful stories of action and heroism.
The time, 1916. The scene, an airdrome somewhere behind the Allied lines in France.
You sent for me, Major Tallywaga?
Yes, I did, Flight Lieutenant Hope. At ease, trade dress, 10 hurt, 4 arms, and as you were. What are you doing? I'm mad with power. You sit down, Lieutenant Hope. Thank you. Lieutenant, I believe we have a plan. I've called you here because you have a splendid flight record.
How true. I'm a specialist. Took my training in Paris at the Follies Burlesque.
The Follies Burlesque?
Yes, I'm a specialist in takeoff.
Splendid! Splendid! Fine display of humor. You shall be decorated. Step forward, and I'll pin another tea bag on your chest. Oh, thank you. Welcome. Hope, you have been selected as the first man in aviation history to drop a bomb from a plane.
A bomb, sir?
According to our schedule, you are to do your bombing tomorrow, leaving the aerodrome wheels up at 7 in the morning.
Oh, but, sir, I'm a mess at 7 in the morning. I couldn't let the ground crew see me in that condition.
Oh. How's 8?
Wish I could, sir, but I'll be busy making an entry in my diary.
Oh, very well. How's 10? 11? Well, let's say noon, shall we?
Heavens, no, I'm terribly sorry, but at noon, I'm planning to do something very urgent. Been putting it off for a year.
My word, what can that possibly be?
I'm going to dessert. Cheerio, that.
Yeah, those old war pictures were great, weren't they, Bob?
Yeah, and after them came the gangster era, the pictures that prove crime doesn't pay, where the camera took us right inside the big prison.
Go ahead, show off.
Okay, Lefty. Here's another rat to keep you company. All right, you. Get in that hole.
Well, I got company. What's your name, punk? Blackie Widmark. Yeah? Yeah. Why do they call you Blackie? I never take a bath. Where you from, pal?
Texas. Born and raised in Texas. Spent all my life in Texas. Never set foot out of Texas.
What's your name?
Pittsburgh Phil. What are you in for?
Grand theft, forgery, blackmail, kidnapping, counterfeiting, and murder.
Yeah, what kind of sentence they give you?
60 days.
Only 60 days? How come?
I'm a member of the Automobile Club. How long you in for, buddy?
875 years.
What are you going to do when you get out? Hey, we got to break out of here. Think you can do it?
I got a gun, see? My wife has been visiting me every Thursday, and she slipped it to me one part at a time. She's been slipping me parts for other things, too.
What do you mean?
Look here, under the bunk.
Wow. A Cadillac. I thought it was a cockroach with fins.
Okay, we'll make a break. First, we'll stash the heater, and if the screw gives us a rumble, we'll clobber him with a Roscoe.
Right. We'll call my twisting shy and lay him out in the rattler if we can't find a short or a heap. Okay, let's cut. Douse the glims. Don't forget the Geetus. There's just one thing, pal.
What's that?
What are we talking about?
I was hoping you'd know.
Oh, why kid ourselves? It's too late to break out now. In a few minutes, he'll be here. We'll be going to the electric chair.
Yeah.
Any regrets?
Nah, if I had to do it all over, I'd do the same thing again. Only this time I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
There they are. I guess this is it.
No, it isn't. Let's hide.
How can we hide in this little cell?
Follow me.
All right, come out, you two. Hey, where'd they go? They're not in here.
They're not? Well, they must be. Where could they possibly hide in a prison cell?
Hey, Bob, where are we hiding?
That's the nice thing about Cinerama. We're sitting out in the audience.
Out of the city's jungle night comes the clawing, burning impact of a killer's kiss. It hits with the gut shock of a knockout punch. A picture as brazen as the naked bulbs of Broadway, and as hard as the New York streets where it was shot.
Can't you get it, Vinny? To me, you're just an old man. You smell bad.
I could kill you right here and now.
Oh, I don't think you will.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Anything.
He was lost as soon as he looked at her.
I love you.
Caught in a double cross, as dirty as the alley where they planned to end it.
I'm gonna count to 3, and if you still don't know, I'm gonna blow your brains out. 1, 2.
She's in a loft on 24th Street.
How'd she get there?
Boys are waiting in her apartment.
Is she all right?
All rules are off. All fouls are fair. As man meets murder in the stabbing, slashing climax that's the payoff for a killer's kiss.
Show, transcribed direct from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our special guest, Marilyn Maxwell. And here he is, Bob Hope.
much. Thank you very, very much. Tonight we're at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, doing a show for the Army Engineers. I want to tell you that this outfit was founded 200 years ago by George Washington, and he's still with it. The draft boards around here won't take any excuse. I was at the main gate a few hours ago, and a couple of privates were explaining why they were returning late from their furloughs. And you know, it's really hard to believe this place was started by George Washington, who couldn't tell a lie. This camp is located approximately where George Washington threw that silver dollar across the Potomac. In fact, when the dollar landed, a Fort Belvoir private yelled, "You're fated." That's the official name of this place, Fort Belvoir, but it's rather confusing. This fort is surrounded on three sides by the Potomac River and is very beautiful in the evening. All you can hear is the croaking of the frogs and an occasional splashing of a private who got tired of waiting for the bus to the city. When I arrived, I expected a big welcome, but there was just one picture of me nailed up on a highway sign, and I wasn't too happy about it. The sign said, "This way to Lynchburg." This whole fort is really a big school for engineers, you know. I asked the commanding officer how many of these engineers are surveyors. He said on Saturday night, all of them. Wait, I'll get my slide rule and go with you. While I'm here, I'm going to attend a dinner for the White House press correspondents. I love these Washington dinners. The Republicans sit in one group, the Independents sit in another group, and the Democrats sit under the table and beg for bones. Eisenhower has proven that military men do all right in civilian life, and Mrs. Eisenhower has been accepted as a member of the DAR because she had an ancestor who fought in the Revolution. There was some question about it until an eyewitness clinched the whole thing. I want to tell you that Crosby has been a great help. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet glamorous Marilyn Maxwell right here.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, Marilyn, are you enjoying our visit to Fort Belvoir?
Oh, yes, Bob. It's a wonderful place, and everybody's been so kind to us.
They sure have. Did you hear what the commanding officer said when I told him I was coming here?
Yes, Bob, I heard what he said, but you came anyway, didn't you?
Please, Marilyn, we're in Virginia where the Southern Comfort doesn't talk back.
Doesn't matter anyway. I'm enjoying it very, very much.
Yeah, it's a great place. Isn't this a healthy-looking bunch of boys?
Oh, yes, Bob. Doesn't it make you wish you were one?
If you could change into a man, I'd put a stranglehold on you.
And then what would you do?
Wait for you to change back into a girl. But they are a swell bunch of guys, Marilyn. The whole camp is at our service. Anything you want, just ask for it.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, Marilyn, you may not have noticed, but I swing an awful lot of weight.
I certainly have noticed it. Tell me, how long have you been walking that way?
Ever since I took my last samba lesson at Arthur Murray's. From the waist down, I'm hydromatic.
You know, Bob, the thing that particularly impressed me about this place is the way the men here act toward a girl.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, they have such good manners. When they're introduced, they take your hand and smile and bow. They show that real Southern courtesy.
Well, that's to be expected, Marilyn. We're in Virginia now, and every one of these boys is a Southerner. Some of them come from as far down as South Dakota and Idaho.
I'm not joking, Bob. One soldier was wonderful to me today.
Who's that?
The sentry at the main gate. For a kiss, he let me in free.
Why, Marilyn, there's no admission charge to... Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, there's a kid that's going to be general someday.
While we're here, Bob, I wish somebody would give me a good recipe for Southern fried chicken.
For Southern fried chicken? Well, it's easy to prepare, Marilyn. You just fry the chicken in batter, stick it in the oven, and keep basting it with mint juleps.
You keep basting it with mint juleps? For how long?
Well, you don't have to time it. When the oven door opens and it walks out whistling Dixie, that's Southern Proud.
What are we going to do on the show tonight, Bob?
Well, we're doing a play, Caesar and Cleopatra.
Just the two of us?
Can you think of a better arrangement? No, I've asked one of the boys here at Fort Belvoir to help us out and take a part.
Here I am, Mr. Hope.
Well, how do you do, Private Dasher? How are you?
Bob.
Say, do you know who that is standing next to you, Private Dasher? It happens to be Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Dasher.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
Now, Private Dasher, as I said, we're doing a play tonight.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
And you have a part in it.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
So I'm counting on you to do a good job.
Hello, Miss Maxwell.
Why do you keep saying hello, Miss Maxwell?
I can't help it. My balls are stuck.
Now, this kid needs a weekend pass.
Sorry, Mr. Hope. I'm not used to this. Guess I'm a little flustered.
I know how it is. Just relax, Dasher. Now, to put you at your ease, I won't talk about myself. I'll talk about you for a while. Have you seen my new picture?
Yeah, I saw that picture.
How'd you like it?
Swell. And Miss Maxwell, I guess you enjoyed making those love scenes with Bob.
Oh, I did. I enjoyed every bruise of it.
You always complain about the way I do love scenes. What's wrong with my lovemaking?
Well, Bob, you go about it wrong. When a girl comes over to you to kiss you, you're supposed to take her gently in your arms as if she were a tender flower.
Take her gently in my arms as if she were a tender flower?
Yes. You're not supposed to grab her as if she were a wet mop and you were trying to wring her out.
Well, I learned that from a soldier. It's known as the KP clutch. Now, look, Private Dasher, let's concentrate on the play we're doing tonight. Do you think you can handle an acting part?
Well, I've had a little experience. When I was a kid in grammar school, I was the only boy in a drama class of 60 girls.
No kidding. Well, how could a guy get in there with all those girls?
Even in those days, I was an engineer.
You brought the bridge with you, too, boy.
Oh, yeah.
I can just see you chasing a girl with a mine detector, but I want to tell you, Private Dasher, good acting is just a matter of practice. I even practice reading scenes aloud when I take a bath.
Well, I'd want to practice more than once a year.
I knew he'd get even for that bridge crack. Well, okay, if you don't want any advice, let's start the play.
Just a minute, Mr. Hope.
Who are you?
This is my agent, Corporal Jerry Martin.
Corporal Jerry Martin, huh? Now, wait a minute. You're Private Dasher's agent?
That's right. I handle all his business affairs, and I get a percentage of everything he does.
You get a percentage, huh? Well, what happens when he goes out on a date?
Well, he buys the girl flowers, takes her to dinner, takes her to a show, buys her a midnight snack, and then pays for the cab ride home.
Well, where do you come in?
I kiss her goodnight.
Well, that's not very fair to Private Dasher.
Well, I'm not going to kiss Dasher goodnight.
Well, it's been very nice meeting you, and I...
Just a minute. Dasher doesn't act in this show unless he gets paid.
Paid?
That's right. We're getting up some money to buy our mess sergeant a going-away gift.
Well, where's he going?
No place, but we thought he might take the hint.
Well, I might be willing to contribute $50.
Let's see, $50. 10% of that would be $5.
Is that what you get?
No, that's what Dasher gets.
Now, wait a minute. The agent is only supposed to get 10%. The performer gets the 90%.
I know that, and you know that, but let's not confuse Dasher.
Okay, it's a deal. Now, we're ready to start the play. Marilyn.
Yes?
Now, here's your part. In this scene, you play a woman who is loved by many men. But you only have eyes for me because you think I'm the most handsome, talented, intelligent man in the world.
Oh, good. I've never played a crazy woman before.
What part do I play, Mr. Hope?
Well, Private, there are two male leads in this play. One is a flat-footed, nearsighted, broken-down weakling.
That takes care of you. What about me?
Look, would you care to repeat that remark after the broadcast tonight?
I'm going to be busy later. I asked Miss Maxwell for a date.
You're going out with Marilyn?
That's right.
That's just like an engineer, always building something. Here's a little number done by Marilyn Maxwell and yours truly in the Paramount picture Off Limits. Number written by Evans and Livingston, All About Love. Come in, Marilyn.
On the scene, you taught me what a kiss could mean, and I learned all about love from you.
I was all alone, no sweet talk on my telephone. Then I learned all about love from you.
Kiss. Do I live for this? Well, unless I miss my guess, if you should lose me, blues would choose me.
Here in your embrace, I found the thrill I can't replace. For I learned all about love from you.
You came on the scene,
only passing by.
You taught me what a kiss could mean.
Glad I caught your eye.
And I learned all about love from you. I was all alone.
I was home at night.
No sweet talk on my telephone.
Now we hugged the line.
Then I learned all about love from you.
We're living for loving.
Do I need your kiss?
Oh, yeah.
Do I live for this?
Oh, yeah.
Well, unless I miss my guess, if you should lose me, blues would choose me here in your embrace.
Baby, you're so real.
I found the thrill I can't replace.
That's the way I feel.
For I learned all about love from you.
And now, folks, we're ready for our play. Let's have the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the players present scenes from a great play, Caesar and Cleopatra. Our production stars Marilyn Maxwell and Private Dasher. The scene opens...
Oh, wait. Just a minute. Mad boy. Look, I'm in this play. I'm in this play, too.
Oh, yes, the play is a tragedy.
And your paycheck is going to be another one. Look, I'll introduce the play myself. Ladies and gentlemen, as our scene opens...
Oh, Bob.
Yes?
I'm Colonel Beasley, the commanding officer here.
Oh, how do you do, Colonel? What can I do for you?
Well, I see you've given one of my men a part in your show, Bob.
That's right.
Well, I just thought that, you might have come to me direct.
Colonel, you mean you'd like to appear with me?
Well, there's a little ham in all of us, Bob. And this would be a wonderful chance to take a lesson from the master.
What an answer I could give him if I like bread and water. You know, Colonel, acting isn't as easy as you think. For instance...
Hello, Colonel Beasley.
Well, how do you do, Miss Maxwell?
Now, for instance, you need lots of experience.
Nice to see you, Miss Maxwell.
Oh, thank you.
No, what I mean is you just can't start right out.
You know, Miss Maxwell, we don't get many glamorous movie stars here at Fort Belvoir.
Oh, you're very kind, Colonel.
You see, acting requires a lot of concentration.
Miss Maxwell, I wonder if I could have some small souvenir of your visit.
Why, of course, Colonel. I'll give you an autographed picture.
Fine. I'll give you a set of insignia.
Oh, anyone want an old Hopalong Cassidy garter belt?
Will I see you after the show?
You certainly will, Miss Maxwell.
Oh, I'll be looking forward to it.
Fine. Now, Bob, what were you trying to say?
Nothing. I'm just standing here waiting for the bus to town. Now, if you don't mind, Colonel, we'd like to start our play.
All right, Bob, here's your script.
The script?
I borrowed it for a few minutes. I wanted to look it over.
Look it over? Why?
Just routine. As commanding officer, I wanted to make sure there weren't any words in there that these fellows shouldn't hear.
Oh, well, that's fine. I certainly wouldn't want to offend any of the sergeants present.
Incidentally, I took the liberty of rewriting a few lines, Bob.
You rewrote a few lines?
Yes, some of them wouldn't have been very interesting to soldiers.
Oh, well, I can understand that. You see, Shakespeare was in the Navy. But if you change the play a little bit to make it more entertaining to the fellas, I'm all for it. Let's do it, Marilyn. Les, a little music, please.
And now, one of the great love stories of all time, Caesar and Cleopatra. Caesar has conquered all the known world to win the love of Cleopatra. As the curtain rises, we find him with his manservant preparing for a rendezvous with the Queen of the Nile.
Regard me, knave. Am I not the handsomest man in all Egypt? Ah, the beautiful women who have thrown themselves at my feet.
What women, sire?
Get on with it, Aurelius. The Queen awaits me.
I shall make all haste, sire. I have rubbed thy head with oil of balm, thy chest with oil of lotus, thy feet and thy limbs with oil of pine. What can I do for thee now, sire?
Crank me down and get me off the grease rack. Look, be sure that the baskets we take to Cleopatra are loaded with the rarest delicacies. Dates from Smyrna, figs from Syria, pomegranates from Corsica, grape, citrus, papayas, and Persian melons. The Queen is dilettante among gourmets.
She's a what, sir?
A chowhound. Chowhound? Now, where did that line come from?
That's one of the lines I changed, Bob. Thought it might be more interesting for the boys.
Oh, I see, Colonel. Thanks a big heap. I go now, Cleopatra. The flower of the Nile awaits me.
Cornelia?
Yes, my queen?
Who awaits at the portal?
Methinks 'tis Caesar. The guard is about to announce him.
Announcing Julius Caesar, Lord of Corinth, Lord of Rome, and Lord of Macedon.
I'm also Lord of Pimlico. You did very well, Private Dasher. Now, I'll do everything I can to help your re-enlistment there. Thank you.
Oh, what a feast for mine eyes thou art, O noble. Is it verily thou? Is it truly thou?
Yes, it's Mao.
Methinks that somehow thou dost look different tonight, Caesar.
I was hoping you'd notice, Cleo. It is because of the gift thou gave me from the New World. How do they look?
Oh, Caesar, thou art not supposed to wear them as earrings. Those are Silex coffee pots.
Well, I thought they went very well with my glass slippers.
Where didst thou get thy broad biceps?
Hurling the discus.
And where didst thou get thy broad shoulders?
Throwing the javelin.
And where didst thou get thy broad...
Sliding down pyramids. Ah, Cleo, how lovely thou art tonight. How silken thy tresses, how red thy lips. And thine eyes. Ah, thine eyes shine like a mess kit on inspection day. A mess kit on inspection day.
That's another line I changed, Bob.
Oh, I never would have known.
Caesar.
Drop in anytime, Colonel.
Caesar, come close to me, my sweet. We waste time, and minutes are like precious jewels. Behind thy left ear there is a fragrance of rose. Thy hair has the scent of heliotrope. And thy right ear has the perfume of hyacinth.
Yeah, I'm test pilot for Taboo.
Oh, enfold me in thy strong arms, Caesar. Ah, dearest, thou art truly a great lover. Thou art the greatest lover in Araby, the greatest lover in Saxony, the greatest lover in all of Europe. Embrace me, Caesar. Let me kiss thou as thou hast never been kissed before. Here. What's that sound?
The coffee in the Silex percolating. Oh, thanks for the memory. I want to thank Commanding Officer General Stanley Scott, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Clark, Captain Richard Lewis, SFC Sally Belote, Corporal Jerry Martin, Corporal John Wilson, the announcer, PFC Tom Dasher, all of them, a wonderful guy, PFC Horace Drew, PFC Merle Garner, also Commander Bishop, our project officer, and Captain Francis Gilbert for helping us out here at Fort Belvoir. Without these people, I don't think we could have made it. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in June 1778, an order was issued from General Headquarters, Valley Forge, setting up a school of engineering in the Army of the United States. From that beginning, 175 years ago, the School of Engineers here at Fort Belvoir has become one of the most efficient, respected military organizations in the world. When you go to a newsreel and see pictures of the new bridges that save lives and time, it's safe to bet a couple of bucks that some boys from Fort Belvoir have been busy. I saw the work of the engineers myself, and I'll sign a statement any time that these guys have the know-how and the guts it takes to get the hard things done in any war. There's no greater tribute for a GI than the tribute paid to him by another man in uniform. A general by the name of Eisenhower said it all when he said, "The engineers, those unsung heroes, have mastered the trickiest instruments of modern warfare." Thank you.
Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Britannic, one of the last great ocean liners. On board, 1,200 passengers, planning to have the time of their lives until Juggernaut.
My name is Juggernaut. I have placed 7 bombs aboard the Britannic. If you attempt to move them or disarm them, they will explode. Weather conditions make evacuation impossible. Unless you pay me £500,000 by dawn tomorrow, your ship will blow up.
Juggernaut. The greatest sea adventure of all time has just begun. The government is useless.
But it is the view of Her Majesty's government to resist extortion by terror.
The police are helpless.
Intelligence staggered 112 bomb design experts
Eliminating dead, aged, and infirm leaves us 46 possibilities.
The Navy is powerless.
If my ship were an aircraft in the sky, there'd be no question of playing with her life.
The situation is hopeless.
We're not paying.
It's 1,200 passengers and crew. Do you know a bigger game than that?
In 22 hours, 1,200 people will die, unless one man can save them. His name is Tony Fallon.
Fallon's the champion.
His rank is Chief Naval Bomb Expert.
It's my ship now, Captain. At least until dawn tomorrow.
His job is a tightrope between life and death.
Oh, you're a good man, Juggernaut. But so am I. How do we defuse the bombs?
There's half a dozen triggers hidden away in here, all to be cut through before we reach the timer.
A man made those bombs, a man like us.
There's no current in the top blue wire or the white.
Is everything going to be smooth and beautiful?
Of course. Top blue. I don't even know the man, and he's trying to kill me.
Now the white. Bottom blue.
All passengers stand by lifeboats.
Look, I know how he's done it. Just one small step. I'm nearly there. Cutting now.
Richard Harris, Omar Sharif, David Hemmings, Anthony Hopkins, Shirley Knight, Clifton James, Roy Kinnear. Juggernaut, the greatest sea adventure of all time, has just begun.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. You get a call that a clothing store in Hollywood is suffering losses. The value of the stolen property is over $12,000. There's no lead to the identity of the thief. No pattern to his M.O. Your job, get him.
It was Wednesday, June 3rd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:56 a.m. when we got to 1592 Vine Street, Dodd's men's store. Excuse me?
Yeah?
Wonder if you can tell us where you find Leonard Dodds?
Yeah, that's him, fella back there in the blue suit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I don't know how it happened, honey. No, I just came in this morning and I noticed the stuff was gone. The whole shipment of suede coats haven't even been unpacked yet. Yeah, about 24 of them. Well, white with a button-down collar. Yeah, I called the cops and the insurance company. Yep. Well, about 12,000. Well, a couple of customers just came in, honey. I'll call you back. Yep. Well, don't worry about it. Yes, sir? Can I help you, gentlemen?
Mr. Dodds?
That's right.
Police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do, sir?
You reported a burglary this morning?
Yeah, you guys from Hollywood?
No, sir. We're out of Central.
I didn't think I'd seen you around here before.
You want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, come on back to the storeroom.
When did you first discover the theft?
Well, this morning when I came in, I went back here to unpack some new merchandise, and I found most of it gone. Here, I'll get the door. Now, this is our storeroom. When we get a shipment from the east, the cases are kept here until we get a chance to unpack them and check the invoices.
I see. Was all of the stolen merchandise taken from this room?
I'm not sure about that. I do know that a shipment of suede jackets and waistcoats was in here. It's gone now. A couple of cases of shirts, too. The only way I'd have of knowing if they took anything from out in the store itself would be to make a complete inventory.
Mm-hmm. What do you estimate the loss at?
$12,000.
When was the last time you saw the merchandise in here?
Yesterday afternoon.
About what time?
Well, I'd have to guess at that. I'd say about 3 or 3:30.
How many doors are there to the store here?
Just the front one. One in the back. Opens into an alley.
What if we could see the rear door?
Sure. Back this way. One of the first things I thought of, too, but it was locked.
You opened the door this morning, did you?
Yes, I found the stuff gone, then I checked the door. It was still locked.
Uh-huh. You have an alarm system in the store?
Yes, didn't go off last night, though.
I see.
Here's the door. You can see for yourself there's nothing wrong with the lock.
How about it, Joe? No, there's no signs of it, Jimmy.
Well, that's what I thought, too. I looked pretty close. Couldn't see any sign of where they got in.
How about windows? Possible they got in through a window?
No, I'm sure of that. Only two we've got are in the tailor shop. Here. Now, you can see them up there. Good 10 feet and barred. They couldn't have gotten in there.
All right, we'll have our crime lab take a look. Who has keys to the place?
Well, I've got one.
Yes, sir, but who else?
Well, there's just me and Al.
Al?
Yeah, Al Baker. He's sort of the assistant manager. Whenever I'm not around, he takes charge of things.
Could we see him?
Well, you can when he comes in. Listen, I don't want you to give him any trouble. I'd trust him with anything at all. I don't want you asking him a lot of embarrassing questions.
All right, sir. How long has he worked for you?
Oh, I guess it's been about 5 years. I don't think I could run the place without him. Sure wouldn't want to try.
I see. Besides this Baker, how many people do you have working for you in the store?
3 others full-time. During rush periods, I call in extra help.
Can you give us a list of their names?
Yes. But you can be sure of one thing.
What's that?
Isn't anybody who works at the store did this.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Well, I know my people. All of them have been with me for a couple of years. I trust them all.
I noticed that you're doing some remodeling here. How about the workmen? Possible one of them took the merchandise?
Mr. Friday, do you know how much $12,000 in the clothes is?
Yes, sir. I have an idea.
The both of you couldn't carry it in one trip. Not in a couple of trips. Whoever took those clothes was here a long time, and he worked hard getting them out of the store.
Yes, sir. But about the workmen?
It couldn't have been one of them. None of them have keys to the place. We have to open up to let them in, and they leave before we close. If they tried to get the things out of the store, one of us would have seen it. Couldn't possibly have been one of them.
Frank? Yeah? You want to call the crime lab? Sure. Can I use your phone?
Yes. It's on the counter in front of the store. I just don't understand it.
Sir?
Just doesn't seem to be any way they could have gotten all of the clothes out. No way at all.
Well, they must have found one. 10:38. The crew from the crime lab arrived and went over the place. The whole store was checked, and all entrances and exits of the store were checked for fingerprints. Both the front door and the rear exit were examined, but there was no mark of a jimmy. The windows on the second floor were gone over, but the locks on them were secure, and there was no apparent way they could have been used to remove the stolen merchandise. We talked to the other clerks in the store. From them, we got approximately the same story that we'd obtained from the store manager. They verified that the merchandise had been on the premises at 3:30 p.m. the day before. None of them could say for certain that it was there after that, however. While Frank was checking with the members of the crew from the crime lab, I called the names of the employees into the record bureau for a check. Yeah, that's Baker, B-A-K-E-R. WMA, 46 years, 5 feet 10 inches tall, 156 pounds. Right. What? No, no visible marks or scars. Right. Joe, I got something for you. Okay, if you'll check the names, I'll give you a call later. Right. What do you got? Come on upstairs. I got talking to Lee. I figured from what they found, the merchandise had to be taken out in the daytime. Lee goes along with that? Yeah. The way the doors look, if they were open, somebody used a key. Mm-hmm. He thinks like we do, that somebody took the cases out, planted them, then picked the stuff up last night. Well, what do you got up here? A window that opens out on the roof of the next building. We checked the lock. Hasn't been tampered with. Yeah. Come on. Climb up. No bars on this one, huh? Uh-uh. Over here. Right there behind the air shaft. Now, what is it? Take a look. Uh-huh. Shirts. And this one, suede coats. Was this all that was taken? No. Manager says it's about half. No sign of the rest of it, huh? No. Must have taken that last night. Figures the thief will be back tonight for the rest. Well, it'll be here. Mm-hmm. So will we. We asked the manager of the clothing store to keep watch on the cases of stolen merchandise while we made arrangements to place a stakeout on them. 12:14 p.m. The crime lab finished their investigation, and Frank and I talked with Lee Jones. He told us that he'd checked the fingerprints found on the doors and windows, but that all of them had been eliminated as they belonged to the members of the store staff or to the workmen. He told us that they'd found an impression of a tire print in the dirt of the alley next to the building where the stolen clothing had been found. He went on to say that they'd checked and had found that the truck belonging to the plaster contractor had tires of the same type that had left the impression. The canvass was made of the tenants in the building next to the clothing store, but they could give us no new information on the possible identity of the thief. 3:52 p.m. We checked back with the record bureau on the list of names of store employees. Yeah. When was that? Uh-huh. How long? You get out clean? Mm-hmm. Nothing on the rest of them, huh? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Bye. Anything? Yeah.
They checked the names, came up with one possible.
Yeah?
The assistant manager, Al Baker.
Well?
He's done time for burglary.
The Record Bureau had come up with the information that Alfred Roger Baker had been arrested in 1943 for burglary. He'd been tried and convicted on 3 counts. He'd spent a term in the state penitentiary at San Quentin, and he'd been released. Since that time, he apparently had led the life of an exemplary citizen. 4:07 p.m. Frank and I took him to the office of the clothing store to talk to him.
Sit down, Baker.
Sure. What's this all about? You don't think I had anything to do with this burglary, do you?
How many times have you been arrested?
Why do you ask that?
We just want an answer.
You seen the record?
We've seen it.
You know without me telling you.
We'd like to hear it from you.
I was arrested once. I did the time. I'm clean since then. I thought when you did the time and they let you out, you didn't owe anybody anything.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then what are you guys hopping on me for? I just work here. I mean, just because I did a hitch for burglary, that I had anything to do with this.
We didn't say you did.
Well, you're sure acting like I did, bringing me in here talking about how I was arrested. Sure are acting like you think I had something to do with this one.
Well, you look good for it.
Well, how do you figure that?
You got the only other key to the door.
Look, I don't like to bring this up. Maybe you bright cops haven't thought about it, but who says Dodds couldn't have done it himself?
What do you mean?
Well, he's in trouble, big trouble. This would be an easy way out of it.
All right, you tell us.
Well, all the stuff is insured. It'd be pretty sweet for him to lift the merchandise, collect on the insurance, and then sell the stuff, too. He'd come out real good.
That's the way you got it figured, huh?
I'm not trying to figure it anyway. All I know is that you guys are trying to wrap something around me that doesn't fit, and I want no part of it. Come right down. It must be a couple of guys work here who could have done it.
Well, the way we got it, the thief used a key.
Well, that brings us right back to Dodds.
Well, if he's in trouble financially, then why is he doing all this remodeling?
He hasn't got much choice. He's got to brighten this place up or he's going to lose what business he's got. You check into him. You look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. It makes a lot more sense than you hauling me in here.
Can you account for your time last night?
From when?
From the time you left here.
Yeah, I can give you every minute.
All right, go ahead.
I left here at 6:30. That's the time I always leave.
Who was here when you left?
You mean who locked up?
That's right.
Leonard. He always locks up, always.
Where'd you go after you left?
Went up to the corner and had a beer. That's like always, too.
Anybody in the bar know you?
Yeah, the bartender and the waitress.
They'll vouch for you?
Well, sure they will.
All right, go ahead.
After I left there, I drove home.
What time did you leave the bar?
About 7:10. I had 1 beer, smoked 2 cigarettes, put a nickel in the nut machine on the bar, and went home. I left at 7:10. Sure wish I knew you were going to want to know all this. I'd have been more careful about remembering. I forgot how many nuts I got from the machine. I'll take a wild guess and say 14. I got no way of proving that. You'll have to take my word for it.
What time did you get home?
About 7:50.
Where do you live?
Out in the valley. Traffic's heavy going out at the pass that time, and it took me 10 minutes longer than it usually does.
You prove when you got home?
Yeah, I can.
How?
Talk to my wife. We got a time clock on the wall just as you come in the door. I punch in and out. The time will be there.
What about last night?
I was home all night. I had dinner, sat around and watched television, went to bed.
You didn't leave your house, huh?
No, not from the time I got home last night until I left this morning. Pretty bad, isn't it?
How do you mean that?
I can prove every minute of it. Look, you get off my back, cop. You start looking around, you'll come up with a lot of guys who had a lot more chance and a lot more reason to hide that stuff than I do. That won't be hard because I haven't got any. You sit tight and I'll show you who sold that stuff.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Where are you going?
Just over to the desk. I want to show you something.
What?
You'll see.
Hold it just a minute. Now, you show me what you want and I'll get it for you.
Hey, you cops, you never learn, do you? Open the top drawer.
This one?
Yeah.
All right.
Now open that one.
All right, what do you want?
A folder right there.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one. Put it up on the desk.
All right.
Go on, open it.
Yeah?
Now take a good look at the reason the stuff was stolen.
What is it, Joe?
Bills. There isn't anything in the store that's paid for. Take a look at them yourself. Here. Look here. Past due. Please remit. Your credit is important. Overdue. Past due. Go through the rest of them. They're all like that. There isn't a place in the country anymore that'll extend any credit to Dodds. Not one. You're looking for somebody who had a reason to steal the stuff? Well, there's your answer. You talk to Leonard Dodds. He's got the reason.
Come in.
Joe. Thanks. See you a minute.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Telling you, you got to lean on somebody. You lean on Leonard Dodds. He's the one. Don't come around here bothering me.
Joe.
Yeah? Yeah, what do you got?
You might be telling the truth.
Huh?
Stuff on the roof.
Yeah.
It's gone.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
With the removal of the remaining packages on the roof, our main opportunity of catching the thief was gone. We questioned the people in the store about it. From them, we learned that the manager, Leonard Dodds, had brought the cases of clothing into the store himself. We talked to him, and he offered as an explanation the fact that the insurance company wouldn't like him leaving the supply of expensive suede coats up on the roof. He went on to say that catching the thief was our business, but we were not to interfere with his running of the store and any attempt to apprehend them. We tried to question him regarding the accusations made by the salesman Al Baker. He said they were ridiculous and that we should know better than to listen to the accusations made by an ex-convict. He went on to say that he resented the questions we put to him and that if we intended to continue, he would have to get in touch with his lawyer. We contacted the office and made arrangements for a stakeout to be set up on the roof of the building next door, and then Frank and I returned to the office to check further on Leonard Dodds. We checked with his bank, and we found that he had several notes on the clothing store. The head of the loan department told us that Dodds' payments had been irregular, and that at the time, he was overdue on one of the notes. We contacted the insurance company and found that Dodds had made a claim on the stolen merchandise that morning and had requested payment as soon as possible. We turned a list of the stolen articles over to pawn shop detail and asked them to see that the information would get into the hands of the second-hand dealers in the city. 10:15 p.m. Frank and I filled out the log and prepared to leave the office. You about ready? Yeah, I'll be right with you. I got it. Burglary Friday. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm not sure. No, the officer that handled the case isn't here right now. I wonder if I could take a message. Yes, ma'am. He'll call you when he gets in. All right, Yes, all right. If you'll wait just a minute, I'll transfer you to the main jail. No, the main jail. They'll probably be able to tell you. Yes, that's right. Just a minute. Hold on, please. Would you give this call to 2949, please? That's right, the bail clerk. Thank you. The woman wants to know how much it's going to cost to get her husband out of jail. I got it. Burglary Friday. Yeah, Yeah, that's right, we did. Yeah. Well, when was that? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, we'll wait here. Right, bye. Well, looks like we got it made, maybe. What do you mean? Radio car out in the Westlake district just picked up a couple of kids. Both of them were loaded down with clothes. Yeah. Label on them is Dodds Clothing. The radio car officer had told me on the phone that he and his partner, while making a routine patrol of the area, had spotted two boys walking down the streets carrying large quantities of clothing. When they were stopped, the two suspects were unable to account for the clothes, and they were not able to tell the arresting officers where they'd gotten them. In checking the pair out, the officers had called burglary detail, and we'd gotten our first concrete lead to the thief. 10:47 p.m. The two suspects arrived at the office. Their names were checked through R&I, and they were both found to have misdemeanor records listing petty theft and attempted burglary. One of them, Walter Kramer, had been convicted on burglary charges and had been sentenced to Preston School for Boys. He was at the time on parole. While the other boy waited in the squad room, Frank and I questioned Kramer in the interrogation room.
How old are you?
18.
Where do you live?
You know that already. What are you asking me again for? I told the other cop, gave him all the information.
Where do you live?
2574 Brandon Street.
You want to tell us where you got the clothing you had when you were picked up?
You're smart cops. You figure it out.
You on parole now?
No, I got out clean.
Are you still that way?
That depends on how you read this one.
Where'd you get those things?
I found them.
You expect us to buy that?
I don't care if you buy it or not. It's the truth.
You're pretty heavy, aren't you?
I've been around.
That time up at Preston didn't do you much good, did it?
You'd be surprised what I learned up there.
Not what you were sent there for.
That depends on where you're sitting.
You were picked up carrying a load of stolen clothes.
You want to tell us where you got them?
You tell me.
Now, come on, kid. Where'd you get the clothes?
You going to play it that way, are you?
There ain't any other.
Where were you yesterday?
Starting when?
From when you got up.
I got to tell you all that?
We want to hear it.
Pretty dull.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I got up about noon.
You got a job?
Yeah.
Where?
Around.
What do you do?
Nothing. I'm a philosopher. I study people. I just sit around all day and study people.
How do you live?
Stay with my folks. They pick up the tab.
Go ahead.
With what?
What you did yesterday.
Told you. I got up about noon. Had some breakfast, then went over to Harry's.
That's the boy you were picked up with?
Yeah, I went over to his house, sat around and watched the television.
How long were you at his house?
Oh, maybe 6. Sat around and talked philosophy. Talked and watched the old movies.
What'd you do then?
Left and went out to study people.
Where'd you go?
Went down, played a couple of games of pool, had something to eat.
And after that?
Went out to a movie.
You got any way of proving that?
Sure, talked to Harry.
See your alibi?
Yeah, you talk to him. He'll tell you.
Now, you may not know this, but he's in the theft as deep as you are.
I got some information for you, cop. Neither one of us is in on it at all.
All right, get your coat.
Where you taking me?
City jail.
You gonna book me?
You called it.
How about Harry?
Well, how about him?
He going too?
Yeah.
What charge?
Suspicion 459 PC.
Burglary?
That's right. Come on.
You mean that stuff is really stolen?
That's right.
You're telling me right?
Yep.
It ain't true.
You tell us about it.
No, I mean, Harry and me didn't steal the stuff, at least not the first time.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we stole it, yeah, you got us cold for that, but not the first time.
Well, where'd you get it?
From a garage, that's the truth. We stole the stuff from a garage.
Where is the place?
I'll show you. There's a lot more stuff there, a lot more.
Clothing?
Yeah.
Whose garage is it?
I don't know. Harry and me were walking around out there, and we saw this truck pull up. Guy got out and unloaded some packing cases.
When was all this?
Last night. The way the garage looked, though, it wasn't the first time. The place was loaded. A lot of shirts, coats, suits, all kinds of things. Harry and me figured that we might as well help ourselves. But we didn't steal the stuff originally, not the first time.
What's the address where the garage is?
I don't know. Up on Shortdale Avenue near the lake.
All right, we take you up there. Will you point it out for us?
Sure, I'll show you. I want to see him get his, get it real good.
What do you mean?
Imagine having a garage full of stolen things. Terrible, that's what it is.
Is that right?
Sure. The important thing is that you know that we didn't steal it the first time. You got to believe that. We didn't steal it the first time.
Is there really a difference? 12:15 a.m. We talked to the suspect that had been picked up with Kramer. He gave us substantially the same story that we'd gotten from the first boy. They both agreed to take us out to the garage where they'd found the stolen merchandise. Before we left the office, we put in a call to the clothing store, but there'd been no report from the stakeout on the roof. The two suspects directed us to drive out toward Silver Lake. We took the freeway out to Glendale Boulevard and turned right. We drove out to Loma Vista, and then we turned right again. The boys directed us up the hill and then onto a side street. We went about a half a block farther before they pointed out the house to us. We drove down the street and parked the car. Frank and I and the two suspects walked back to the house and into the rear of the yard. A two-car garage in the rear of the building was unlocked. We went in. Scattered around the place, we found several large packing cases of clothing. The labels on them were from some of the most exclusive men's stores in the city. There was no question about it. This was the plant for the stolen merchandise. Frank stood by the back door of the house, and I went up on the front porch and rang the bell.
Yeah?
You're Martin Hetman, aren't you?
Yeah, do I know you?
My name's Friday, police department.
Oh, yeah, I met you over at Dodge. What is it, some more questions?
Yeah, a few.
Kind of late to come around, isn't it?
Well, maybe a little.
I'm just going to turn in. Can you wait till morning? I could come down to the police department.
No, I'm afraid we're going to have to talk tonight.
Oh. Okay, come on in.
Thank you. Anybody else in the house?
Just my wife and the kids.
Where are they?
Upstairs. They're all asleep. I told you I was just going to turn in.
Uh-huh. That garage out back, does that belong to you?
What?
The garage out in the back of the lot, is it yours?
Yeah, it's mine. Why?
What do you use it for?
What do you use a garage for? I keep the truck there.
Well, where's the truck tonight?
I left it at a service station down on Glendale Boulevard. Having it greased and the oil change. Why?
Anybody else use the garage besides you?
No.
Everything in it belong to you?
You mind if I call my lawyer?
Well, you can do that from downtown.
You arresting me?
Yes, sir.
You found the stuff, huh?
We found it.
Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Here's a match.
I guess I should have gotten it out of the garage sooner.
Mm.
Figured on it first thing in the morning. When you talked to me this morning at Dodge, I should have known. Should have known right then. I didn't think you'd figure it this way.
All right, come on, get your coat.
Yeah, just let me finish the cigarette. You sure had it figured. Going real good. Want to hear about it?
All right.
Well, I'm a plastering contractor. You know that.
Yeah, you told us that this morning.
Well, I bid on the jobs. All the contractors submit bids on how much we'll do the work for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I always got in with a low bid. Used to drive the other contractors crazy. Never could figure out how I could come out on it. You see it, though, don't you?
Well, you tell me.
Well, you see, if a job would cost me, say, $3,500 to do, I'd put in a bid for $2,500. I always get the job, and then I'd steal the other $1,000 of merchandise, see?
Mm-hmm.
That way I could come out and nobody get hurt.
What about the store owner?
They weren't insured. Only body in the middle was the insurance company, so you see, nobody really got hurt.
You about finished with that cigarette now?
Yeah, just about. You're pretty lucky, you know?
Is that right?
Yeah, sure. This was going to be the last time. I figured that after this, I'd be able to go it straight. Got my equipment all paid for, money in the bank. Figured I could go it straight. This was going to be the last time.
Well, you were right, weren't you?
Hey, you mind telling me something?
What's that?
How'd you tag me? How'd you find out?
We caught a couple of kids breaking into the garage. They'd stolen some of the clothes. They were picked up, and they pointed the place out to us.
Kids?
That's right.
Oh, about that. That's really terrible, isn't it?
What is?
Oh, this younger generation, I had legitimate reason. I was just trying to come out. Wasn't anybody going to get hurt my way. But those kids, I hope you're going to put them away for a long time, little thieves.
Come on, get your coat. Let's go.
It's just awful. No sense of honesty at all. I sure hate to think of what the world's coming to.
You want to tell me something, Hetman?
Well, sure. What do you want to know?
Well, you said you just stole the difference between what you agreed to do the job for and what it really ought to be. I got it right?
Yeah, just the difference.
Well, you hit the Dodge store pretty hard, didn't you? $12,000 worth?
Well, you see, that was a kind of a deal.
Well.
I didn't get anything on the last job, not a thing, so I had to make up for it, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I had to come out some way. Nobody'd expect me to take a complete loss, would they?
I wouldn't know about that.
I just wanted what I had coming.
Yeah, well, you're going to get it this time.
Martin Averill Hetman was tried and convicted of burglary in the second degree, 4 counts, and received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 or more than 15 years, or by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year. Walter James Kramer and Samuel Arthur Nicholson were tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Before the people of the world, let it now be noted that here in our decision, this is what we stand for. Justice, truth, and the value of a single human being.
Where were we? Where were we when Hitler began shrieking his hate in the Reichstag? Where were we when our neighbors were being dragged out in the middle of the night to Dachau? Where were we when they cried out in the night to us? Were we deaf? Dumb? Blind?
I'm going to go the limit. And not you, not the Pentagon, not God on his throne is going to make me do
Who do you think you're talking to? Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
My husband was a military man, all his life. He was entitled to a soldier's death. He asked for that. That he should be permitted the dignity of a firing squad. You know what happened. He was hanged with the others.
It is easy to condemn the German people to speak of the basic flaw in the German character that allowed Hitler to rise to power, and at the same time, comfortably ignore the basic flaw of character that made the Russians sign pacts with him, Winston Churchill praise him, American death threats profit by him.
There was nothing
you're trying to make it sound.
Did you sit on his lap?
Stop it! Stop it!
What else do you admit to, Mrs. Fowler? What else? Hello?
I want that you tell me, was she feeble-minded? My mother.
I feel it is my duty to point out to the tribunal that the witness is not in control of his mental processes.
I know I am not. Since that day, I've been past I've ever been.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Oh, yeah, big crowd here. Second story Jackson, no-nose Cohen. The usual crumbs. Yeah, my little nephew Morton is still staying with me, too. By the way, would it be okay to have some milk delivered every morning, Duffy? Milk? You know, that white stuff without the head. Yeah. Well, look, I'm busy. I'm surprising little Morton by doing his homework for him. Yeah, you know, stuff like geography, algebra, astronomy. No, his teacher won't find out. No, I'll throw her off the track, see? I'll make a few mistakes on purpose. Well, look, I gotta go now. Oh, by the way, Duffy, there's a postcard here for you. Well, it's from a publishing house. Just a second, I'll see. Oh, it says, Dear Mr. Duffy, in reply to your inquiry, we are not planning to publish an illustrated edition of Forever Amber. Well, I guess you'll have to wait until the movie comes out, Duffy. I'll call you back. So long. The homework. Oh, yeah, the algebra. First question. Divide 3,942 into 7,863. Let's see. Put the 7 over there. Carry the 3. Slip in the deuce. See now. Fracture the digit. 3964 don't seem to go into 7863. I hate to use force.
Mr. Archie, what you doing with all them school books?
Oh, you see, Eddie, Finnegan took me nephew, Morton, to Coney Island last night, and the kid didn't get a chance to do his homework, so I'm doing a little fellow a favor as a surprise.
I bet he blows it a little top.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid Morton ain't gonna like it.
Well, look, who's older, Morton or me?
You are.
And who's had more education?
You're older.
Eddie, I'm too busy for banter here now. Let's see, the next homework question. What's wrong with this sentence? George and Mary ain't coming to the party. Oh, that's easy. Should be an apostrophe in the word ain't.
Mr. Archie, don't look now, but your participle is dangling.
Eddie, of course, you know I'd never fire you, but stop putting me to the test. Now, let's see the next question. If it's 7 o'clock in New York, what time is it in Brazil?
5:15.
How do you figure?
15 minutes ago, it was 5 o'clock.
Well, that way of figuring is all right if one is willing to depend on the clock, but according to the book, a simpler way is to just cross the international date line and shoot the stars with a sextet. You see, by thus doing, you will find yourself on the meridian, which is perpendicular to Greenwich Village. Is that clear, Eddie?
Yeah, but just let's keep our secret, shall we? Boy, what a brain.
Well, thank you, Eddie. You know, I'm going to tell you something you may find it hard to believe.
What's that?
I was a backward child. Yeah, for some reason or other, I was never bright in school. But I always got promoted. I guess the teachers liked me because I was so neat. You should have seen me, Eddie, in them days when I was in the 3rd grade. Clean knickers, Buster Brown collar.
And the cool scent of aftershave lotion.
Well, yeah, that helped a little, too. Them was the happy days, Eddie. Childhood. What fun our gang used to have, you know? Turning in false alarms, siphoning gas out of cars, swiping packages off trucks. All the healthy outdoor sports. I often wonder what that old gang is doing now.
Oh, they're probably making license plates and breaking rocks, all the healthy indoors.
You have a nice sense of humor, Eddie.
George.
Mr. Finnegan, I got a bone to pick with you.
No, thanks. I just had dinner.
Do not try to avoid the question. I'm plenty sore.
About what, Arch?
You and me nephew Morton. What's the idea of keeping a kid like that down at Coney Island until 12 o'clock at night?
Well, Arch, you know that merry-go-round. You're hard to get away from.
Well, that's no excuse.
Arch, don't get sore at the kid. He tried to make me get off. He didn't do nothing wrong, Arch. Here, I even had Morton make out a list of the things that we spent the dough on.
Let's see. 12 hot dogs, 14 hamburgers, 10 candy apples, 8 sky-high custard cones, 6 Coca-Colas, and a Hershey bar. Only one Hershey bar?
Well, I had to buy the kid something to eat, too.
I can see where Morton had the time of your life.
Yeah. He's a cute kid, Arch, and smart, too. You don't have to worry about him.
What do you mean?
Well, come here, Arch. You know that place in the fun house where the wind blows the dame's skirts up?
Yeah?
Well, there was a big crowd of guys standing around, so I just to Morton, ain't that silly, Morton? What do these men see and stuff like that?
What'd the kid say?
He explained it to me.
Finnegan, they still don't excuse you from getting him home at 12 o'clock. A kid like that has got to have sleep.
Oh, he had a good sleep, Arch. I put him right to bed as soon as we got home, and in 15 minutes he was fast asleep.
15 minutes?
Yeah, you know how kids are. We had to have a bedtime story. Boy, he told me a beauty.
He did, huh?
Yeah. He told me the one about the 3 little moles. Mama Mole and Papa Mole and the baby mole. And once upon a time, these 3 moles was digging a home for themselves in the ground when suddenly along came a big, bad fox. And the fox said to the baby mole,
now, wait a minute, Finnegan. Finnegan. Ain't you ashamed of yourself? A man of your age listening to bedtime stories? You sound like you're in your second childhood.
I do?
Certainly, it's silly. What did the fox say to the baby?
He said, baby mole, I'm gonna have you for dinner. So quick as a flash, the moles dug a brand new hole, and the fox couldn't find him. And you know what the moral was?
What was the moral?
No matter how foxy you are, sometimes you can't tell your dinner from a mole in the ground.
How utterly quaint.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Just a second. Hello? Hello, Vera. Miss Duffy, your girlfriend, Vera Fogarty.
Oh, that awful pest. What does she want? Hello, Vera, dear. By the way, who took you home? Oh, that was nice of her. Incidentally, you know, J.D. called me this morning. Well, I can't talk very freely. J.D. He was sore as a boil because I went to the party with B.H.
But what really made him sore was when L.S. lit that cigarette for M.F.T.
Look, you be quiet, you big mouth. No, not you, Vera. Where were we? Oh, yeah, the party. Huh? What happened to Emma Pfeffer? Why did she disappear when we began to play pin the tail on the donkey? Well, with a shape like hers, do you blame her? Yeah, a sweet girl. A real credit to the 10 jolly girls AC. Well, Vera, I gotta go now. I'll see you tomorrow night at the club meeting.
Miss Duffy, do I understand from the ensuing conversation that you and them 10 jolly stumble bums had a party?
Archie, do you always have to be making cracks about the 10 jolly girls, AC?
Yeah, because I've seen them 10 dames, and they were jolly BC. Where did you hold this party?
In Katrinka Yarbitz's basement.
Well, it's a nice big basement.
Yeah, but a sweet girl.
Yeah.
And very clever, too.
See this homework. This is the last question. Which one of the following three discovered America? Underline 1. Leif Erikson, Christopher Columbus, Marco Polo. Marco Polo. The nerve of him, tricking poor kids by throwing in the name of a jockey. I think I'll take a chance and underline Christopher Columbus.
Oh, Uncle Archie.
Oh, Morton. Glad to see you. I got a surprise for you, Morton. Here, I got your homework all done for you.
Oh, let me see. Problem. Divide 3,964 into 7,863. Answer. Impossible. This is very nice of you, Uncle Archie, but what about my teacher?
What about her?
Well, what if she notices the difference?
Well, what if she does? Just tell her you got hot last night.
Well, I don't know. She's already a little upset about me.
Upset?
Well, yes, since she found out that I'm staying here with you.
Oh, how did she find out?
Well, she got suspicious when I came to school with my lunch wrapped in the Police Gazette.
Well, suppose you're living with me temporarily. What's wrong with that? Don't your teacher know that Eli Whitney came out of a gin mill? The nerve of that dame. What's her name?
Miss Dinwiddie.
I think I'll get down and have a talk with this Miss Dimwitty.
Wait, it's too late, Uncle Archie. She's already on her way down here to have a talk with you.
Oh, she is? Well, look, kid, maybe you better go in and wash your face and comb your hair, huh? And Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, look, Morton's school teacher is coming down. How long would it take you to get this place looking respectable?
Well, let's see now. This is 1945.
Eddie, this is not funny. We got to fix the place up or we're liable to lose the kid. Now, let's see. What could we do to make it homey? What happened to that hand-crocheted sign we had? You know, the one that said, love thy neighbor as thyself?
Oh, Sam the tailor's got it. See, he's reweaving the bullet hole.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Now, let's see.
I beg your pardon, young man.
Just a second, sister. Where's your escort?
Escort? I happen to be Miss Agatha Dinwiddie.
Morton's tutress. Well, how do you do? I'm Archie, Morton's uncle.
How do you do? Just as I thought. It's shocking.
What's shocking?
This place.
Well, what did you think? Little Morton was spending a weekend at the Waldorf?
No, but I didn't expect it to be as bad as this.
Now, just a second, Miss Dimwitty. This joint ain't as crummy as it looks.
Indeed. Do you realize that the gutter in front of this place is filled with drunks?
So what? I can show you taverns that leave them laying on the sidewalk. At least we give them curb service. Now, look, Miss Dimwitty, you know, you can find a flaw in a $50 diamond if you look hard enough. But you gotta be tolerant now. Now, come on. Let's start winning each other over.
I beg your pardon. This is not a social visit.
Now, look, you and me is on opposite sides. So what? Is it gonna hurt to fraternize a bit? You know, for a school teacher, you ain't a bad-looking tomato. How about me coming over and staying after school sometime?
My dear friend, I should think it would be clear by now that this is not a social visit.
What a nicey dame. Loving her would be like shaking hands with Mildred Pierce. Now, come on, Miss Dimwitty. Have a cup of tea. Maybe it'll warm you up a bit, huh? Eddie.
Yes, sir?
Eddie, a cup of tea for Miss Dimwitty.
Tea?
Yes, tea. T-E-E. Tea.
Oh, that!
Eddie, stop acting like tea was such an unusual request around here.
Well, it ain't in the top 10.
Look, gentlemen, I'm afraid I have to leave. I think I've seen enough. The idea of bringing a child up in a place like this.
Now, just a second, Miss Dimwitty. Morton don't spend much time around here. He comes down once in a while to play in the sawdust. You know, he's a kid, but most of the time he's home at my place.
He lives with you?
Of course.
How big a place do you have?
Oh, let's see. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. I should say about 7 by 10.
You have one room?
Well, approximately. But naturally, the boy has his own room where he can enjoy complete privacy. Except, of course, when I go in to brush my teeth.
Morton sleeps in the bathroom?
Why not? The mattress just fits the tub, and the high walls prevent them from falling out of bed.
Archie, you are not pulling the wool over my eyes one bit. I'm afraid I will have to take Morton out of here.
Would it change your mind if you knew that he was living with a Harvard graduate?
You? A Harvard graduate?
I didn't get this accent at Yale. Yes, my dear young lady, I undergraduated at Harvard in 1931. And for my final degree, I postmortemed at Princeton. This, of course, in addition to several extracurriculars at NYU, U of P.
P of U?
Yeah. Miss Dimwitty, you seem a little skeptical. I admit I've forgotten some of the stuff that they lined me.
Yes. Sic transit gloria.
Well, yes, that's true, but on the other hand, as I always say, e pluribus Caesar Romero in hoc.
Archie, this Latin of yours.
What about it?
Do you think it's fair to kick a language when it's dead?
Look, if I can prove to you that I'm a college man, will you let Morton stay here?
If you can prove that, I'll stay here.
Hubba hubba. It's a bargain. Now go over there and talk to Morton. I'll get the evidence for you. I'll see you in a second. Hey, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Finnegan, look. Do you know what a college professor is?
Yeah, one of them dumb, jerky-looking guys.
Now, you and me is going to play a little game to fool Morton's teacher. Now, you're going to be me old professor.
Oh, thanks, Arch, but do you think I'm dumb enough?
I got complete confidence in you. Now, come on over here and I'll tell you what I want you to do. Eddie. Looking over the joint, Miss Dimwitty?
Yes.
A nice place for a kid, ain't it? Just like a circus, you know. Sawdust on the floor.
But there's one difference.
What?
In a circus, one can tell where the animals leave off and the humans begin.
Very interesting insult. But I can see that these people around here have you fooled.
What do you mean?
Beneath them low foreheads, there beats many a talented brain. For instance, take that fella sitting over there next to the bag of sawdust.
You mean the one sitting slumped over with his collar open?
No, that's the bag of sawdust. No, I mean the one a little to the left of him and down. That is Horace Guttenberg. Used to be one of the finest engravers in the country. Had a brilliant future and ruined it all one day with a teeny little mistake. On one of his $5 bills, he spelled Lincoln with a K. Yeah? Tragic thing.
Well, that's life.
How true. And you see that guy tilting the pinball machine? An inventor, Guglielmo Murphy. Had a brilliant future as an inventor, and one day, poof.
What happened?
Well, you see, he invented an invisible electric circuit to put under a racehorse's saddle. And it worked great the first time he used it. You know, the horse won by 6 lengths, but Murphy's luck went against him. The jockey was electrocuted. Yep, Miss Dimwitty, some great brains around this place. Yep. Miss Dimwitty, some great brains around this place. Well, well, well. If it ain't Professor Finnegan, me old dean from college. How are you, old dean? You, just dropped in time. Shake hands with Miss Dimwitty, a fellow educator.
You mean she only teaches boys?
I see you still have that quaint sense of humor.
Tell me, Professor, where did you study?
Vassar?
That is a girls' school.
Well, I didn't stay there very long.
He was just there a short time, you know. Everything was going along fine until one day the professor made a little mistake. He went out for the swimming team. Yeah, the professor was always full of pranks, you know. You know, today, to look at him, you'd never think that he was the world's foremost proponent of child psychology, if not one of the.
Well, really? Child psychology?
Yeah.
Well, perhaps I can learn something here. Tell me, Professor, do you subscribe to the progressive theory?
No, only to the ladies' home journey.
I guess I should have explained, Miss Dimwitty. The professor is a little deep here. You got to talk loud to him. Tell me, Professor, is there any developments in your personal theory that the unconscientious adolescent is equal to the man hours of adult contusion? Or do you think astigmatism helps?
So, well, on one hand...
The same old lovable tyrant. Terrific, ain't he, Miss Dimwitty?
I think he's fabulous.
Oh, yeah? You ain't built so hot either.
Look, Professor Finnegan.
Yes, my dear.
Do you mind if I put a couple of questions to you?
Oh, not at all. Put away.
Well, do you believe that the emphasis should be placed along vocational or academic lines in the middle and upper IQ groups?
Well, I think it depends to a large extent on the economic background of the individual pupil.
Finnegan!
Don't look at me, Arch. I'm just as surprised as you are.
Holy cat, I've created a monster.
I am very much afraid this is the end. I must take Morton out of here.
Oh, wait, Miss Dimwitty. I can see you're a smart girl and that I can't fool you. Oh, all right, I confess. Finnegan ain't a professor. So I ain't a college man. So these customers around here are crumbs. But don't forget, many great men have come out of worse surroundings. Look at Abraham Lincoln, raised in a log cabin. I'm over there now, talking to second-story Jackson. A bank robber, a safe blower, everything that is foul. But will the child be influenced by Jackson? No. Rather will Morton lead Jackson out of the darkness. Hey, Morton. Here, I'll prove it to you. Hey, Morton, come here.
Yeah?
Tell us, Morton, how have you and Mr. Jackson been getting along?
Copacetic, Doc.
What?
Yeah, he's going to let me help him knock off a hawk shop over on 33rd Street. He says the joint's been cased and it's a soft touch.
Morton, it's been nice knowing you. I think Miss Dimwitty's right. Maybe you better get away from this joint there for you.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Immortal characters, portrayed by the finest talents of our day. With flawless performance, they recreate Caesar's Rome. The struggle for power, the clash of arms.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Of Jimmy Allen.
Again we return to Jimmy Allen's air adventures. Amazing things have been happening to Jimmy and Speed, who, with Spanish Beachside, have been held prisoners in a pirate stronghold near the mouth of the Canton River. Jimmy tries to signal a high-flying airplane by flashing a mirror in the sun. and is caught by the notorious Duck Loon, Chief Lieutenant under Samoy, King of the Pack. A fight develops, and the boys are rescued from Duck Loon's vengeance by Samoy in gratitude to Jimmy for saving her son, Ah Tong, from a gigantic jellyfish. Later the same day, the boys witness a barbaric ceremony held to bring good luck to the pirate fleet, which is about to sail on a raid. Just as the ceremony ends, a seaplane makes its appearance and tries to land in the harbor. Fired upon by the pirates, the unknown pilot attempts to take off, fails, and crashes. The boys rush to the rescue. To their amazement, they discover the occupant of the observer's cockpit is Flash Lewis, their old mechanic. Listen to what happens. Flash Lewis, you must be seeing things, Jim.
Flash, Lewis?
Blimey, that's impossible. What's going to see for yourself?
If this isn't Flash Lewis, I'm not Jimmy Ellis.
Great Scott, kid. You're right. It is Flash.
Well, if I ain't glad to see him.
Oh, Flash. Flash, old boy, speak up. Speak up, Flash. You hurt? I don't think he's hurt. I believe he's just a little bit stunned. His face isn't cut any. Oh, wise old Flash. He got those arms up just in time. Come on, Steve. Pull him out of here. Take it easy, boys. Get that. Watch that leg. There. Come on. Easy. There, now we got him. Let's put him down here and I'll look him over. Okay, here's a good place. Oh, Spanner, get a little water and pour on his face. Right there, Mr. Valley. No, I don't think anything's wrong with his arms. No, his legs either. No, I don't think he's broken any bones. All right, get me a little water. All right, dump it on his face. He's coming through. Yeah, he'll be all right.
Well, if this ain't the one. Now, at last, I've got somebody to argue with.
Well, it seems to me we've had enough of that anyway.
Well, where am I?
Oh, you're all right, Flash. You're among friends.
What are you... Oh, now,
come on, Flash. Come on, old kid. Look up here. Don't you see us? Don't you see who it is?
Who in the world? Well, Tucker and Patrick. If it ain't Steve Robinson and Jimmy Allen.
Oh, good old Flash. Gee, it's sure great to see you.
So help me, Flash. Ain't you going to say nothing to me? Don't you recognize me? Jumpin' Jerusalem. That ain't my old sidekick, Spanner Seaside. How are you, you old Spanzer-Wandy? Oh, I couldn't be any better, Blake. How about Chris?
Chris? Who's Chris?
My pilot, Chris Landers. The fellow that flew me down here. Hey, what happened anyway? Did we catch up?
Boy, I'll say you did. You tried to get away, but you couldn't make the grade.
I remember everything. Well, we just about tried to land when somebody started shooting at us. And we tried to keep going. Well, what about Chris?
I'm over here with him now, Flash. He's still unconscious. Come on, Jim. Stand. Help me pull him out.
Right, okay. Right. Come on, we'll get him out of there.
Take it easy now, Jim.
Here we are. Here we come.
Jim, get under there. Get out of the way. Good. Yeah. All right, now. Here. Let's put him down beside Flash. Oh, no. No, I'm gently.
I'm afraid he's scratched up pretty bad.
His face is cut some. He must have had his hands in the controls and couldn't get them up quick enough.
Oh, here's a nasty bump on his forehead, Steve.
Yeah, that must have been where his head hit the instrument board.
Come on. We'll give him a good looking over.
I don't like the looks of this, Jim.
Well, what's the matter? You see, don't tell me.
No, Flash. No, I don't think he's seriously hurt. I'm a little bit worried about this left arm. It may be broken.
What do you think, Governor? Let's carry him up to our house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing to do. What about you, Flash? Can you walk?
Yeah, I think so, Steve. Wait a minute, and I'll see.
Here, Spanner and I'll lift you up.
Can you stand on your feet all right, Flash? I'll be all right. Here, you fellas carry this. You're supposed to get a doctor around here?
Well, that's what I'm worried about.
I got a good first aid kit in the ship.
That'll help some.
I'll go get it. Hey, it's in the rear cockpit, Spanner. Rear cockpit, Spanner.
Hey, look. Here comes Samoy. Yeah, I expected that. I'm surprised it didn't come before this.
Boy, it's a lucky thing that ship didn't hit any of the crowd. If it had killed a few people, it would have been bad for us. Yeah, I guess that is lucky. But who is this Samoy? And what in the dickens are you fellas doing here, anyway?
We'll tell you all about that later, Flash.
Well, Mr. Allen, Mr. Robertson, who these men? This one is dead?
No, he isn't Samoy, but I think he's hurt pretty badly.
So, you know them?
We don't know this one, Samoy, but this other gentleman is Flash Lewis, who works for us.
Where he works for you?
In Shanghai. He came over with us from America.
His friends should not have landed here.
But we didn't know they were going to land here.
That may be. I do not know. Perhaps you signaled to him?
No, I assure you that we didn't do that.
May we carry this man up to our house and take care of him, Simon?
Yes, you may do that. But I warn you, I sail very soon on big raid. You must not attempt escape. If you do, you will be caught.
Very well, Simon.
I go now. I return early tomorrow morning.
Goodbye, Simon, and thank you.
Hey, who is this boy, our Simon?
She's Queen of the Pirates, Flash.
Prince Jonah, Barry. Queen of the Pirates? What have I got into, anyway?
You've fallen into a bad mess, Flash. I can tell you that. In fact, you've jumped from the frying pan into the fire.
Well, if that ain't my luck. Well, I've been in the fire ever since I hooked up with you, Speed, and that was over 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's about right, Flash.
All right, Governor, here's the first aid kit.
All right, Spanner. We're going to need it.
How badly is that ship cracked up, Spanner?
The blasty thing is done for, if you ask me. That ship will never be flown out of here, if that's what you're thinking about, Jim.
Something like that was on my mind, Flash.
Well, forget it. The bus is nothing but a heap of junk now.
Well, come on. Let's get going. Here, Jim. You, Spanner. Get a hold of Landers' feet. I'll carry your shoulders.
Okay.
Come along now, Flash. We've got lots of things to talk over. What time's it got now, Jim?
It's 11 o'clock by my watch, Speed.
Yeah, that's what it must be about on the hour. That watch makes his rounds about on the hour.
How's Chris feeling now, Flash?
He's feeling a lot better now, Jim. I think he's going to snap out of it all right.
The lucky thing is you have that first aid kit with you. At least we could clean out and bandage up all those cuts. I feel sure there won't be any blood poisoning anyway.
Well, what do you think about that arm, Steve?
I don't know, Flash. I'm rather worried about it. I'm not enough of a doctor to tell definitely whether it's broken or not. But if it isn't broken, he's got a terribly bad sprain.
Say, Flash, we've been talking about ourselves and how we got here and various methods of escape. But you haven't told us how you found this place.
That was just an accident, Jim. We were cruising around trying to find some place of a wrecked seaplane and saw this place. Chris thought it would be a good idea to land in and see if we could find out anything from the natives of the village.
Well, he didn't expect to find anybody here that could speak English, did he?
No, but Chris has been over here about 4 years, and he's picked up a lot of this Cantonese dialect. I've been out with him a lot, and he sure knows how to throw this lingo around.
Well, as it so happens, both Simon and her son speak good English. But I imagine that's the exception.
Tell us, Flash, what's going on in the outside world?
Well, there's a dickens of a hullabaloo raised about you fellas and Duroc.
Oh, there is, huh?
I'll say the papers are just full of it. First Duroc disappears, and then you and Jimmy come to look for him, and you disappear. Of course, they knew you got close to Hong Kong.
Sure, they knew that through Greystone.
Right. Just after this Lieutenant Greystone talked to you, he flew straight back to Hong Kong. And then when you fellas didn't show up that night, they got worried.
Where'd you get this ship?
It belongs to a flying school in Canton. Landers is an instructor there. I got friendly with him when you two fellas disappeared, and he asked me if I would like to come with him to look for you. Of course, I grabbed the chance.
Are there a lot of planes around looking for us, Flash?
I'll say there are. Why, there must be 40 or 50 ships using Hong Kong as our base. Not only that, but the United States Navy is sending up a squadron of seaplanes from Manila.
Clear from the Philippine Islands, eh?
Yeah, and 2 National Airways ships are on their way from Shanghai.
Well, can you tie that?
And what's more, all American, British, and French naval boats around these parts are out on special patrols.
Jiminy Christmas.
It's sure strange that some vessel hasn't popped into this harbor.
I have a hunch that this is a hard place to locate from the water.
We've seen several planes in the air, but I guess none of them have spotted anything here to arouse their suspicions.
Well, no, I guess there isn't anything for them to see with your amphibian and that wreck under cover.
If they'll only leave the wreck of your ship out on the shore there, somebody will spot us in the air before long.
They're too smart for that, Jim.
Yeah, I guess so. This Simon is no fool, that's the thing.
Hey, well, what about this Duroc? If his wrecked ship's here, where's he?
That's what we'd like to know. We haven't seen a trace of him around this village. We've been allowed to wander about at will.
Do you suppose he's dead?
Well, I'm afraid so, Flash.
I say, Governor, I think Chris is getting a bit of a fever. His head feels beastly hot.
Oh, great Scott, a fever, and that's bad. Maybe that arm is infected.
Are you sure he's got a fever, Spanner?
Say, suppose you come over and take a look, Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I'll do that, Spanner. Say, isn't there some quinine in that first aid kit?
Sure there is. They all carry quinine pills around these parts.
Well, we'll have to give him some right away. What was that?
It sounded like a knock on the door.
There it goes again. Go ahead. Open the door. Be quiet about it.
Okay.
Who is it, Jim?
The native. Hey, what do you want, fellow?
Is he alone?
Yeah, he's alone.
Now bring him in. Close the door after you.
Okay, Pete.
All right, now. What do you want?
Your cargo. Monsieur Jimmy Allen is mistaken. I am not so naked. My name is Jerome Gerard.
This is a surprise. Disguised as a native, Jerome Durac, the lost French pilot, emerges from the blackness of the Oriental night. Many more surprises are in store for you. Don't miss them.
This program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
Cherry's a girl who wanted to be taken seriously,
I am going to be a reporter.
but her body kept getting in the way.
Pretty girl, you could be a model. Sometimes I just wish I were a guy.
No, you don't. The male body needs sex at all times. It's a living hell.
So to prove to the men in her life she had a mind, Cherry decided to try life as a guy.
How do I look?
Dashing.
My zipper's open.
That was the dashing part.
What a fox. Dresses like Elvis Costello. Looks like the Karate Kid. I'm gonna get him.
Today's woman has the freedom to be just as sick and perverted as us guys.
She learned their secrets.
I have surprise jock inspections 3 times a week. A word to the wise.
And dated their women.
Yeah, but I got this one rule. I never go out with girls who say bitch.
Now the question is,
What's going on?
Wait, it gets better.
can a girl tell the boy she loves
Terry's such a stallion. Go on, show me hairy chest.
she's not the man he thinks she is?
Wait a minute, are those what I think they are?
Yep, it's one of a kind. My bro.
Just one of the guys.
Just confused.
Of course you're confused. You're wearing my underwear.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. It's always been a temptation, the first of a new year, to make resolutions. Well, even if you can't keep them all, it's good for the soul to make a few. May I suggest one that would be good in many ways and very easy to keep? Well, you've probably guessed it. But why not resolve in 1945 to practice protective housekeeping with wax, with genuine Johnson's wax? I mean, not just wax your floors, but go right through your house from front door to kitchen and give wax protection to your furniture and woodwork as well. To your windowsills, lampshades, ornaments, your refrigerator, picture frames, leather goods. The coat of wax protects all these surfaces from wear, makes cleaning ever so much easier, and adds immeasurably to the beauty of your home. Raise your right hand. In 1945, I will practice protective housekeeping with wax. Thank you. One subject that's always good for an argument at 79 Wistful Vista is Aunt Sarah. Mrs. Magee thinks she is a sweet, lovable old darling. And what Mr. Magee thinks of her shouldn't happen to a dog. You'll see what we mean as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
But, Magee, darling, you don't know what Aunt Sarah said. You didn't even read her letter.
I don't have to read her letters. I've read her character. That buck-clutching old bimbo is closer than 2 coats of shellac.
Now, please, Magee, Aunt Sarah's my own blood relative.
She might be if she had any.
Heavenly days. Anybody'd think Aunt Sarah was the stingiest woman in the world to hear you talk.
I can only think of one woman in history who dished out dough any slower.
Who?
The Venus de Milo. She didn't have any hands. Or pockets.
Aunt Sarah's just careful, Magee. You just remember she got caught in the panic of 1893.
That old prune was the panic of 1893. Got more folding money than Johnson has wax. And the only foundation she ever endowed was the one she's been wearing ever since. And that ain't an endowment. That's a trust.
Well, now, if you're so set against the poor old dear, I don't suppose you want any part of what she's sending us.
And you can play that on your ocarina in 6 flats, baby. I don't want any part of anything that'll... What's she sending us?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested. And it's a shame, too. She took such a fancy to you when she came to see us that time.
Oh, sure. I spent 9 days digging out that Civil War photo of hers out of the attic to put on the piano to show how we loved her. And what happened?
What did?
She took one look at it, sniffs, and says, "Oh, never had it tinted, did you?" Why, that knows it... What'd she say in her letter?
Well, she said she was sending us a valuable present. Registered insured mail.
Mm-hmm.
She said it belonged to her husband, and he'd always been very proud of it.
Her husband? If she's sending me another pair of those yellow button shoes of his, with the box toes... No. She wouldn't spend the dime to get something like that registered.
Oh, now, Magee, just because Aunt Sarah happens to have a little money is no...
A little money? Why, that old she-miser holds the first mortgage on Fort Knox. Why, she's got more Mazuma than...
Who's that?
I'll peek and see. Uh-oh. It's that mail woman.
Don't call her a mail woman. Sounds like a circus freak. Say the woman who delivers the mail.
It's too cumbersome. Why not just the baguette like we used to?
Well, all right. Come in.
Hi, sis. You got some mail for us?
No, I'm just going around ringing doorbells for the fun of it.
Don't ask silly questions, dear, if you don't want silly answers.
Is this 79 Wistful Vista?
No, we just put that number over the door to kid people, sis. This is really the Empire State Building.
Magee.
Well, she was asking silly questions herself, too.
Just a formality, sir. Is this lady Mrs. Molly Magee?
I am that.
Have you any identification, madam?
She's got a small scar on her elbow from getting it caught in the ringer, sis. We also had some x-rays of her teeth, but we used them for Christmas cards. You know, don't be down in the mouth. Have a Merry Christmas.
I'd prefer a ration book or a driver's license or something similar.
My goodness, I know the United States mail must go through, but must it go through all this?
I have a very valuable consignment for you, madam. I'm responsible for delivering it to the proper person.
Oh, my wife is proper, all right, sis. She'd rather eat a dry hamburger than spank the bottom of a ketchup bottle in public. And furthermore,
Be quiet, dearie. Here, miss. Here's a bracelet with my name on it. Where's the package?
Right here, madam.
Heavenly days, McGee. It's from Aunt Sarah.
That don't thrill me any, baby. Probably a handful of Dewey buttons.
Well, we'll soon see. You don't mind if I open this, miss?
Not at all, madam. I'll be glad to see that it was delivered in good condition.
Open the box. Open it up. Ah, I thought so. A little square of cotton. My gosh, what a gift. What do we use that for? To dry our tears at the thought of her generosity? A little dab of cotton.
Oh, that's just the way the box is packed, McGee. Now, look. Oh, it's Uncle Louie's diamond stick pin.
What? Woo! Wow. What a rock. Why, that must be 7 carats at least.
It's 10 carats if I ever ate one.
Pardon me. Would you mind signing for this, please?
Huh?
Oh, yeah, sure, of course. Thank you. Where do I sign?
Right here. Thank you. And here. Thank you. Now down here in 2 places. Thank you, thank you.
My gosh, sis. When you deliver stuff as valuable as this, you ought to travel with an armed guard.
I do.
Huh?
All right, men. Boat. Face. Forward. March.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play the Carioca.
Diamond I ever saw outside of the White Sox park.
Ah, good old Aunt Sarah. I knew the old girl had come through one of these days. My gosh, a 10-carat diamond.
Say, haven't you changed your tune about Aunt Sarah?
It's the same tune. I just fixed up the lyrics a little. Ah, great old gal, Aunt Sarah. I'm happy to admit I was wrong about her. To think of her sending me a diamond stick pin.
It was addressed to me, dearie, if you'll remember.
No, women don't wear stick pins.
Well, this one is going to wear this one. If I have to wear a necktie on my house dress. Isn't it beautiful?
Better than that, it's valuable. My gosh, diamonds must run about $1,000 a carat, and they get valuabler as they get bigger. So this ought to be worth about $15,000.
I've always wanted a big diamond. One that was really vulgar.
And you got one, Snooky. If you had this thing in a ring, you'd have to wear your arm in a sling. Ought to be carried over the shoulder in a pair of ice tongs. I never saw such a rock.
Oh, hello, Alice. Look what Aunt Sarah just sent us.
Yeah, a 10-carat diamond, Alice. Peek through your fingers at it. It ain't equipped with dimmers.
Creepers, isn't that beautiful? Oh, who did you say sent it to you?
My Aunt Sarah, Alice.
Yeah, our favorite relative, Alice. Grand old girl. One of the best.
Aunt Sarah. Isn't she the one that Mr. McGee is always saying that she's
a human piggy bank with a built-in grunt? Yeah. She's the one.
Well, my gosh, when a guy admits he was wrong, why
And he always gave me the impression that she was...
Going to sell her house and go live in her safe deposit box? Yes, he often said that.
Okay. My gosh, can anybody take a joke? Gee whiz. I was always very fond of Aunt Sarah, in my quiet way.
Well, it certainly is a gorgeous diamond, Mrs. McGee. I never knew oysters grew diamonds that big.
Oh. Oysters grow pearls, Alice.
Jeepers, pearls, too?
Why, the versatile little things.
No, Alice. Diamonds come from... They're grown, and the diamonds are a product of... They come from...
Aunt Sarah.
Yeah, people give them to you.
Was there something you wanted, Alice?
Yes, Mrs. Magee. I wondered if you had any extra V-mail stationery. I've got a stack of letters to write, and I haven't any V-mail paper left.
I'm sorry, kid. Nary a sheet of it. But there's plenty of other kinds in the desk there. You're welcome to.
Yes, you can take your choice of stationery from the Ambassador Hotel, the Santa Fe Railroad, the Chicago World's Fair, or the Kansas City Stockyard.
No, thanks. V-mail gets where it's going so much faster. I don't like to use anything else.
Why do they call it V-mail, anyway?
Well, I think it's because you can write voluminously, and it gets to various villages all over the world with such wonderful velocity.
Very valid, Vera. I always get a bang out of sending letters V-mail myself. Always feel like I'm slipping a fast one over on the postal department.
Why, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. It costs you 8 cents to send a letter airmail across the country, but send a V-mail letter and they'll fly it anywhere in the world for 3 cents. You can lick a stamp and stick out your tongue at the government at the same time.
Don't you like the government, Mr. Magee?
Why, he loves it, Alice. He loved his 4th grade teacher, too. But that didn't keep him from putting flypaper inside of her overshoes. He has a wide strain of mischief in him, and it is a strain.
Well, gee whiz, the guy's
Well, I guess I'd better get to the drugstore and get some V-mail stationery. I owe Jimmy Thompson another letter this week.
Another letter? 2 in 1 week?
3. You see, I used to go with Jimmy in high school.
Oh.
He was captain of the football team, the track team, and the basketball team.
3-letter man, eh?
Yes, so why should I cut him down now? Well, goodbye now, and take good care of that ice cube.
Oh, dear, Ice Cube is right, McGee. I'm a little afraid to have this diamond around the house.
Me too. Anybody found out we had a $15,000... Hey, Molly, get my gun. Quick, call the police. Run and hide. Don't stay here with me. Hurry up.
What on earth is the matter with you, McGee? You're as white as Christmas in Spitsbergen.
I just saw somebody peeking in the window. Tough-looking mug. Ugly puss on him. Gangster type.
My goodness, which window?
That one right there. You call the police while
McGee, that's not a window, that's a mirror.
Huh? Well, it just goes to show what could happen. Here, Molly, you better keep the diamond.
No, you take it. It makes me nervous.
You take it. It was sent to you.
But it was meant for both of us.
Well, you're a woman. You ought to have it.
You're a man. You can guard it better.
Yes, but, Chief...
Hello, folks. Hey, what are you looking so serious about?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. We were just debating about who should have custody of the diamond.
What diamond?
This one that Aunt Sarah just sent us. See?
Well, burn my toast if that isn't a rock.
Betcha.
Say,
That's
if that
your whistle.
Say, if that was crushed, you could pave a driveway with it.
Sir, a stone like that is like a restaurant pie, Junior. You got to study it before you cut it.
You say this thing was a gift?
Yes, for my Aunt Sarah, Mr. Wilcox. McGee's favorite aunt, as of 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I always loved Aunt Sarah, Molly. You know that. What would you say that diamond was worth, Junior?
Well, gee, I'm no jewel expert, pal, but offhand, I'd say this stone was worth about $20,000.
Heavenly days, $20,000.
I'd have said $15,000, but you know me, always conservative.
Look at it glitter.
Yep.
Well, I haven't seen anything gleam like that since I gave my last demonstration of how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat makes faded and worn linoleum glisten like new again.
Waxy, is there any subject that anybody could discuss that you couldn't whittle a sales angle out of it?
I don't know. Let me think. No.
What if this had been a ruby, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, that would have been a coincidence, Molly. It was my sister Ruby I was demonstrating the glow coat to. Just showing her how simple it is to pour a little glow coat on the scuffed and tired old linoleum, spread it around with a long-handled applier, and let it dry to a shiny, protective finish in 20 minutes or less. How it saves hours of tedious scrubbing.
Just a minute, Waxy. What if we showed you an emerald?
Oh, gee, that reminds me. The Emerald Avenue bowling alleys. We had a date to go bowling this afternoon, Fibber, remember?
Oh, my gosh, I'd forgot all about it, Junior. I'll get my hat and be right with you. Don't wait up for me, Molly,
McGee,
because...
No, please, now, don't leave me in the house alone with a $20,000 diamond. I'd be frightened to death.
Oh, but, Molly, I can't take it with me. You don't wear 10-carat diamonds to go bowling.
Well, I see where you're both going to be worn out if you keep this up. You don't dare go out, and you don't dare stay home with it around.
Well, what'll we do?
Have it insured and stop worrying.
Well, I never thought of that. Waxy, you're very bright.
Huh. If you think I'm bright, you ought to see a newly polished...
No, yes. Sure, we know. Do you mind if Magee doesn't go bowling with you tonight, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm sorry, Junior, but you see how it is.
Oh, that's okay, pal. We can go some other time. You get that stick pin insured. Hey, go see my cousin, Big Barney Wilcox, in the security building. He'll appraise it for you.
Does he handle jewelry insurance, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, he specializes in insuring jewelry and opera singers' voices.
Odd combination.
Oh, I don't know. An opera singer thinks as much of her precious stones as a jeweler. Tell Big Barney I sent you.
Precious tones, heavenly days.
Yeah. Ever notice, Molly, whatever you want done, he's always got a cousin or an uncle that can handle it?
Yes, it's pretty handy, too, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Well, I'll run upstairs and put on my face, Magee. We better leave right away.
Hey, we better tell Beulah we're going out. Oh, Beulah! Oh, Beulah!
Somebody whooping for Beulah?
Mr. Magee and I have to get downtown right away, but we'll be back for dinner.
Okay, ma'am. In case somebody call up while you're gone, you want me to take the backwarding address?
You mean forwarding address?
No, sir, I mean so you can call them back.
Oh, I see.
Well, we won't be gone long, Beulah. We're just going to have a diamond stick pin appraised and insured. Show it to her, Magee.
Here, Beulah. Take a look at that.
Mm-hmm. Heavenly days, if you don't mind me quoting you, ma'am. That is the gorgeousest, magnificentest diamond I ever did see. If Santa Claus bring you that, he got a new believer.
No, my Aunt Sarah sent us that, Beulah.
Aunt Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, ma'am, but ain't she the one Mr. Magee always saying she's as tight as a string on a tennis racket?
I'm just kidding about that, Beulah. Aunt Sarah is really a wonderful person. Sweet, generous, really lovable.
That's a revised estimate, ain't it, sir?
Slightly, Beulah. But who wouldn't revise their opinion of somebody who sent them a diamond like this?
Oh, you sure got something there, ma'am. I wish Ira could see this.
Ira?
Yeah, I said that's my finance.
You mean fiance, Beulah. Finance refers to money.
So do Ira. With the deepest respect. He think we ain't got enough yet to get married on.
He pretty cautious about money, Beulah?
Yes, sir, he is. He's a real nice boy, Ira is, but sometimes I wish he would fling a little. How much a little old diamond like this worth, folks?
Oh, 20,000 at a guess, Beulah.
20,000? How much is that in money, sir?
That's more than we ever saw, Beulah. That's why we've got to have it appraised and insured.
Yeah, it's a funny feeling, too. Here we've been on the rocks for 20 years, and now we got the rocks on us.
You got the rocks on you, you mean? Love that man.
The King's Men sing Don't Fence Me In.
Wildcat Kelly, looking mighty pale, was standing by the sheriff's side. When that sheriff said, I'm sending you to jail, Wildcat raised his head and cried. Oh, give me land, lots of land, under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Oh, no, 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 don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in. Just turn me loose. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western skies. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I wanna ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze at the moon till I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences, so don't fence me in. Just give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Never, never, never fence me in. Oh, never, never. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Never, never, never fence me in. I want to go loose. Let me straddle my own saddle underneath the western skies. Put me on the top of my cayuse. Let me wander over yonder till I I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze up at the moon until I lose all my senses. Take off the bracelets, I can't stand fences. Don't ever do it, no, don't fence me
Goodness, Magee, I never saw so many insurance offices in my life. Why are they all in the same building?
I don't know. I suppose they all get in the same building so they won't be bothered by insurance salesmen.
Yes, but...
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, Rumpelstiltskin, with the emphasis you know where.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Doc, you old tummy pumper. What are you doing in an insurance building? Making a deal with them before you knock off a couple of patients?
Why, Magee, what a horrible thought.
The idea of his even thinking is horrible enough, Molly. As a matter of fact, Lemonhead, I was paying the premium on my own insurance. Do you find anything sinister in that?
Yes, because you must have cheated to get any insurance in the first place. According to the charts, a guy of your weight ought to be 12 feet tall.
Ah, listen to Skinny Magee.
Yes, listen to Superman, spelled with 2 P's. Did you ever try leaving the table hungry? Pardon me, did you ever try leaving the table hungry?
No. Do you ever leave in the middle of a movie?
Oh, movies aren't fattening, Magee.
They're broadening, though, dear. And from the looks of him, he spent the best years of his life sitting through double features.
Well, you're about 4 axe handles across the pistol pockets yourself, Scotty. I don't mean Boy Scout hatchets. You ought to stand back and take a good... Hey, look what Aunt Sarah sent us, Doc.
We're going to get it appraised and insured.
Well, it's a very pretty stick pin.
What do you mean, a pretty stick pin? That's the doggonedest biggest diamond you ever laid your big fat eyes on.
Yes. I'm deeply impressed, Magee. Now what do I do? Tiptoe away with my hat in my hand?
Well, I thought it was pretty nice of Aunt Sarah to send it to us, Doctor.
You remember me speaking of Aunt Sarah, Doc? That wonderful aunt of ours with all the O'Day? We're very fond of her.
Yes, I've heard you speak of her, you little hypocrite. You said she was the worst...
Now, just a darn minute, Gamble. Never mind what I said. I won't have anybody disparaging Aunt Sarah. Even me.
We better be on our way before it gets too late, Magee.
Yeah, well, we'll see you later, Doc. Got to get to the appraiser before he closes up.
That's a one-sided worry. You could get to the Dutch East Indies before you close up.
Well, he wasn't much impressed by the diamond, was he, Magee?
No, but if it had been a gallstone that size, he'd have fell right on his face. Hey, here's where we're going. Big Barney Wilcox. Jewels appraised. Come on, boy.
Yes? And what can I do for you?
We want to see Mr. Big Barney Wilcox. Mr. Harlow Wilcox sent us.
Cousin of yours, I believe, Big.
Oh, yes. I haven't seen little Harlow in years. What's he doing now?
Oh, still plugging away.
Still plugging. Fine. And what could I do for you?
We want to get this diamond appraised for insurance, Big.
I see. Quite a large stone there. Just step in here, please.
Okay.
Heavenly days, a burglar would have a hard time breaking through that door, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would. Be much easier to come down through the ceiling. That's just plaster. Now then, you want this stick pin appraised?
That's the idea, Big. Just estimate it to the nearest $5,000. That's near enough.
Mm-hmm. Now, wait till I screw this glass in my eye. Mm-hmm. Now then, this won't take but a moment. Mm-hmm.
This diamond was sent to us by a wealthy aunt.
Mm-hmm.
Hated to leave it around the house without it being insured.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't like to carry it around either.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we couldn't get another one if we wanted it, Big.
Mm-hmm.
This aunt of ours has got all the dough in the world except a few bucks that are being spent on the war effort. Wonderful old girl, heart of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any flaws in the diamond, Mr. Big Barney?
Mm-hmm.
There aren't, eh?
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, this suspense is killing me. How much would you say it was worth?
Well, at a rough estimate, madam, I'd say there was about 40 cents worth of gold in the pen. Mm-hmm. And the diamond is strictly from the bottom of a beer bottle.
What? It's an imitation?
You mean it ain't a real diamond?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, that's Aunt Sarah for you. That penny-pinching, miserly old droop. She's got a tighter clutch than a 10-ton truck. What have I always said about her? She's the worst nickel-nibbling, pipe-pocketed old...
Winter must have been a very trying time to our grandmothers in the days when kitchen floors got scrubbed once a week, and please don't track up my floors was such a familiar request. How grateful those earlier housekeepers would have been for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Imagine not having to worry about wet feet tracking across the linoleum or things spilled. If there's a protective shield of glow coat on the floor, you can relax because spilled things wipe up in a jiffy. And the actual linoleum surface is protected against moisture, dirt, and wear. The regular use of glow coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, and of course keeps it bright and colorful all during its long life. And that's besides the major job of saving you work. Because it's self-polishing, glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. Shines itself while it dries in 20 minutes to a colorful luster. Yes, our grandmothers would have been mighty happy about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are millions of servicemen overseas who are awfully hungry for news. Just simple, gossipy news about you and home. Send them letters by V-mail, a lot of them, and often.
V-mail flies overseas. V-mail doesn't clog up the vital supply lines. But most important of all, V-mail means faster and more frequent mail to our men and women overseas. And keep your letters cheerful.
Yes, a guy with his feet in the mud, dodging high explosive, and gnawing on emergency rations shouldn't be bothered with sisters' measles, late laundry, and family feuds.
Write cheerfully, write often. Write V-mail. Right?
Right. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Young America takes to the sky. And today, a few short months after intense training started, this country is well on the way to having the world's finest air fleet. Sleek bombers, fast pursuit ships, transports, and scouting planes. These ships are manned by crews who short weeks ago were cadets at Army training academies. In the scenes that follow, partly fact and partly fiction, you will see what life with the flying cadets is like. A new class arrives at a typical Army Air Corps training center. Many of these men are high school graduates between the ages of 18 and 22. Upon completing their course, they will be pilot sergeants. Others between 18 and 35 will study navigation or ground crew work. For many, the beginning of a promising career.
Mister! Get your eyes on the point, mister. Hold back those shoulders. Mister, put your hand on that chest. Well, make a move. There, mister. Look straight ahead. Good, sorry, me, mister. Turn around.
Obviously, you're not pilots, and I doubt if you're very good mechanics.
Well, there must be something around here that we can do.
Sure, Major. There's thousands and thousands of guys like Blackie and I that want to do something to serve their country.
Maybe we haven't got training, but we're willing to try. Honest, we'll try hard, too. It all don't mean nothing if you don't give us this chance. After all, our heart's in the right places.
I understand all that,
Look, Major, when I was a little bit of a kid, I was too fat to play on a baseball team, so they made me the bat boy. And then when the football season came around, I couldn't run fast enough to make the football team, so they made me the water boy. And now, Major, when you're training the biggest team that we ever had, there surely must be a place for Blackie and I, maybe as a water boy or a bat boy. Won't you, Major, give us a chance?
Spread your wings, you eagles, and fly. Time for fledglings to take to the air. Hit the beam and get those planes in the sky. And let's keep them flying there. We're an all-American team. And we see every play eye to eye. Hit 'em hard and fast, let that be our theme. And let's keep 'em flying high.
Gentlemen, by your presence here, you have indicated your ambition to become a part of the greatest air force the world has ever known. I congratulate you upon your decision. In point of years, the story of the Army Air Corps is a brief one, but it is also a distinguished one. Your training of 20 weeks here will be an exacting task. But when it is completed, you will go on to advanced training in the Army's West Point of the Air. When you graduate, you will be commissioned in the Air Corps of the United States Armies. There are other jobs in the Corps that are just as important. Aeronautical engineers, observers, navigators, meteorologists, photographers, and a host of others. Remember, for every pilot that hits the blue, it takes many other highly trained men to keep his ship in shape, on its course, and properly manned. Those men are the backbone of the Corps.
So you guys wanted to get in the air service, huh? Well, brother, you're in it. Now get busy and taxi that plane off the field.
Come on, you heard what he said. Taxi the plane off the field.
Taxi! Taxi!
What are you doing?
Oh, taxi!
What's the matter with you? Gotta get a cab. Get the plane off. Oh, no, it's nothing of the kind. Over here, we've got to get it off. Huh? We've got to get it off. Okay. Which way are we going? This way?
That way. What's the matter now?
Can't budget.
Come on, get on that wheel.
Okay. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Contact! Contact! What are you talking about? Oh, ain't you an aviator? Contact.
All right.
That means...
Well, get a hold of it. Come on.
Come on.
What's wrong? What's wrong now? What is it? What's the matter? What's the matter?
Well, what's the matter?
What?
Oh, all right.
Under the supervision of competent instructors, cadets receive the finest training in the world. They learn the technique of flying, solo and formation, the mechanics of their planes, navigation, the proper handling of armaments, aerial photography, and a score of allied subjects.
Now, to make sure that you've all understood, I'd like one of you to repeat in detail the description I've just given. What about you, Mr. Roberts?
Huh?
I'm sure you won't have any trouble.
What do you mean?
About the aerial-type torpedo.
Oh, well, this torpedo is a recent and valuable addition to Air Force armament. It functions for both air and water attack. It has a water speed capable of 56 knots and airspeed unlimited. It contains 963 pounds of high explosive in the warhead, which is enough to make a molehill out of a mountain. And the motor of the torpedo was started by the simple expedient of releasing that pin. Anything else, Professor?
Intensive though the course is, there is time out for play, or even a fledgling pilot needs relaxation. In this scene from the Universal picture, Keep 'em Flying, Martha Ray and the Six Hits give out with a little boogie-woogie.
We're out in Kansas City on 1-2 Street. They say that there's a guy they call Bigfoot Pete. He plays piano by ear. Turn, he plays all night for pigs, feet, and beer. He's murder on the 88. He's the guy that brought the boogie-woogie up to date. He's got a cannon in his left hand and a rifle in his right. He's just a double-barrel game. And he shoots the 8-beat shoot and a black little baby. He's just a solid whiz. I'll tell you who he is. He's Bigfoot Pete, a boogie-woogie's elite.
The climax in a man's training comes when he is ready to solo. There can be no greater thrill for a man than to feel himself at the controls of one of these superpowered ships, sending it soaring, diving, obeying his every command. And it is just as great a thrill for the men of the ground crew. For behind every pilot, behind every ship that takes to the air, is the skill, industry, and devotion of the heroes on the ground, without whose aid it would be impossible to keep them flying.
Boy, is it cold. Why did they put air cooling systems in these hangars? I'm going out and get my jacket. Seat or get off. Look what he tells me to get off. Look! Maggie! Take my hand. Take my hand. Bring it out to me!
The course is over, and in graduation ceremonies, the men receive their commissions. They are ready for the Army now, ready to do their share in national defense. For they realize that to defend our land, we must first and foremost defend the air above it.
Spread your wings, you eagles, and fly. Time for fledglings to take to the air. Hit the beam and get those planes in the sky. And let's keep them flying there. We're an all-American team. And we see every play eye to eye. Hit them hard and fast, let that be our theme. And let's keep them flying high.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. You'll wake up our listeners.
It's Texaco time with Jack Haley, Christina Carroll, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Your neighborhood Texaco dealer has built his reputation on high-quality products. Products like Texaco's Fire Chief and Texaco's Sky Chief gasoline, insulated Haviland motor oil, and many others identified by the Texaco star. Today, when quality means most in keeping your car delivering your essential transportation, remember the records which Texaco quality products have made in maintaining the essential transportation of the airlines, bus lines, and railroads of America. More revenue airline miles are flown with Texaco, and more buses, locomotives, and railroad cars are lubricated with Texaco in the United States than with any other brand. That proves the quality of the Texaco products your Texaco dealer uses when you have him help you care for your car for your country. Folks, due to the shortage of basic metals, the Treasury Department is asking people who have been saving old pennies to put them back into circulation. We now bring you a man who may not be hoarding pennies, but he sure has a cent on him. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I heard that bit of scent whimsy you indulged in there. Were you referring to me or some odor comedian that you had in mind? Can I help what they write in? What do I know? I looked at
No, Fred, the government needs pennies. I was just trying to be clever.
Now, look, you're trying to be clever. Look, Jimmy, you can be clever on the Camel Caravan. On this program, I just wish you'd be funny. And another thing, Jimmy, I wish you'd try and pep up my introduction. You know, lately you bring me on as though you were Mr. Bolivar and I was 8:15. Now, after this, I wish you'd watch that.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, are you putting your pennies back into circulation?
You bet. I'm making up slogans to help, too.
You mean to get children to stop hoarding their pennies?
Yes. One slogan is, we won't be happy till we have no sense.
Oh, that's good. Thousands of little kiddies running around saying we won't be happy till we have no sense. That's going to help a lot.
Another one is, get those pennies out of your banks and into our tanks.
Well, that is very clever, it says here. Now, if Mary Livingston will turn in that bad penny on her program, the government will be all set.
Say, Fred, did you hear Jack tonight?
Yes, Jimmy, I did.
Falstaff Openshaw was on Jack Benny's program, Jimmy.
Well, I know that. He recited one of my poems on the program.
Oh, yes? What was it?
It was a welcome, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It went, I bring you greetings from Fred Allen, who's listening to your show today. He's sitting by an open window, hoping the smell will blow away.
Well, did you really write that greeting to Jack, Fred?
Yes, I did, Jimmy, but that was before I heard his program. You see, after I heard Benny's program, I wrote another poem. Get this. I heard your program, Mr. Benny. By an open window was the place. A show like you put on tonight, you should do in the Fuhrer's face. I guess that'll take care. I guess that'll take care of old Father McCree, all right. Now I'll get busy with our question.
What is the question tonight?
Well, recently, as you know, Portland, bingo has been declared illegal here in New York City. All of the bingo games run by theaters and many organizations here have been stopped. And so tonight, our question is, what is your reaction to this bingo ruling?
Are you going to ask those same people you talked to last week?
Yes, when you want to know how the average person feels about any vital issue, Portland, all you have to do is drop around to Allen's Alley. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Are you going to knock on the same doors?
Yes, I think so. The man in this first house, John Doe, was very helpful with our coffee question last week. I'll see how he feels about bingo.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes.
What is it, another survey?
Yes, it is. What do you think of this bingo ruling?
It's an awful blow to me.
You're sorry to see bingo go?
Well, yeah. Thanks to bingo, I ain't seen my wife for 6 years.
Your wife is a bingo fiend?
Every night she's out to different clubs playing. Monday night, it's the Daughters of Daniel Boone Social Club.
That's Monday.
Tuesday, it's Spencer's Too Old to Be Waxed.
That's a club. And Wednesday?
Wednesday, it's some new club. Girls Who Formerly Knew Rudy.
Girls Who Formerly Knew. And you say this has been going on?
For 6 years. Every night is the same routine. I come home, my wife's gone. In the frying pan, instead of dinner, there's a note.
Well, what's in the note?
One word. Bingo.
Well, now that bingo's been stopped, I suppose your wife will come back home.
That's what she thinks.
Oh, you mean?
Tonight, I'm leaving a note in the frying pan.
Aha.
It's just going to say one word.
Bingo?
Reno.
Well, that takes care of John Doe. Now, who was in this next house here? I forget.
No.
I forgot your name, madam.
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
That's right, Mrs. Nussbaum. Well, tell me, how do you feel about the banning of bingo?
To me, personally, it is come see, come sour.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, formerly I'm playing bingo in the clubhouse.
Oh, in the club? What club?
Bachelor Girls of Avenue B.
Well, I see.
Well, when bingo is stopping, we are closing up the club. On the door, we are putting a fetlock.
A fetlock on the door. There's no horsing around when you put a fetlock on it. Well, tell me, have the girls given up the game?
Confidentially, we are playing in our waffle shop.
Well, how can you play bingo in a waffle shop?
First, we are ordering waffle.
Yeah?
The waffles is coming.
Uh-huh.
In each square in the waffle is cooked a number.
The waffle looks like a bingo card, huh?
Exactly.
Well, how do you fill out your card?
When everybody's getting a waffle,
Yes.
the waiter is going into a phone booth.
Uh-huh.
Without taking off the phone, the waiter is calling Circle 12, Brian 43, Liberty 96.
As the waiter calls these numbers?
We are filling in the waffle.
Oh, fine.
Who is first filling in 5 holes is yelling Waffle-o.
Waffle-o. They yell, Waffle-o, huh?
This is winning the jackpot.
Oh, the jackpot. But what will happen if the police ever break in?
Before they are catching us,
Yes?
the waffle players is eating up the evidence.
Eating the evidence. You eat the waffles with gusto?
No, with maple syrup. Delicious.
So much for Mrs. Nussbaum. And now this tenement here. You're Mr.
I'm shocked by this mulligan.
That's right, so you are. What do you think about this bingo business, Socrates?
It's the end of me.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I was running a movie theater. Business was brutal.
Did you try double features?
I had triple features.
You did, really?
The outside, I had singing pickets. Inside the lobby, I had a guy sewing a woman in half. Outside the ladies' lounge, I had a mind reader.
Yeah.
Matinees, I had a doctor taking kids' tonsils out.
For the matinee. Well, that's a new idea in the picture theater. What's that? Were you giving away dishes?
I was giving away dishes with full-course dinners on it. Tuesdays, I was serving a vegetable plate.
On Tuesday, huh? And still no business.
Not till I put in bingo. Then I was cleaning up.
And now that... now that bingo is gone...
Oh, business is brutal again. I'm back trying everything.
Really?
One night I raffled off turkeys. The next night I raffled off the coal in the cellar.
Yeah?
Last night I raffled off the seats in the balcony.
Oh, that's too bad.
I gotta get back to the theater.
Why?
I gotta kiss my wife goodbye.
Oh, is your wife leaving?
Yeah, I'm raffling her off tonight.
That brings us to the last house in Allen's Alley, Portland. We'll see who's in here.
All hail to my humble abode, my little house by the side of the road.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You're just in time to hear my new batch of poems.
You have some new ones?
Yes. Have you heard One Night We Split a Blintz, and I haven't seen her since?
No, I don't think I have.
Or, the big bull moose said I'm on the loose as he made a date with the little white goose?
No, I haven't heard that either.
My mother hasn't got the shakes, officer. She just stepped out of that Jeep.
Now, wait a minute. You have finally desecrated the occasion. Tonight, we frog in your throat.
Yes, old boy.
Is it an AFRA member, I hope?
Yes.
Tonight it belongs to the AFRA. the Radio Actors
Carries
Union.
a card.
The frog carries a card. May I see it later, if you don't mind? Tonight, you have upset everything. Tonight, we have been discussing the bingo ban.
Precisely why you are here. I have
What is your poem called?
You can't play bingo tonight, Mother.
How does it go?
A mother bent over the cradle to kiss her tiny son. The mother was off to play bingo now that her day's work was done. As her lips brushed the little tyke's cheek and she patted his tousled head, the baby opened one big green eye, and to his mother he said, "You can't play bingo tonight, Mother, for bingo is banned in New York." "Who told you, son?" said the mother. "Hush all this silly talk." "I had a dream," the baby cooed. "'Twas in a bower by a daisy stalk. A little high voice in the garden shouted, 'Bingo is through in New York.' That's how I know there's no bingo, Mother. Promise me you won't scold me. It was there in the garden I heard it. The little flower told me."
Thank you very much. Thank you, Falstaff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 short years ago, a charming young lady launched her singing career on our program. Tonight, we welcome back Miss Christina Carroll, and her song is Ouvre ton coeur. Thank you, Miss Carroll. That was splendid. And now a word from Slim Jim Wallington.
Slim Jim Wallington? What's this Slim Jim stuff?
Jimmy, look at all the weight you've lost there around the middle lately. Why, you could let a friend climb into that suit with you and start a Share the Ants Club.
Yes, I've been doing a lot more walking since gasoline rationing started.
Well, you stopped wasting tires and dropped that spare tire around your waist, huh? Well, that proves that the gasoline rationing has its good points.
You bet. It has a lot of them, Fred. Rubber Director Jeffers has pointed out that it's the only way to solve America's rubber problem and keep our essential transportation going. Rationing gives. It doesn't take. The entire purpose of the plan is to let American drivers get to work and back and use their cars for other necessary purposes, not this month only and next month, but for the months to come. And what's more, with car conservation so necessary, it's smarter than ever to see your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly.
Well, how so, Jimmy?
Well, Fred, a Texaco dealer isn't just a man who supplies you with fire chief or sky chief gasoline. He's an expert who specializes in high-quality service, too. Service that's planned to help you get the most in essential transportation from your car. Today, it's vital to keep wear and waste from putting your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer regularly.
That was just a suggestion of Gobs of Love, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. The sweetest music this side of Union Square, ladies and gentlemen. And now for our next...
Mr. Allen is unfair. Mr. Allen is
Now,
unfair.
wait a minute, Portland. What is this picketing?
You're unfair.
Unfair how?
Well, lately, you've been singing on the program and playing your clarinet. You never let me do anything.
Well, what is it you want to do?
I wrote a song about conserving wildlife.
Conserve? Well, you better hurry up and sing it. The way the mayor has been going lately, there won't be any wildlife left in New York to conserve. What is your song called?
Be kind to our web-footed friends.
Be kind to our web-footed... How does it go?
You mean I can sing?
Well, that we'll decide when you finish. Meantime, go ahead.
All right. Be kind to our web-footed friends, my dear friends, for a duck may be somebody's mother. Be kind to our web-footed friends from the swamps, for a goose may be somebody's brother. Now, you may think this is the end of my song. Well, it is. It certainly is. It certainly is. No doubt about it. Do you think my song will make the hit parade?
No, but it will keep Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition on for another week. You understand? And that reminds me.
Mr. Allen.
Pop Bergman, the doorman.
Run for your life, Mr. Allen. There's a maniac in the building.
A maniac?
Yes, he says he's going to kill you. He says you insulted him last Sunday night.
Insulted? Insulted whom?
I don't know. He says you called him by the right. His name is Healy or Hooley or something.
It must be Haley.
Haley, that's it. He's frothing at the mouth.
Well, look, he's frothing at the mouth. Tell him to shave and you go out and stall him off.
I'll try.
Who's this Haley?
Well, it must be Jack Haley. You know, he's starring in that show, Showtime, with Georgie Jessel. Last Sunday, you probably heard, Jessel and I had Haley on the pan around. Listen to this.
Just a minute. Get away. Kick your hand off of me.
Jack Haley. Well, Jack.
Don't jack me, you snake in the grass, you two-timing Benedict Arnold.
But, Jack...
I heard what you and Jessel said about me last week for broken down hams.
Now, wait a minute.
Tell him off, Mr. Allen.
Now, you keep out of this, Portland.
Yes, Portland. Call up the Red Cross. Tell them there'll be some loose blood around here in a minute.
Well, it won't be my blood. I'm anemic.
Put up your dukes, bird legs.
Bird legs?
Your legs look like two pieces of dental floss with the wax scraped off of them.
A little sight laugh helps. Now, look, brother, I'm not on your draft board, but you lay one solitary hangnail on me, and I'll knock you into 4F.
Oh, yeah? I'll pull those bags down from under your eyes and put them in the knees of your pants.
Now, that has done it. Take off those glasses, Haley.
I'll take my glasses off. Hand me a seeing-eye dog, somebody.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. We're losing our heads. Why should we fight? Why, we're old friends from Boston. We were kids together.
Yes, and you were a pretty old kid. You had varicose veins in kindergarten.
Why, when we were babies, our mothers used to dress us alike. Remember those zoot rompers with the pleat seats we had? Remember the time we took my father's watch apart and I gave you the works?
Yeah, and you gave me the works again last Sunday, you and that jerk who works with me in Showtime.
Now, wait a minute. Be careful. You've got Jessel wrong, Jack. Why, Georgie's crazy about you. He thinks you're a nice, clean kid.
I should be clean, the way I get brushed off on that show.
Well, you're in the show, aren't you?
Sure, but who sees me? I'm in the dark all the time.
In the dark?
Jessel's brother-in-law runs the spotlight.
You mean he only puts it on Jessel?
Last night, Jessel left the theater, and the spotlight followed him up Broadway into Lindy's restaurant.
I'll bet the spotlight came out with the check between you and I. But all kidding aside, Jack, how is Georgie in the show?
Fred, how long have you known me?
Oh, about 30 years.
Have I ever lied to you, Fred?
No, Jack. How is Georgie in the show?
Can I say this word I wrote down here? Can I say it on the air?
Let me see. No, Jack, you can't say it.
No other word describes Jessel.
But according to the... That's the first egg Jessel ever laid by remote control. Out in the building. But according to the critics, Georgie's a big hit in the show.
A hit with that voice?
You mean he sings flat?
When Jessel sings shortening bread, it comes out rye crisp.
Why, Jack, when Georgie sings, he cries.
If you were as close to Jessel singing as he is, you'd cry, too.
Look, Jack, let's keep our heads. Georgie and I did make a few cracks, I'll admit.
Oh, I'm not mad about that, Fred. But when you said you were going to work with Jessel, that really hurt.
Well, Georgie did make me an offer. You know, he's putting out a showboat. Jessel's combination showboat and floating delicatessen. He's got a convoy. He's going to sail up and down the Hudson with 8 acts of vaudeville and hot pastrami.
Oh, forget Jessel, Fred. I'll put out a show and you and I can work together.
A double act?
Yeah, we'll call the act Allen and Haley Put Down That Shillelagh.
Well, I can't. Where can you get a shillelagh? But I can't go back in the theater, Jack. I'm used to high living. Underwear, fat cigars, Tums after every meal.
But you don't get those laughs we used to get in vaudeville.
No, that's right.
Say, remember the stage manager at the Gem in Kankakee?
The guy with the glass eye?
Yeah, every time he got drunk, he'd cry putty.
Oh, yes, I remember. Say, remember that boarding house in Baltimore?
Mother Martin's?
Yes, Mother Martin had a sign out front, George Washington slept here.
Yeah, and he left his sword in my mattress.
Remember those meals? Mother Martin used to serve a steak as big as a Ubangi's lower lip.
Yeah, I had a steak there one time. I went to cut it, and it moved in the gravy.
Rare, huh? Remember that hotel in South Bend with the little rooms?
Say, I had a room there one time. It was so small, if you walked in your sleep, you had to stand up in the bed and mark time.
Oh, you had one of the big rooms there. My room was so small it had stunted mice in it. Well, you couldn't even sing Mr. 5x5. You had to cut him down to Mr. 2x4.
That reminds me of that little theater in Des Moines.
The Majestic?
Yeah, that theater was so small, if an actor took a bow on the stage, his dandruff fell out in the lobby.
Say, I played a theater up in Maine one time. It was so far back in the woods, the assistant manager was a bear in there.
A cinnamon bear?
Yes.
I played that joint. The usher in the balcony was an owl.
That's right. He was molting the week I was there. Say, did you ever play Centralia, Illinois?
Was that where the guy played vaudeville in a lunch wagon?
That was the Keith House.
Oh.
I played there for low. It was a silo. The first matinee I walked out on the stage, 2 woodpeckers ate up my cane. Say, Fink and his mule are on the bill. Whatever became of Fink, Jack?
Well, things were tough, and, Fink never gave up hope. Fink starved himself so the mule could eat.
No kidding.
Fink's draft board called him the other day.
What happened?
Fink was rejected, and the mule is with the commandos.
No kidding. Say, have you seen Waldo and his elephant lately?
I met Waldo. The elephant died.
No kidding.
He became allergic to peanuts and just wasted away.
Say, I remember one time in Sioux City, 2 trucks full of bicarbonate drove up to the theater. The elephant had indigestion. Well, after he finished the second truck of bicarbonate, the elephant burped and blew out the back of the theater there.
Come on back in vaudeville with me, Fred, will you? I've got a whole show lined up. It'll be a sensation.
Well, what acts have you got?
Well, the show opens up with Callahan's Camels.
Oh, not Callahan's Camels, Jack.
I know it's a bad act, but we got to have transportation.
What other acts have you got?
Rube Finkelhoff, the hillbilly with his musical saw.
Good.
Morrow and Welch, those pixies from Dixie.
Good, I've caught them in New Rochelle. We ought to have a sword swallower, though.
Well, I had the great Zeno signed, but he's out now.
He couldn't get steel for his sword?
No. Zeno had special celluloid swords made up, and they worked swell.
Well, what happened?
Well, at rehearsal, Zeno swallowed 4 celluloid swords. He got a heartburn and cremated himself.
Well, that's the way Zeno would have wanted to go in a blaze of glory, Jack. Tell me, who else is on the bill?
Oh, I've got a great girl act. Honey Van Nordstrom and her striptease.
You mean that knock-kneed dame? Why, she has to butter her knees to walk, Jack.
I know she's a mess, but the act's a novelty. Honey opens up in a sarong, carrying a silver fox cape on her arm.
Yeah?
The minute the audience see those bones, everybody yells, "Put it on, put it on."
Your show is dynamite, Jack, but what can you and I do in it?
Well, you remember the act we rehearsed last spring. We open up with a couple of fast jokes like, she was only a girl in an orange juice stand, but she's all right in a tight squeeze.
My girl works in the bottle factory. She's a corker.
Oh, yeah, great.
Well, what do we do after we tell these jokes? Just step over the over and leave?
No, we finish with that old-time song and dance we did, remember?
Say, that's right. We wore those straw skimmers.
Yes, I got them right here. Here are the straw hats. Here's yours, and here is mine.
Well, that's good. Now, wait till I get my hat on here,
All
Jack.
right, I get mine.
All right, you can give the music cue, Jack.
Yes, sir. If you please, Professor. It's moonlight all the time on Broadway. Every night the sky is clear. You can always see a lot of stars on Broadway. Every evening they appear. There is no roading down on Broadway, but taxi cabs are just as fine. Cars moonlight all the time on dear old Broadway, and every night is summertime. Time on dear old Broadway, and every night is summer, every night is summer, every night is summertime. We don't mean winter, every night is summertime. Thank you. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Haley for his offer tonight. I'm considering it. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our annual Christmas play, and our singing guest will be Miss Reese Stevens, lovely star of the Metropolitan Opera Company. And, Jimmy, I guess that about covers the business at hand. Have I overlooked anything?
No, Fred, but there's one thing some car owners have overlooked, and that is getting their cars set for winter the thorough Texaco way. Drive around to your Texaco dealer tomorrow and have him give your car expert protection against cold weather trouble.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to them.
I said to myself quite calmly, he'll come this way and be killed unless you hurry and warn him. And I didn't warn him because
men like Robert aren't killed by accident. They're stabbed in the back, like Caesar.
You bought up the farm for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Your husband threw him off the place, didn't he?
Yes.
And when he left you and Midford here alone, that was the disaster, wasn't it?
Jeffrey knows nothing about it.
You did it alone. I don't even care why you wanted to get rid of Forrest. I only care that you won't let me help you. I'm in love with you. Don't you understand that? You can't do this to me.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Well, Chester?
It's another one, Mr. Dillon. Laying near his wagon. The horse was still hitched and was grazing.
Another stabbing?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. 2 buffalo hunters found him early this morning on the road leading out to Cimarron Crossing. We just brought him back.
Who was he?
His name was Jones. Les Jones. Been in town a couple of days buying supplies and food.
Where'd he come from?
Well, some of the boys told me he's got a little farm on up the Arkansas piece. Got a wife, too. Pretty little thing, they tell me.
Yeah. You know anything more about him?
He was at Tab Slade's saloon last night playing faro.
Drunk?
Oh, we'd had a belt or two, but not drunk. Did all right at the faro table. He pretty much had $2,000.
$3,000 and a widow woman on the Arkansas River.
Beg pardon, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, nothing, Chester. The money's gone, of course.
Yes, sir.
Ask Doc to come down when he can, will you, Chester?
Right. Doc, come down a minute. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Coming. I'm coming.
Did Jones have a gun on him, Chester?
We found a sharp special in his spring wagon. He wasn't carrying anything on him. It's outside. You want to see it?
Had it been fired?
No, sir.
Well, good morning, Marshal. Wanted to see me?
I wanted to ask you a question, Doc.
Yeah?
There have been 2 stabbings in 2 months. Jones makes the 3rd. Do you think the same person killed the other 2?
Well, there's no way to be sure, but from the position of the wound in the body, and from the angle of the knife thrust, I'd say that the killer or killers used the same...
Doc, I just wanted a simple answer.
Yes, I think the same person murdered all 3 men.
Yeah. Any way of telling how long Jones has been dead?
Oh, well, I'm not a Pinkerton man, but I'd say sometime after midnight. Between 3 or 4 in the morning, maybe. And I'd also say from the amount of bleeding...
Okay, Doc. Chester?
Yes, Mr.
Get
Dillon?
my horse. I'm going to ride out to the Jones place. I figure Miss Jones will want to know.
Hello, mister.
Howdy, Bub.
I live here. Where are you from?
I'm from Dodge.
Dodge. Sneaked you right all the way from Dodge?
Sure.
Get down and I'll water your horse.
All right. Yeah, here you are. What's your name, son?
Alvin Jones. My dad is Les Jones. I guess you know him, huh?
Yeah, sure. I guess most everybody knows him. Your mother in the house?
You gonna stay for dinner?
Well, I don't think so. Is she in the house?
Yeah, she's there. Just go on up. Don't worry about your horse.
Thank you.
Alvin, stop that. Don't be
It's not Alvin, Miss Jones.
Oh, I am sorry. I thought it was my son.
My name is Dillon, Miss Jones. Marshal Dillon of Dodge.
Come in, Marshal.
Thank you, ma'am.
You care for some buttermilk? Or maybe out here men don't drink buttermilk like they do at home.
Well, thank you, but nothing for me. Miss Jones, I got some unpleasantness for you.
Yes?
It's about your husband.
He's in trouble?
I left Dodge 4 hours ago. I thought I should be the one to tell you.
He's hurt bad.
More than bad, Miss Jones.
I pulled the saddle off your horse, mister. Snake sees a good one.
Well, thank you, son.
Alvin, this is Marshal Dillon from Dodge.
The Marshal?
Alvin, your pa won't be home for a while, the Marshal said.
Well, not for how long?
Well,
Well, not for how long, Ma?
Not for quite a time, son, so you will have to run things a while longer.
Snakes, I can take care of them all, right?
Sure you can, Alvin. Would you stay to eat?
No, thank you, ma'am. I got to get back to Dodge. Miss Jones, could I
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
talk to the boy, Miss Jones? Explain it so's He won't be bitter. Too many gunfighters got their start from a killing like this.
I'll try, Mr. Dillon. I'll try.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And make sure you got enough whiskey to finish the night this Thursday weather.
Oh, we've got plenty, Mr. Slade. If no fight starts that... Oh, Mr. Slade. There's company coming. Marshal Dillon just walked in.
Oh, set that bottle of rye up on the bar.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, Matt. Join me in a drink?
Thank you, I will.
What kind of dry? You've been traveling?
Yeah, I've been up the river a bit to the Jones place.
Jones?
Tell his wife she's a widow.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. It's too bad.
He was in here last night, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, he was.
You wouldn't know anything about his being killed, would you?
What are you asking me, Dillon?
Straight question.
Are you saying I killed him?
Just asked a question, Slade.
I don't know anything.
Someone knifed that man after he left here. He was taking a lot of money out of your place. You had a reason.
I wasn't even here last night. My partner, Ben Ramirez, was running the place.
Where were you?
I was with his sister.
All evening?
Till late enough.
Where's Ben and his sister now?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
Well, I think I'll ride out and have a talk with him. And Slade.
Yeah?
If you have any big winners tonight, make sure they get home safe. Huh?
There's no one there.
Huh?
You look very foolish. You cannot see me?
No, I can't see you.
Well, don't be mad at me. I'll come to where you are. You see, one side of the shadow, and here I am. What do you want?
I'm looking for Ben Ramirez.
He is not at home.
Or his sister.
I am his sister. What's the matter? You don't believe me?
Well, yes, but I thought...
You thought I would be in the house? Why, when the night is so beautiful? You want to talk with me?
I want to talk with your brother.
But he's not here. So why not talk with me?
My name's Matt Dillon. I'm Marshal of Dodge.
I know. I've been wanting to meet you.
Yeah, I've come on business.
I like business. Talk with me.
Last night, maybe after midnight, a man was killed on the river road.
Killed?
By a knife, stabbed in the chest.
Why do you tell me this?
He was carrying $3,000 he won at Slade's.
And so?
Tab Slade told me he spent last evening with you.
He came for dinner. He often does. He thinks he loves me.
Your brother, was he here?
Tab Slade and Ben own the saloon together. They're partners. They think at least one should be there all the time. Ben went down after we ate.
Did Slade, was he here long?
Yes. He's my fiancé. So it's all right. Isn't it, Marshal?
Oh, that's your business, Miss Ramirez.
My name is Evelita. You could call me Eve.
When do you expect your brother?
I don't know what my brother does. He may be home soon. He may be late. I don't know. I've seen you when I've been in town, Matt Dillon.
Yeah?
I don't ride in often. Slade's such a fool. He and my brother don't like me to come to town.
Well, Dodge is rough, Miss Ramirez.
Always he has to protect me. Men are such fools. But Matt Dillon is not so. Are you? You wouldn't keep me out of town.
Well, that's not my affair, Miss Ramirez. It'd be for your brother and Tab Slade to say.
Tab Slade thinks we will marry. Well, we won't. Because I don't love him. I don't love anybody. But I could. Maybe.
Miss Ramirez.
Don't you find me attractive?
Well, yes.
Oh, why don't you kiss me?
Well, no, I didn't mean
No.
to. Dylan? I've got a gun pointed at the back of your head.
Ben, I want to.
Fooling with another man's fiancée isn't smart, Dylan.
Ben, please.
He'll go inside.
All right.
Aren't you going to say anything, Dylan? What do you want me to say, Ben? Oh, by this time, most men will be crawling. You're a hard one, Dylan. I can't fight a man who's behind me in the dark with his gun drawn. There, is that better? You can see me now. Takes a small man to make love to another man's woman. You can't haze me into a draw. I'm not trying to. I don't want a gunfight. I just want to talk, Dylan. Well, you're calling it. I saw Slade just a few minutes after you left this place. He told me you were trying to tie us with a murder. I said he was wrong and came up here to get the straight of things. From what I saw a minute ago, he might have been right after all. You'd like his woman, so it'd be handy to have him out of the way. Is that the way you figure it, Ramirez? Yeah, that's the way I figure it. The only reason I came to your place was to talk to you. I want to find the killer, Mr. Jones, and thought you might be able to help. Well, you're not going to get any information sniffing around Eve. What's your plan, Ramirez? I'll give you some advice, Marshal. Tab Slade's been a good friend of me, and I'll help him protect anything that's his. Eve's his, so stay away. You're not going to find a killer while you're saying pretty things. Are you through? All right, then listen to me. You say Slade had nothing to do with those killings. I won't say he did because I don't know, but I'm going to find out who did it, and if it was Slade, I'll get him. Now, do I ride back to town? Yeah, ride back to Dodge, Marshal, and between here and where your horse is tied, don't so much as twitch a finger. I don't know whether you're a fool or a brave man, Ramirez, but just let me give you one bit of advice. Don't tire the wrong brand. It's easy to do. Just walk away, Marshal. To your horse. And walk easy. Marshal. Yeah? If you find out who killed Jones, let me know. I'll do that, Ben. I sure will.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Hello, I'm Kathy Lewis, the girl who plays Jane on My Friend Irma. Irma, tie this string around your finger to remind you that starting Sunday, we go on the air at 9:30 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
All right, Jane.
Good girl. Now, what's that string to remind you of?
To buy some more string?
That's My Friend Irma, whom you can now hear on Sundays, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
Remember, My Friend Irma is now heard at a new later time on Sundays. Check your local schedules. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
What? Who is it?
It's Chester, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Chester? Wait a minute. What time is it?
Almost 4 in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
4?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to have to wake you, but you better get dressed and come right away. They've got Tab Slade.
Slade? Who's got Slade?
Some of the ranchers, they're going to lynch him right in front of his saloon.
We'll go and try and hold him for a minute. I'll be right along.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon's going to have every one of you up for trial.
There's no reason for you to get hurt. All right, Chester. I'll take over. Marshal, we don't want to have trouble with you, but we're going to hang Tab Slade. Right now. Harrison, you're too smart a man to be the head of a mob like this. Now tell your men to break it up and go home. I'm sorry, Marshal. I can't do that. Slade killed another man tonight, and he's going to pay for it. All right, now listen to me. All of you. If Tab Slade killed a man tonight, I'm going to... He did. If you can prove Tab Slade killed a man tonight, I'll take him to jail and hold him there for trial. Marshal, Tab ain't going to be alive to stand trial. Do you know Slade killed anybody? If one of these men lays a hand on Tab Slade, I'll start shooting. There'll be a lot of men dead. How about you, Marshal? Might be you get hurt, too. That's right, John. You could kill me, all right. But which of you is going to shoot first? And die first? Huh? Well, which one? Chester? Yes, sir. Go pull Slade off that horse, cut the ropes, and take a gag out of his mouth.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And you men, don't anybody make a mistake. Don't you move a shadow.
All right, just a minute.
All right, Slade, get down off there.
Thank you, mister.
All right, Chester.
Give me a chance.
Now, you and Slade walk back to the far side of the street, slow.
Yes.
I tried to tell him I had nothing to do.
The rest of you just stand where you are, looking right here at me. First man so much as moves his eyes will be in real trouble.
We're across the street, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester. Now walk Slade down to the jail and put him in a cell for safekeeping. Now, Harrison, you and your boys head for home, and if you got any sense at all, forget to tell your families what you were almost a party to. Now, good night, gentlemen. Chester, what happened tonight?
A man named Olson, a rancher, was at Slade's place.
Gambling?
Yes, sir, and he did pretty fair. He left around midnight and was found about 2 hours later. He'd been stabbed. His money was gone.
You talk with him?
Yes, sir. He just mumbled about having tried to be friendly. He said that several times, Mr. Dillon. Just being friendly. And then he said, I fired a couple of times. I think it hit.
You mean he hit whoever stabbed him?
I think that's what he meant.
You say anything else?
Nothing.
Well, that's not much help in just that. He can't tell us any more. I'll talk with Slade and I'll bring him out. Huh?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon wants you, Slade.
Matt, you gotta believe me. I don't know anything about the killing, this one or any of the others.
I don't have to believe anything, Slade. I'll find out for
But I
myself.
didn't do it, Matt.
Why is everybody sure you did? Why are they so sure that they're trying to lynch you?
Look, does a lynch mob have to be sure of anything?
Slade, before you came here to Dodge, you were a gunfighter. You had a bad reputation. You were in with the Kansas Raiders,
Sure, that's
too.
right.
The Raiders were killers and thieves.
Some were.
Now, when a man with your background goes straight, he's always suspect.
Matt, I didn't have anything to do with the killing.
What about this partner of yours, this Ramirez?
I met him in Kansas. Him and his sister, we joined up and came out here. Thought we'd make good a team.
Where's Ramirez now?
I don't know. Matt, please listen to me.
You gonna
got
marry
to
his
believe me.
sister?
No. Yeah, Matt, I don't know.
Why isn't Ramirez around now that you're in trouble?
Please, maybe he doesn't know. I don't know.
He'd know by now. The news is all over Dodge. Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Put Slade back in his cell, then load your shotgun and keep a close watch on him.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going to take a ride out to the Ramirez place. I want to have a talk with Mr. Ben Ramirez and his sister, Eve. where you are, Ramirez.
It's late for a social call, Dillon.
Why? You're still dressed?
I was just going to turn in.
Last time we talked, you had a gun in my back. Now your gun's on your hip, and it'd be smart to keep it there.
I'm not going to try a shootout with you, Dillon. I wouldn't chance it, especially in this lamplight.
There'll be no reason for anyone to draw. I just want the answer to some questions.
What questions?
Where's Eve?
What do you want her for?
I ask you a question, Ramirez. I want an answer. Where's Eve?
She's in bed.
Where was she around 3 this morning?
Here, I suppose, asleep.
I think you better get her out here, Ramirez.
What's so important about Eve?
A man was killed this morning, and I think she might have done it.
You know what you're saying?
I know.
You're calling my sister a murderer.
That's right. And if you're going for your gun, Ramirez, make sure you're ready to die.
I told you before, I'm not a fool. But if I can trick you, I'll kill you.
Don't try, Ramirez.
Why do you say my sister killed a man?
No hand around these parts would stop for anyone on the road at night. Not unless it was someone they knew or someone they didn't have to fear, like a woman. Like your sister.
You don't know anything, Dillon. You're guessing wrong.
I didn't know it when I got here, but now I'm sure.
What do you mean?
The man who died tonight shot at and hit the person who stabbed him. There's no blood on you, but there's blood on the floor over there by the door. Blood that could have come from a gunshot wound.
That doesn't prove anything.
And there's blood on the table by you there.
It's not blood, it's just a shadow from the lamp.
The lamp won't light. Does it hurt, Ramirez?
I hurt inside.
Bad?
I won't be around for the trial.
Did she do it, Ramirez? Did your sister kill those men?
She's not my sister. She's my wife.
Wife?
Yeah, that's why she didn't marry Slade. She's in the other room. Hurt bad. Get a doctor for her.
Ramirez?
She's no good. But I loved her.
She's got a horse. I saw your horse grazing when I topped that slope.
Matt, what are you going to do with me?
Take you back to Dodge. Have you up for trial.
There's no point. I wouldn't live long on horseback. I've bled too much already.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable?
No. Nothing.
Eve, can you tell me why? Why you killed 4 men?
For a very simple reason. I wanted the money they had. I wanted it very much. Matt, I've been thinking about my husband. Is he dead, Matt? Did you kill him?
He went for his gun, Eve. I killed him.
He was kind to me. I tried to love him, but I couldn't. I didn't love anything but money. Maybe, Matt, I could have loved. Oh, I'm sorry for everything.
Yeah?
It's very lonely. Would you do something for me?
Sure.
Would you hold my hand? Good. That's good. Very good. I'll just rest here a minute longer. Perhaps I can.
She lay there, her dark hair framing her face, the spring grass crushed by her body, a red stain across her silk blouse. The morning sun warmed the soft wind that moved across the land. Later that day, Eve Ramirez and her husband were buried on the outskirts of Dodge City, not far from the banks of the Arkansas River. And later that night, Dodge City was alive with saddle bums, ranchers, cattlemen, searching the dark of the Kansas night for excitement and life.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Special music for tonight's story was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Hy Averback, and Jack Crucian, with Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Herb Ellis. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Gangbusters and the Case of the Variable Blonde later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Hold your course. You're headed straight for Key Largo. Key Largo. A lonely island off the coast of Florida. Sultry, heat-ridden, cloaked in the strange menace of the sea. But stranger still is the destiny that brings these people to this remote outpost, to be held at bay with a price on their lives by a man with a price on his head.
Nothing to stop me from wiping you all out. What good'll that do, boss? Forget it. Her kind's a dime a dozen.
I say smack her and let it go at that.
Smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. Then he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But to kill us all or nothing.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all. You ain't coming back. Who's gonna stop me, old man? Filth. You filth.
I won't let you go without me. You've got to take me. You've got to.
Now get away from me.
Little wildcat. Smell blood, huh? Got your appetite up.
You can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. Get away, sister.
Get away, Nora.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Ferryboat Serenade. During recent months in county fairs all over the United States, lots of housewives have been winning prizes for the best homemade pies and cakes. And meanwhile, right in their own homes, thousands of housewives have been winning another prize, the blue ribbon of family approval, simply by serving those 3 new dessert favorites, Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are ready-prepared puddings that take hardly any time or effort to make. Merely add milk, cook a few minutes, and then cool. And there's a pudding, ladies and gentlemen, that tastes positively homemade. A rich, luscious pudding with a world of grand pleasure in each creamy spoonful. Jell-O puddings come in 3 delicious flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. And they're made by the same folks who make world-famous Jell-O. So after this, whenever you buy Jell-O, ask the grocer for several packages of Jell-O puddings, too. When it comes to smooth, creamy flavor and all-around dessert enjoyment, you just can't beat those popular new members of the Jell-O family, Jell-O puddings. Ferryboat Serenade played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who returned to the air last Sunday, happy as a June bride and just as nervous, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I appreciate the fact that you tried to start the program with a laugh and almost succeeded. But I wasn't the least bit nervous last Sunday, not the slightest.
Why, Jack, what are you talking about? You were shaking like a leaf.
Now, listen, Don, you should be the last one in the world to talk about me being shaky. Why, all during the program, your chins were doing the la conga. And the one in the middle was out of step. So there.
Well, just the same, I wasn't as jittery as you were.
Don, let me explain the difference between being jittery and high-strung. For instance, you take a good bird dog when he's all keyed up and ready to go. He's not nervous, but he stands there, his whole body quivering, ready to spring into action. And that's the way I was, Don, just like a bird dog.
I see.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Rover. Take that quail out of your mouth.
Mary, I was only making a comparison, that's all. I was explaining to Don that I wasn't nervous last week. I was just high-strung like anybody who wants to give a good performance.
He's right, Don. Did you ever see a football player before a big game? Or a fighter before he goes into the ring?
Why, of course.
Did you ever see Helen Hayes before she steps out on the stage?
Certainly.
Did you ever see Jack in a bathing suit?
What's that got to do? we're talking about nervousness, you ring in my bathing suit. Where's the connection?
It needs a new belt.
All right, so it needs a new belt. Now, Mary, if you can quit punching them out for a minute. Let's be thankful that the first show went over so well. You know, Don, I read some swell reviews on the fantasy I wrote. You know, where the blue fairy woke us all up. Ed Sullivan raved about it.
He did?
Yes, and that's a critic's opinion. He said that, well, I got the review right here with me. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, stop drooling.
Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Listen to this. The Jello program opened its, Wilson, Harris, Livingston, while Jack Benny,
The Waukegan Weasel.
married. While Jack Benny not only appeared in the show, but wrote and produced the fantasy of the Blue Fairy, which, in the opinion of this reviewer, was unquestionably puerile and banal.
It was what?
Puerile and banal. I'm not making it up, Don. It's right here in black and white.
But, Jack, puerile means childish, infantile.
Well, of course. I wrote it for the kiddies.
And banal mean what's happened to the kitty shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Yes, Jack, banal means hackneyed or trite. You know, old-fashioned stuff.
Oh. Gee, I can't understand it. Those words look so good. Oh, well, our listeners liked it. That's all I care about.
They certainly did, Jack. In fact, I brought a clipping along I thought you might not have seen, and it's very complimentary.
It is?
I'll read it to you later.
Read it now when I need it. Go ahead.
Okay, here it is. Our Sunday evenings at home will be much more pleasant now that Jack Benny is back on the air.
Well, what paper is that in, Don?
The Alcatraz Herald.
Well, Don, that seems to be the consensus of opinion. Mary, did you see any reviews on our first broadcast?
No, but I went to Fifi's beauty parlor yesterday, and the girls there just raved about it.
At Fifi's, huh?
They thought everything I said was so cute.
Well, sure, you're a good customer at that beauty parlor. They talk about anyone else on the program?
Just Phil. He goes there, too.
I know. And what burns me up, he goes around telling everybody that his hair is naturally curly. It's really as straight as the string. I've seen him in the morning, you know. Oh, here he is now. Hello, handsome.
Well, here I am, folks. Lay down them cards and turn up the dials.
Boy, what a Smithfield. Phil, what makes you think that this program never gets started until you come on? We've been doing all right.
Yeah, but you guys don't get them belly laughs, them socceroos, them bafolas.
Oh, you and your bafolas. By the way, Phil, did you hear anything about our first broadcast?
Well, at Fifi's, they said that
we
I
heard
was
about that. Did you see any reviews in the paper?
Yeah, I saw one write-up in the Butcher's Gazette.
The Butcher's Gazette, eh? Did they like the show?
Yeah, they said it was very cleaver. How's that, folks? Harris clicks again. I'm rolling now.
Phil, what was that supposed to be, a bafola or a socceroo?
Well, wait till they stop laughing. I can't tell yet.
Oh, that's right. Now, Phil, you might have a few more Butcher Gazette gags up your sleeve, but I think it's about time for a number. How about playing something?
Okay, Jackson.
Say, Jack, what about that idea of yours?
What idea? Oh, yes. Phil, I've got a great suggestion for something new this season.
What is it?
Well, inasmuch as we try to inject something different into our show, I thought it would be a novelty if I played violin with your band once in a while. What do you say?
Over my beautiful dead body.
Now, wait a minute. This program needs new talent, and I can take the place of one of your violinists. That little guy there on the end.
But, Jackson, I got a perfect arrangement of this next number, and one bad note is liable to spoil the whole thing.
Phil, a bad note in one of your arrangement is like throwing a rose into a barrel of Roquefort. So make way in that fiddle section. I'm going to town.
Oh, Jack, why don't you let well enough alone?
I know what I'm doing, Mary. Come on, Shorty, let me have your violin. Yes, sir. Thanks.
It goes under your chin.
I know where it goes. Don't worry. Wait till I tune up, Phil.
That cat ain't dead yet.
Phil, stop with that stuff, will you? No kidding. I wish you wouldn't be so puerile and banal.
Puerile and banal? What's that?
A dance team. Puerile and banal, the aristocrats of rhythm. They're a sensation.
Well, send them out the bowl. I'll give them a job.
Oh, fine. What a mentality. Phil, you know you ought to take up pressing flowers so you'd buy a dictionary.
Look who's talking. You didn't know what puerile and banal meant yourself.
I knew they were words. I didn't think they were people. All right, Phil, I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, I guess we got to do it, boys. You know how scarce jobs are.
Darn it, I broke a string.
All right, so we'll wait.
Who needs it? Let's go! Can't you hear me calling when the rain and am falling? That was Get the Moon Out of Your Eyes, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, with violin hot licks by Sizzle Strings Benny. I guess that was bad, eh?
I'd like to be able to guess like that at Santa Anita.
Mary, you take my word for it. It was very good. Say, Phil, I think I'll come out the Wilshire Bowl and play with your orchestra tonight.
You do, and I'll slap that cover charge on you.
I'll pick up more than that in quarters.
Hey, speaking of dough, Jackson, that reminds me. What about that $10 you owe me on the World Series?
Oh, that's right. I had Detroit. Yes, sir, I forgot all about him. Well, Benny's a good loser. $10, eh, Phil?
Yep, $10.
Okay, I'll go out in the hall and get it for you.
Nobody'll look. You can roll your sock down right here.
Now, don't get smart. I don't carry money in my sock anymore.
Oh, that's right. Not since that day at the circus.
You're darn right.
What happened, Mary?
A midget picked his ankle.
Yes, and if I ever catch that little runt, I'll beat the daylights out of him.
Why didn't you, Butch?
I chased him clear across the lot, but he ran down a gopher hole. The shrimp,
Boy, that's rich. Imagine grabbing dough out of a guy's sock.
How much did he get, Jack?
About $80,000.
It was not. Nowhere near that. Anyway, Phil, I'll go out in the hall and get you... Hey, wait a minute. I got the $10 right here.
Well, hand it over.
I'll hand it over. Don't rush me.
Okay.
You want it fair and square, and I'm going to give it to you. Yes, sir.
What are you waiting for, television?
Now, here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Now, don't squander it.
Oh, while we're on the subject, Jack, you and I might as well settle up, too. Here's the $5 I lost to you.
Now, later, Don.
What $5?
Never mind.
Hey, what's going on here, Jackson? Did you bet on Detroit and Cincinnati both?
Well, a guy can get mixed up, can't he?
Well, that beats everything.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I bet $10 on Detroit, and I lost to Phil. And then I accidentally bet $5 on Cincinnati, and I won from Don. So I'm still out $5. But what do I care?
Ladies and gentlemen, you may not care whether Jack is out $5 or not, but you will care about those 6 delicious flavors of America's favorite gelatin dessert.
Oh, fine.
And whether you bet on Cincinnati or Detroit, you will find that you cannot go wrong when betting on Jell-O. That's Detroit, the whole Detroit, and nothing but Detroit.
Isn't that awful? Don, I smell a rat. Did Phil Harris give you that idea?
Oh, so you recognize my stuff now, eh?
Recognize it? I'll say I did.
I didn't. The wind was blowing the other way.
Well, you were very lucky, Mary. You know, there are days, Phil, when... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Am I in time for my song?
Yes, but it wouldn't hurt to get here earlier.
What for? I just stand around like a totem pole.
What are you complaining about? You sing a song every week, don't you?
Kenny Baker gets dialogue.
Never mind about Kenny Baker. How would you like to be in his shoes and work for a guy like Fred Allen?
I think Fred Allen is wonderful.
Why, you little fifth columnist. Wait till I get you outside.
Run down a gopher hole, Dennis.
Oh, that midget again.
Hey, kid, did you hear about Jackson losing his dough at the circus?
No, what happened?
He got rolled by a Lilliputian.
Lilliputian?
Phil, that's Lilliputian. Look, Phil, whenever there are two words meaning the same thing, please use the short one. Anyway, it was my money, so forget about it.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, that reminds me. Here's the $2.50 I owe you on the World Series.
Later, Dennis.
Oh. So you bet the same amount on both teams, eh, Sporty?
What do you mean the same amount? Look, Mary, I lost $10 to Phil. I got $5 back from Don and $2.50 from Dennis, so I'm still out $2.50. Now, Dennis, let's have your song so that everybody can stop worrying about my financial affairs.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here she is. A letter for you, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, you're a little old for a messenger boy, aren't you?
Well, you twitch on rainy days yourself, Bob.
I'd like to push him down a gopher hole, too. You know? Who's the letter from, Mary?
It's a note from Mama.
Oh, your mother, eh? What's the Oscar Levant of New Jersey got to say?
Nothing. She just sent a clipping from the Plainfield paper about our first broadcast.
Oh.
Here's the headline. Livingston program returns to the air.
That's from Plainfield, all right.
And Miss Mary Livingston, daughter of that prominent society leader, Mrs. Scarlett Livingston.
Scarlett?
Yeah, she changes her name with every picture.
You ought to change it to Grapes of Wrath. That really fits.
Oh, Jack, just because Mama hates you, you don't have to be mean about it.
Okay, get back to the review of our show. What does it say?
Mary Livingston was her usual self, charming, witty, and fascinating.
Well.
But the Blue Fairy Fantasy, written by Jack Benny, was nothing short of puerile and banal.
Let me see that. Well, I'll be darned. There it is. Go ahead.
Miss Livingston's father, Mr. Rhett Livingston.
Holy smoke.
Mr. Livingston had an unfortunate accident while listening to the broadcast. He was sitting in the car with the radio tuned on when the owner came along and punched him in the nose.
Serves them right.
When interviewed, Mr. Livingston said hit.
Oh, drunk, too, eh? Is that all?
Yes, I'm going to paste it in my scrapbook.
We'll paste it face down so nobody will read it. Are you ready for your song now, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Well, open your mouth and let it go. Say, Mary, when you answer Scarlett, tell her General Sherman sends love, will you?
I need no soft lights to enchant me if you'll only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight and to feel in the night the nearness of you. All my life I've waited to meet someone like you. Please make my dreams come true. You are a part of me, deep in the heart of me. When you are near, I love you, dear. It's not the pale moon that invites me, that thrills and delights me, oh no. It's just the nearness of you. It isn't your sweet conversation that brings this sensation, oh no. It's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. I need no soft lights to enchant me if you'll only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight and to feel in the night the nearness of you, my dear.
That was The Nearness of You, sung by Dennis Day. That was very good, Dennis. I really think you have improved a lot this year.
Thank you. And say, Mr. Benny, before I forget it, can I mow your lawn Thursday instead of Wednesday this week?
Why, what's the matter with Wednesday? That's your regular day.
Well, Wednesday I have to go down and register for the draft. You know, it's conscription day.
Oh, that's right. I'll tell you what, Dennis, I'll pick you up at 3 o'clock, and we'll go down there together.
Why, you don't have to go, Jack. Only men up to the age of 36 have to register.
Oh, 36, huh? Well, I guess that lets me out. Yep.
You barely made the last war.
Yes, and the civil and the revolutionary. Are you happy?
Hey, Jackson, do I have to get in on this,
registration? Why, certainly, Phil. Every young American has to register.
What's it for?
Oh, my Phil, everybody who registers gets a number, and they send them all to Washington, put them in a big drum, and the lucky winners get a free vacation for 1 year at the expense of the government.
Say, that ain't bad, huh?
No. And you can take off those patent leather shoes. They're no good for marching. Anyway, Phil, you just be there Wednesday.
What about Rochester? He'll have to sign up, too, won't he?
Yeah, I suppose I'll have to cook dinner myself Wednesday night. And incidentally, fellas, I've been having a little trouble with Rochester lately.
What's wrong?
Well, they gave him a big celebration the other night and elected him mayor of Central Avenue. When I got home yesterday, I found a sign on my house that said City Hall. took that down in a hurry. Mary, get Rochester on the phone. I want him to pick me up at the El Capitan Theater tonight.
Okay.
Hope it's not too much trouble for him.
Hey, Jackson, what are you doing over at the El Capitan Theater?
Well, Mary and I have been playing there in a show all week. It's a benefit for the British Red Cross.
Well, I didn't know anything about it.
Well, that's my fault, Phil. I should have taken out an ad in the racing form. You haven't read a paper.
Your number's ringing, Jack.
Thanks. Give me the phone. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Benny's residence is Honor the Mayor speaking.
Rochester.
Oh, is that you, Mr. Benny?
Yes, it's me. Now listen, Your Honor. I wonder if I could trouble you to bring the car down to the El Capitan Theater and pick me up about 11:30 tonight.
Okay, can I put the top up?
Rochester, in this nice autumn weather, it's much better riding with the top down.
Yeah, but my silk hat keeps blowing off.
You don't have to wear a silk topper. Your chauffeur's cap looks very good on you.
With a cutaway coat? Oh, boy!
Now, Rochester, stop being so fancy. Anyhow, what's the good of being mayor of Central Avenue?
I get a discount on ribs.
All right. Now, Rochester, the purpose of this call was to have you pick me up in the Maxwell. Now, you be down there by 11:30.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, are you aware of the fact the automobile show is in town?
Yes, I'm aware. What about it?
Well, I was thinking you might want to trade the Maxwell for something less puerile and banal.
There's nothing wrong with the Maxwell. It's in perfect mechanical condition.
Boss, have you ever lifted up that hood when the motor's running?
No.
Well, don't do it. The fan belt will slap you right in the face.
That fan belt can be fixed.
You got to catch it first.
Now, that's just silly.
And the oil flies out like Boomtown.
Now, Rochester, I don't want to hear any more about the car. You just be at the El Capitan Theater at 11:30.
It's uphill. I better leave now.
Leave when you want to. Goodbye.
So long. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
About that little bet we made. Did I have Detroit or Cincinnati?
You had Detroit, and you owe me $2.
I thought so.
Never mind.
I'll pay you tonight, boss.
Okay, goodbye. Always wants to trade in the car.
Why, Jack, do you mean to say that you even won $2 from Rochester?
Listen, Mary, I'm still loser. I paid $10 to Phil. I got 5 from Don, 2.5 from Dennis, and 2 from Rochester. That's $9.50. I'm still out $1. Now, come on, we got to get over to the theater and do that benefit.
Okay.
So long, fellas. Hey, you can wind up the show yourselves, can't you?
Yeah,
Sure,
Jack, we'll see you
We'll
next Sunday. So long.
See, Mary, when we do the benefit tonight, I want you to give a good show because it's our last performance.
I will. Don't worry.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's the check room. I want to get my hat. Hello, Tommy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How'd the program go tonight?
Oh, pretty good. Can I have my hat?
Oh, yes, sir. There you are.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, here's that 50 cents I owe you.
Oh, that's right. You did bet on Detroit. Thanks, kid.
Hey, Jack.
What?
You can close the books now.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Back in Grandmother's day, when guests wanted to praise one of her tasty desserts, they often used to say it's as smooth as peaches and cream. But today, folks will get the idea even quicker if you say it's just as smooth as peaches and jello. Now, there's a combination, ladies and gentlemen, that's really smooth, really easy to take. Yes, sir, and easy to make, too. And all you do is dissolve 1 package of orange jello in a pint of hot water and peach juice. Chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 1 cup of sliced peaches drained. Then mold, and it's all over but the shouting, and that's sure to come when the family gets its first happy glimpse of this lovely golden dessert. Of course, the regular peach season is over, but you can still enjoy peaches that are actually orchard fresh by making this Jell-O treat with Bird's Eye quick frozen sliced peaches. Or if Bird's Eye peaches are not readily available, use canned sliced peaches. Either way, I know you'll like this swell dessert a lot. Take it from me, there's nothing more delicious than juicy golden yellow peaches and rich, shimmering orange Jell-O.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. Popular table size, not more than 18 cents in most stores. Ask your grocer about his new low price. Remember, same matchless log cabin flavor. So delicious with piping hot pancakes or waffles. Only the price has changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price. The lowest ever. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And so Kid Blue was on the run once more. And all because he did what he had to do. But wait a minute, folks. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Bickford Wiener, alias Kid Blue, and his gang were once regarded as the worst bad men in the West.
Ah, shoot, missed again.
For obvious reasons. If you were Kid Blue, what would you do?
Run me town. Get a job. There isn't a town in Texas to give a man like you a job. All you know how to do is rob and steal and kill.
And so Kid Blue set out to start a new life in the town of Dime Box, Texas. A friendly place filled with friendly people.
I'm friendly. What the hell do you want?
Like Mean John Simpson.
This is a good, honest town, full of hard-working folks who'd expect me, their sheriff, to protect them against any white trash that might be moving in.
Preacher Bob.
Now you must believe. I believe. I trust you, Jesus. I trust you, Jesus. I trust you, Jesus.
Old Coyote.
You think I'm not a good fighter.
Miss Janet Conforto.
I want me some boots. Now, why don't we go to my hotel and count toes?
Reese Ford.
Who'd ever thought that I was going to be a friendly Kid Blue?
I'm sure this is the way the Greeks did it, huh?
Well, we ain't decent.
I should say you're not.
And his lovely wife, Molly.
Don't you be funning around with me now.
Why do you always think I'm funning?
You know, people get killed in this kind of nice.
If you were Kid Blue, what would you do?
This is a scandal, Wiener.
Listen to me. We can get that money. It would be just like the old days. We could get it.
And so Kid Blue was on the run once more.
Help me! Our Father, who art in heaven. Out that way, policeman! Police!
He was one step ahead of the posse and 100 years ahead of his time.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy in Maytime with Edgar Barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. At every opening night in the theater for 1,000 years, there's been a breathless feeling of expectancy, a sense of new adventure. And tonight, as the lights go on again in our Lux Radio Theater, there's the added thrill of knowing that the lights are going on again all over the world. With the liberation of France, the torch of freedom burns again in Europe. And tonight, we have a play that expresses something of the bond between song-loving America and music-loving Paris. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen hit, Maytime, with Sigmund Romberg's unforgettable music. And for our stars, those all-American favorites, Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy. They made their first appearance for us in a radio play together just last June. Your many letters, which have asked us to bring them together again, are answered in tonight's premiere with Maytime. We hope you'll continue to have a real part in all of our Monday night performances, not just by purchasing Lux toilet soap, because I think you'd do that anyway in recognition of a truly fine product, but by helping us select the plays and stars you want most to hear. For our 10th anniversary on October 16th, we'll particularly welcome your suggestions. Just send me a postcard telling me the name of the play or stars you'd like to hear. Mail it to me at Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 8, California. And now, the thrill of another opening night as the curtain goes up on the first act of Maytime, starring Jeanette MacDonald as both the old and the young Marcia, and Nelson Eddy as Paul, with Edgar Barrier as Nazaroff. You probably never heard of the little town of Shelby. It's in Virginia, on the broad shelves of the Shenandoah Mountains. Old Miss Morrison lived there in a fine white house just across from the park. Shelby never saw much of old Miss Morrison, and most of the year they'd forget about her, but never in the spring. For on the first day of May every year, she'd see that there was a wonderful fair in the park, a May Day fair. This year she couldn't go because she'd been pretty sick. She just sat in her chair on the lawn, under the big elm, and watched the folks enjoy themselves. She was there when one of the boys passed by. He was home on leave, a private in the Army. His name was Kip.
Hello, Miss Morrison. Say, why aren't you there at the fair?
Doctor won't let me, Kip. But why aren't you there with Barbara?
I guess Barbara and I are just about ready to bust up, Miss Morrison. I thought I'd stop in next door and say goodbye to her, though.
Oh, what's wrong, Kip?
Oh, that singing business. When she went to New York, they all told her she could be an opera star in 6 or 7 years.
She has a wonderful voice, Kip. But you don't want her to go.
No, I don't. Not if it means what I know it's bound to mean. I had some terrific plans for Barbara and me, like getting married and everything. And if she goes to New York, well, I'll never see her again.
Don't worry too much about it, Kip. It'll all work out.
Who are you kidding, Miss Morrison?
You'll see. You'll see.
Well, sorry to be such a sourpuss. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kip.
Miss Marcia?
Oh, yes, Ellen.
You feel all right, Miss Marcia?
Oh, yes. This is the first May Day I've missed, Ellen.
I'm glad the doctor's keeping you home, especially today.
Because it's May Day?
Yes.
Well, sometimes May Day seems almost the same as any other day now. It's been so long. So many years.
Should I leave you alone, Miss Marcia? You call if you need anything.
Yes. It's been so long. So many years. Paul.
A lot of things I don't have to do. Go ahead. Go to New York. Be a big shot. See how far it gets you.
And what about you?
I've been telling you what about me. I'm through.
And I'm through, too.
Okay, that's fine. Goodbye.
Kip.
Barbara.
Oh, Miss Morrison.
I didn't want her here, child, but I couldn't help it.
But I was right, wasn't I? He won't even try to understand.
Perhaps it's because he's in love with you, Barbara.
Oh, if he loved me, then he'd want me to have that chance. A chance to be a great singer like Jenny Lind was, or Tetrazzini, or Marcia Monet.
Marcia Monet? No, not like her.
Why do you say that?
Because I was Marcia Monet.
Marcia Monet? You, Miss Morrison?
Yes. It was many, many years ago, in Paris. I had 3 dreams, Barbara. To star in the Paris Opera, to have an opera written especially for me by Baliano, and to sing at a command performance in the President's Palace. And all my dreams came true. What thrilled me most, I think, was that wonderful night I sang before President Carnot.
Messieurs et mesdames! Messieurs et mesdames!
the leading soprano of the Opéra de Paris, Mademoiselle Marcia Monet.
Nous venions de voir le taureau, 3 garçons, 3 fillettes. Tu l'as fait nous de bébés, et nous donnons au son des castagnettes. Dites-moi, voisin, si j'ai volé ville, et si ma barquine va bien ce matin, vous me trouvez la taille en ville, vous me trouvez la taille en ville. Les filles du Cadiz, c'est là. Les filles du Cadiz, c'est là. Les filles du Cadiz, c'est là. Et nous dansions au boléro un soir, c'était dimanche. Et nous sommes bien venus dans l'eau, au du et le point violent. Si tu veux de moi pour une eau douce sourire, une heure que les dire c'est monter pour toi, passez votre chemin pour dire, passez votre chemin pour dire. Les filles du Cadiz n'entendent pas cela. Les filles du Cadiz n'entendent pas cela. Les filles du Cadiz n'entendent pas cela. Oh, tell me, Nikolai, tell me.
When you curtsy to the president, much too stiff.
Oh, I know, but the aria.
You sang very well, Marcia.
Oh,
Marcia, come with me. Out here to the garden.
but an encore.
Later, perhaps, if the president wishes. And if we wish. This way, my dear. You're happy, Marcia?
Happy? Oh, how can you speak so calmly when you know I'm bursting?
Sit down, my dear. Do you know what tonight means? My share of the work is over. As your teacher, there's nothing more I can do.
Nikolai.
You've worked very hard. You deserve everything.
All I know is that whatever I am, I owe to you. If there's any way I can repay you...
There is. Oh, poor Marcia. I'm asking a very high price. I want to marry you.
Nikolai.
I love you, Marcia, so much that the thought of losing you is the thought of death. Marcia, tell me. Tell me.
I should be very happy to marry you, Nikolai.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Nikolai took me home, but I couldn't sleep. My head whirled, and I longed for the calm of the soft spring night. I called a carriage. The air was like champagne, and like champagne, it put me to sleep. But a few moments later, I had a sudden awakening. Tabby's horse had broken the harness and run away.
Oh, please do not be angry, mademoiselle. I'll find Eloise and bring her right back.
And what would you suggest I do?
If you would please wait, mademoiselle. There is a cafe there across the street.
Oh, very well, but please hurry.
Oh, I am an antelope, mademoiselle. I am an antelope.
I slipped quietly into the cafe. No one noticed me at first. It was someone's party. And the wine was gaily mixed with music and singing.
Qui ne croit pas potentier déchaîné.
J'ai du bon tabac dans ma tabatière. J'ai du bon tabac, tu n'en auras.
On your feet. Come, we see it again.
Sing like that again and we'll wake up in jail.
Oh, and has the great baritone any suggestions?
Certainly. I'll sing alone. No assistance, please.
Oh, no, not again. Help.
Ingrates. Who paid for this supper?
Oh, you did.
I did, and that gives me certain privileges. I can kiss any girl, insult any man, or sing any song. And looking this rabble over, the only cause worth my attention is music. So, I'll sing again.
Capitalist, pirate!
Jack, music.
Paul, what number?
Oh, something sad, something full of tears. Let me see if they're... Oh, we have company. Look, there by the door. Well, mademoiselle, greetings. You're a little late, aren't you?
I'm sorry. I'll leave.
Oh, no. We'll talk about you in a minute. First, let's welcome you with music.
Paul, what number?
The ballad, stupid. The ballad. No ballad. Le Régiment de Sambre-Meuse. Sambre-Meuse. On your feet, Frenchman. Here's your country song. On your feet. Tous ces fiers enfants de la Gaule, allez sans trêve et sans repos, avec leurs fusils sur l'épaule, courage au cœur et sac au dos. La gloire était leur nourriture, ils étaient sans pain, sans souliers. La nuit, ils couchaient sur la dure avec leur sac de Sambre-Meuse, marchez toujours au cri de liberté, cherchons la route glorieuse qui l'a conduit à l'immortalité. Marchez toujours au cri de liberté, cherchons la route glorieuse, la liberté qui l'a conduit à And now, mademoiselle, we shall talk.
Thank you. That's a wonderful song. But why did you choose it instead of a ballad?
Well, to be perfectly honest, so you'd have to stand up.
Oh?
And I could get a much better look at you.
Are all Frenchmen so frank?
I don't know. I'm an American.
Oh, that explains it. So am I.
Say that again. You're what?
American.
Oh, don't you realize what this means? I've been starved for the sound of one good, healthy American voice, and then suddenly you come into my life. Not only an American voice, but an American girl, and not only an American girl, but a beautiful, glorious, radiant, indescribable vision of perfected loveliness. Shake. Did anyone ever tell you that before?
Not all at once, no.
Well, I'll get my breath back and tell you again. You're the most beautiful, gorgeous, sparkling
no,
lady.
Father, I have a good memory.
Who are you? Will you be in Paris long? Can I see you tomorrow?
No.
No?
I'm afraid not.
Why not?
I'll be working.
Oh, then tomorrow night.
Well, tomorrow night I'm going to the opera.
I see. Well, the least you can do is have some supper with me now.
No, I can't do that either. I've already had supper.
For as lavish as this? Sausage, omelet, cheese?
Oh, yes. President Carnot is something of a gourmet.
President Carnot? Mademoiselle. I've seen you before, haven't I? Yeah, the posters. The posters in front of the opera house.
You're observant.
I'm observant. And you're Marcia Marnet.
Yes.
You think I'm drunk?
Of course not.
Well, I have had a sip of wine. I've had a couple of bottles. And
you have?
Oh, very light wine. It hasn't affected me, really, but I'm glad I had 2 bottles, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't dare talk to you the way I'm talking now.
How are you talking now?
Like a man in love. Like a slave, a worshiper. Oh, but you must be accustomed to that.
So
won't you have supper with me tomorrow night after the opera?
I can't.
Well, then lunch. You could have lunch with me. You can't shake your head at that, too.
But I can, and I do.
Oh, you just don't like me,
But I like you very much. And your voice, too.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Mademoiselle, I have caught her Eloise. Her little fling is over.
Oh, thank you. Good night.
Good night, who?
I don't know.
My name is Allison. Paul Allison. You have to leave?
Of course.
Well, then I'll go with you. You were saying you liked my voice.
Yes, I also said I liked you, but I'd like you lots better if you stayed in the cafe and let me go home.
Then tell me when I can see you.
Never. I can't see you again.
We can have lunch tomorrow. I live right upstairs there, see? 4th floor.
Driver, Rue de la Tour, number 17.
Eloise, dear, you heard the lady.
And I have a ham. All the way from home. A Virginia ham.
Goodbye, Mr. Allison.
But what about my ham and my broken heart?
You'll have a broken leg if you don't let go of the carriage.
Oh, I'll be careful, and I have tremendous endurance, Miss Monet.
That I can see. Oh, please let go.
Not until you promise to come to lunch.
Driver, hurry, hurry.
Ham, Miss Monet. Virginia ham.
But it's impossible. Oh, look out. You're going to fall.
I have fallen. Shall we say 1 o'clock?
Oh, Mr. Allison, I may get into terrible trouble through all this.
Then you come.
Will you let go?
The second you promise me.
All right, I promise. I'll be there.
You will? I'll up and out.
Good night.
She'll be there. Everybody, wake up, wake up. Listen, she'll be there. She's coming.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy, will return in Act 2 of Maytime. And now, a late summer garden, a pretty girl, and a soldier.
Your mother said I'd find you out here, Betty. I guess maybe I'm a little
Oh,
early.
hello, Jim. No, you're not a bit too early. I was just cutting a few roses for the dinner table.
Gosh, you really have some beauties there.
Aren't they gorgeous? We're so proud of our roses this year. Oh, Jim, look at this one. Such a delicate, exquisite shade. Did you ever see such coloring?
I guess I have. I know I have. I'm looking at you. Right at you, Betty.
Girls with lovely Lux complexions do get compliments like that, for there's something about fresh flower-like skin that seems to inspire pretty speeches. Screen stars say no other feminine charm is more important. Lovely Rita Hayworth tells you...
A Lux girl? Indeed I am. Here's my daily active lather facial. I cover my face generously with Lux Soap's creamy lather, working in gently but thoroughly. Then I rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and pat dry with a soft towel. This Lux Soap care really makes skin lovelier, leaves it feeling so soft and smooth.
In recent tests of Lux Toilet Soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Women everywhere are discovering that gentle white Lux Toilet Soap is a real beauty soap. If you haven't tried it, see what its creamy, abundant lather can do to make your skin lovelier. Ask for Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. If your dealer is out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Maytime, starring Jeanette MacDonald as Marcia and Nelson Eddy as Paul, with Edgar Barrier as Nazaroff. It's again the present time, and Marcia Mornay, the glorious singer of another century, becomes old Miss Morrison again. As she continues her story, Barbara, the pretty girl from next door, listens in silence while a love affair is reborn after 50 years of memories.
Eloise did not run away again that night. We clattered down the cobble streets, and I thought out of the life of Paul Allison forever. In front of my apartment, I found I had come without my purse. I left the cabbie in the hall and hurried to my room. Ellen, I'm back. I need some money.
I told Ellen to go to bed, Marcia.
Nikolai.
I came back, as you can see. Our opera, Bagliano's score, I left it here.
You found it?
Yes, but not you.
I'm sorry, Nikolai. I've been foolish. Forgive me.
Where have you been?
I went for a drive.
With whom?
With no one.
With whom?
Oh, Nikolai. Oh, please understand. I was so excited, so happy, I couldn't sleep. I intended to drive only a little while, but the horse broke loose, and I had to wait until the driver caught him.
Marcia.
The driver's in the hall. I didn't pay him. Ask him, Nikolai.
Marcia. Oh, forgive me, Marcia. It's just that I love you so much.
You mustn't talk like that. You had every right to be angry.
I had no right whatsoever. Now I'll go and settle with the cabbie. Good night, my darling.
Good night, Nikolai.
Hey, Paul, come on. Open her up. Patino? My sure, Patino. Come on. All right. Here I am. Where was you?
Sorry, Patino.
Oh, you're sorry. My dear maestro, you say 12:15. You kindly meet me, Cafferine. We have lunch. We discuss some new areas, yes?
Yep.
You know what time is it now?
20 minutes past 1. I had to break the date.
Had to break the date. What's all about, huh? Look at you. You best to close your rooms, all clean up, a span and a speak.
Yeah, span and a speak English is the way I talk to you.
12:15 or 20 minutes past 1 and now.
I met a lady.
Oh, well, that's a different end.
She said she'd have lunch with me here at 1 o'clock. Marcia Mornay.
Hey, Marcia Mornay, la cantatrice?
So I cleaned up the place, went to the barber, put on my best clothes, and then it dawned on me. I'm the biggest fool in Paris. Oh, she promised to come, but she had to promise I wouldn't let go of a carriage. But I believed her. I thought she meant it.
A nicer girl, huh?
Nice. Patino, she's the...
She is, huh? Well, come on. Fill up with the stomach and light up with the heart.
How can I eat? But go ahead. It's on the table, my beautiful Virginia ham.
Mm-hmm. Smells pretty good. And speaking of smells, come on, singer. We do some practicing.
No, not now. Tonight, maybe.
Tonight, maybe. Listen, now I get mad. I say you practice.
All right, but no opera. Something light, something easy.
All the time easy. If Marcia Monet was here, you would sing her a pretty song, you know? All you got for company is a beautiful Virginia ham. So you sing it to her. Come on. Carry my back to all Virginia.
You talk too much, Patino.
Carry me back to... Oh, please, with the feeling from the heart to the heart. All right, we start again.
Carry me back to old Virginia. That's where the cotton and the corn and seed is grown.
Marcia, it is you. You're here.
I heard singing. Your door was open, so I walked in.
Oh, well, sit down. Here's a chair. Oh, Patino. Mademoiselle, Signor Patino, my maestro. We were just...
Oh, mademoiselle, I can only say what a privilege.
I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
Interrupt?
Wait, mademoiselle. Would you do it, please?
Do what?
Well, you started to sing. Would you with the Paul? Would you sing with the Paul now? Oh, such an honor, mademoiselle.
I'd like to sing with Paul.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Carry me back to old Virginia. That's where the cotton and the corn and potatoes grow. That's where the birds swallow sweet in the springtime. That's where this old dark is hot and long to go. That's where I labored so hard for old master. Day after day in the field of yellow corn. No place on earth to love more sincerely than old Virginia.
Oh, what an experience, mademoiselle. What an experience.
Tell the truth, Patino. All you really like is opera. He wants to make an opera singer out of me, sell me into slavery.
I want to put him where he belongs. Will he work? No. No ambition, no application. Mademoiselle, please say something to make him work, please.
Oh, Patino, I'm sorry to have kept you so long. I know you have to go now. All those other pupils waiting.
I got it plenty of times.
That's just what I thought. So rush off. Goodbye, Patino.
Ma Paula, listen.
Goodbye.
All right, I go. Goodbye, mademoiselle. Goodbye, loafer.
So we're alone,
That's what I had in mind.
Well, you're going to be still more alone. I have to leave, too.
Leave? You said you'd have lunch.
I only came here because last night I made a promise, and I don't like to break promises. Goodbye, Paul.
Oh, please. I have everything ready. Virginia ham from Virginia.
For me?
Of course. Eggs, too.
Ham and eggs, and it's all ready.
Take me 2 minutes.
Or even less if I fry the eggs.
Then you'll stay?
Well, I don't know whether it's you or the ham, but I'll stay.
Oh, thanks. You know,
what?
You're wonderful.
Well, your dishes are dried, Mr. Allison.
Makes you kind of homesick, doesn't it? That song, Virginia?
I don't have time to get homesick.
You'd like to go back to the States sometime, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, sometime.
Well, I'll tell them about you when I get back.
Oh, but you mustn't. I mean, with a voice like yours, you really should stay here and... Oh, look, the clock. It's nearly 3 o'clock.
You can't go yet.
Oh, but I must, Paul. Goodbye, and promise me something.
Anything.
Don't ask to see me again, ever.
But why?
I can't explain. It's been wonderful meeting you, but it's all over. Finished. And now I...
You're singing tonight? The opera?
Yes.
I could see you there.
Well, then just be sure you stay in the audience.
Au revoir, Marcia.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Paul.
Performance, mademoiselle. Never.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Marcia.
Oh, yes, Ellen.
Monsieur Nazaroff asks, can you receive the critics in 3 minutes?
If he wishes, I'll be right in here in my dressing room.
Thank you, miss.
Hello.
Paul, how did you get in here?
Walked in.
Oh, then get out, please. If you don't, I'll have to call someone.
Tomorrow is May Day. There's a fair not far from Paris at St. Cloud. May I take you?
No.
Please. You're a girl who has to be persuaded. I found that out last night in front of the cafe.
This is entirely different. You simply can't be found here.
I'll go if you come to St. Cloud tomorrow.
I can't. I don't want to. Oh, won't anything make you leave?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Come to St. Cloud.
The critics, Monsieur Nazaroff. Oh, just a minute. Paul, get out.
Then you'll come with me?
Yes, anything.
I'll call for you at 10. Now, where do you want
Oh,
me
for
to...
heaven's sake, don't try to call for me. I'll meet you there.
10 o'clock?
Yes, anytime. 10 o'clock, yes. Only go.
Oh, certainly.
If you'll wait a moment, monsieur, I'll see if... Oh.
Pardon me, please? Excuse me, monsieur.
Not at all. I'm afraid I was in your way. Who was the visitor, Marcia?
Oh, no one troublesome. But I wish they'd be more careful about letting strangers come backstage.
Oh, Marcia, the critics are scratching at the door. Shall I let them in?
Well,
And remember, darling, these critics are the people who count in your life from now on. They fill the orchestra seats for us. Young men who come backstage fill only the gallery.
Yes. Send the critics in.
Marcia,
Why, you're here. You did come.
On time, too.
How about from the way you talked last night? Oh, how can I thank you?
By not reminding me that I'm doing something I have no right to do.
Then forget who you are and what you are and everything else. Agreed?
Oh, yes. It's May Day. The sun's shining. The hills are beautiful. Oh, look. Jugglers and May dances and...
Tightrope walkers and Punch and Judy. Music and gypsies and all stuff.
Paul, it's so beautiful. I could cry.
Well, that's the one thing you'll not do today. Come on now. First, our fortunes from the gypsies, so we'll know just how to conduct ourselves, right?
Wonderful.
Happy?
So happy.
Good. Me too.
Oh, let's sit down. I'm tired.
Just 10 more steps. You see? A brook, a bridge, a tree. And down there, in between the hills, there it is. The fair and all the people. Now, wasn't it worth the walk?
Oh, Paul, it's beautiful. But while I'm looking at this, I know that in 4 hours I'll have to be back on the stage in Paris. By tomorrow, this will all be as though it had never happened.
You want to forget it?
No.
Well, songs make memories. And there are lots of songs about May Day.
Sing them to me, all of them.
If I did, you wouldn't be back in 4 hours.
Then the one you like best. Sing that one.
Well, that one, but it's about more things than May Day.
I know. It's about sweethearts and remembrance and what's in my heart at this moment and what's in yours.
Well, you know it, the song?
Oh, I know it so well. But not the words, not the music. Sing it for me, Paul. Please.
Oh, love is so sweet in the springtime when blossoms are fragrant in May. No years that are coming can bring time to make me forget, dear, this day. I love you in life's gray December, the same as I love you today. My heart ever young will remember the thrill it knew that day in May. Sweetheart, 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 will you love me ever? Will you remember the day when we were happy in May, my dearest one? Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, life's last faint ember, will you remember? Springtime, love time, May.
I love you, Marcia. I always will.
Oh, darling. Please.
There's someone else. The one they say you're seen with so much. Nazarov.
Yes,
You love him?
I'm going to marry him. Oh, Paul. Paul, now you understand, don't you? Why I have no right to be here. I knew it was wrong, but I wanted to be with you. So much that I...
Do you love him?
Everything I am, I owe to him.
Hmm.
Even being here today, meeting you the other night. He made all those things possible for me, all of them.
But if you talk to him, if I talk to him...
Oh, no. Nikolai has never failed me. And I can't fail him now. Even for something I want far more.
I've met you too late. No, I can't believe it.
Paul, please, let's just remember this day.
One day to last us all the rest of our lives?
It will. It will.
I'll always love you, Marcia.
And I'll always remember you and your song.
Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, though life's last fades and done, I will
Now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy, will bring us Act 3 of Maytime. And now, I see our young friend Sally before me.
Mr. Kennedy, I've got a new game.
And I have a premonition, Sally. You want to show me how to play it.
It's fun, Mr. Kennedy. It's called cliché. And here's all there is to it.
Cliché?
You know, often used familiar expressions that everyone recognizes. We each have to think of some. Let's try comparisons first. Like green as grass or warm as toast. Now you think of some.
Fresh as a daisy? Bright as a button?
That's it. Now it's my turn. White as snow, brown as a berry.
Smooth as silk, fair as a flower.
Soft as satin, smooth as cream.
Fresh as a breeze, pretty as a picture. Say, how's this one, Sally? Lovely as a Lux complexion.
Of course, lovely as a Lux complexion. Why, that's a comparison everyone's familiar with. Especially right here in Hollywood.
Where there are so many lovely Lux complexions. You know, Sally, when 9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux toilet soap regularly, why, it just has to be good.
It has to be a real beauty soap, Mr. Kennedy, and it is. Any woman who uses Lux toilet soap every day for a while will find that out for herself. She'll discover that Lux soap's rich, creamy lather helps skin to be softer, smoother, truly lovelier.
And any woman who hasn't tried this fine white soap owes it to herself to do so. Why not let the velvety rich lather give your skin gentle, cherishing care every day? You'll find Lux toilet soap is right for delicate skin. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll meet our stars for a brief informal chat. But now, here's the curtain for Act 3 of Maytime, starring Jeanette MacDonald as Marcia and Nelson Eddy as Paul, with Edgar Barrier as Nazaroff. Twilight is falling over the little Virginia town as old Miss Morrison leads Barbara down a highway of memories into the times and places of her past, her weary heart unfolding secrets never told before.
And so Paul Allison went out of my life. I married Nikolai. My career flourished. Over 5 years passed. I heard nothing from Paul, nothing about him. And then Nikolai said it was time to leave Europe and return to New York, return to home. There was a great reception the day we arrived and later in our hotel.
Oh, Marcia, the directors from the opera will be here any minute, but you won't have to see them. I'll tend to everything. You're tired, aren't you?
Very.
But glad to be back in America?
Oh, yes.
You don't exactly show it.
Oh, I guess I don't. I'm just not awfully excited about anything.
Oh, come here, my dear. I love you so very much. I'm sorry, Marcia. I should have remembered that my kissing you excites you less than anything else.
Nikolai, why do you say things like that?
I don't know. You've been the perfect wife, Marcia. And yet never once in all the years we've been married have I ever felt that I've completely possessed you.
You've no right to feel like that.
I know. All I regret is it's made me love you too much.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
The gentleman from the opera here, monsieur.
Oh, have them come in, Ellen.
I'll be in my room. Don't worry about me, Nikolai.
contracts are all very satisfactory, monsieur, save for one thing.
One thing?
You have indicated that we open with Traviata.
A beautiful opera, monsieur. Worthy of Madame Mornay's extraordinary talent.
We'll be delighted to know the opening night already is sold out.
The fact remains you have gone to great trouble to prepare an opera that Madame Mornay has no intention of appearing in.
Not Traviata?
Not Traviata. Monsieur, the opera will be Tsaritsa.
Oh, but
It was composed by Bagliano especially for Madame Mornay. Now, what could be more perfect?
But Tsaritsa needs a baritone. We've none important enough.
That's not completely accurate, Aldous. There's Paul Allison.
Oh, yes. I've never met Allison, but I've heard him spoken of to his credit. Yes, Madame Mornay will be quite satisfied to have Allison sing with her.
But he's not well enough known.
Monsieur, the public comes to hear Madame Mornay. I assume our wishes will be respected, and so there's nothing further to discuss. Thank you, monsieur. We shall see you Tuesday at rehearsal. Oh, Marcia.
Yes?
Everything is arranged. Tsaritsa. 4 weeks rehearsal starting Tuesday.
Oh? And who do they have to sing Petrov?
Paul Allison.
Nikolai, couldn't they get someone, well, better known?
Why? I understand he has a very adequate voice. Now try to get some sleep. Oh, we're having dinner with the French consul. I'll call you in plenty of time.
Prima donnas. I hate all prima donnas.
No. Take it easy, Alex. She'll be here. Where's your patience?
Patience. Our first rehearsal, and already she's a half hour late. The great Madame Mornay. Drown all prima donnas, I say, drown her.
Look, they're coming in now. Madame Mornay and her husband.
Oh, excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen of the cast, your attention, please. I enjoy a great privilege. May I introduce Madame Mornay and Monsieur Nazaroff.
Thank you. I hope we shall all be good friends.
Thank you.
Madame, permit me, our baritone, Mr. Paul Allison.
How do you do?
How do you do? It's an honor to sing with you, Madame.
Thank you very much.
Monsieur Nazaroff, Mr. Allison.
Monsieur Nazaroff?
Monsieur.
Wait, but don't forget the Patino. Oh, Madame, you remember Patino, no? Me, Patino.
Oh, yes. Of course I remember.
Oh, Madame, all these years I've been saying little prayers for you. You gave Paul everything. Ambition, application. It's been such a long time since that day in Paris, huh, Madame?
Excuse me, Monsieur Nazaroff, my maestro, Signor Patino. When I was a student in Paris, monsieur, several years ago, Madame was generous enough to encourage me in my career.
Oh, not only that,
Mr. Rudyard, we're ready any time you wish to start the rehearsal.
Yes. Quiet, please. Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Chorus, as we arrange the rest of the...
I'll be in the wings, Marsh.
Me too. Oh, I'm so glad it is Tsaritsa. Just the chance Paul has been waiting for.
So? Perhaps you're right.
I saw Paul at rehearsals almost every day for the next 4 weeks. And not a word passed between us except as one performer to another. But his eyes held me and frightened me. Then came the opening of Tsaritsa. It was thrilling beyond any premiere I had ever known. But as Paul and I were on stage for our final duet, his arms around me, I knew we would never sing Tsaritsa again.
Je donne ma vie à un peuple vivra, la vie se gagne au prix de la mort. J'entends le tambour et j'ai fait mon devoir, je fais mourir mon âme et ton père.
Au centre de ce devoir cruel de te condamner ta mort, ton cri au nous sépare, tu as mérité ton sort.
Parle-moi, je t'attends sans angoisse, car la vie ne vivra, je ne meurs pas dans le monde. La délivrance, la vie commence. De tout mon cœur à jamais je t'adore, mon âme s'enivre et me délivre. C'est un être si cher, ou dans le ciel ou l'enfer, je t'aime.
love you, Marcia. I love you.
Paul, don't ever leave me again, ever.
You're not going back to him. I'll take you away tonight.
Paul, let me speak to him first, please.
If you wish.
I'll send Ellen to you in the morning with a message.
I told you at the Opera House that I wished to talk to you, Marcia.
And I asked you to wait until we were back at the hotel. Well, we are back, Nikolai.
Yes. You know, you surpassed even yourself tonight. The critics are referring to your performance as a living emotion. Look at me, Marcia. There's a great deal that you never thought important enough even to mention to me, isn't there? Or too important.
Yes, Nikolai.
Something that has stood between us for 5 years. I know what it is now, who it is, and I'm the one who brought you two together again. Now, suppose we find out exactly how we stand.
Nothing could have stopped this happening, Nikolai. I tried to forget Paul. I never could. I know now that I can't go on without him.
You wish to be set free. Is that it?
Yes. Yes.
Very well. I won't stand in your way. Good night, Marcia.
About 10 minutes later, I heard a heavy door close. I called to Nikolai, but there was no answer. I went to his room. He was gone, and on his table was a leather gun case. The case was open, and the gun was gone. And next to it was a slip of paper. Paul Allison's address. I rushed into the street shouting for a cab.
Oh, but Monsieur Nazaroff, well, come in, please.
I had no chance at the opera to congratulate you upon your performance.
Thank you. Forgive me, but surely you didn't come here just to tell me that.
No. My purpose requires no conversation at all.
Sit down. I don't know quite what to say, except that I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you know. You do know, don't you? Marcia has told you.
She's told me.
We can talk then like reasonable people.
There is nothing to discuss. I'm giving Marcia her freedom. And you yours.
Paul! 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 Oh, no! No!
Goodbye, Marcia.
Marcia.
Darling. Darling.
That day did last me all my life.
Paul.
You won't be lonely. Please.
No.
I'll always be close. Always.
No. No.
After Paul died, I came here where no one knows me except Ellen. And now you, Barbara.
Oh, Miss Morrison.
I've told you all this only to help you decide about Kip. I found Paul too late. But you and Kip have the whole world ahead of you to share if you want to take it.
Oh, I do.
Then run along and find him and tell him so.
How can I? I want to thank you, but I don't know how.
Just come and see me once in a while. You and Kip.
Goodbye, Miss Morrison.
Goodbye, child.
Getting chilly, Miss Marcia? Don't you want to come in? Miss Marcia, are you asleep? Come now, wake up. We'll go inside and... Miss Marcia.
Oh, Miss Marcia. Paul, is that you?
I told you I'd always be close to you. Come, darling. Come.
It's May Day, dearest. Remember.
And it always will be May Day, darling. From now on. Always.
Sweetheart, 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 will you love me ever? Will
Tonight's performance certainly puts us on our mettle for the rest of the season, trying to live up to it. For that inspiring challenge, we can thank Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy.
Well, you've sort of put me on the spot, too, C.B.
Well, certainly you aren't worried about your new radio show, Nelson. It's one of the most promising events of the season.
Yeah, but in tonight's introduction, C.B., you expressed the hope that the lights were going on again all over the world.
Well, how does that put you on the spot?
Well, you see, my sponsors are 160 leading electric light and power companies.
Well, I think you'll shine in your own right, Nelson. Jeanette, I have a clipping from a New York paper calling you Hollywood's beauteous contribution to Grand Opera.
Well, the Grand Opera part is right, C.B. In November, I'm singing Romeo and Juliet and Faust with the Chicago Civic Opera Company, and then my concerts. And then in January, I start rehearsals for my new operetta in New York.
I understand it's a hitherto unpublished work by Victor Herbert.
Mm-hmm. That's what makes it so exciting.
Well, I hope these separate paths that you and Nelson are following won't keep you from making a picture together before too long.
Well, we'd like to make a picture, C.B., wouldn't we, Jeanette?
You bet we would. If we could find a story we'd do justice to.
You know, Jeanette, while I hate to say this in front of Nelson, I've always thought that you and I should do a musical together.
Well, do you sing, C.B.?
Do I sing? Well, you ought to hear me in the bathtub with a cake of Lux toilet soap.
Well, I can't say I've found Lux toilet soap has helped my singing, C.B., but it certainly is a wonderful complexion care. I wouldn't be without it.
What I really meant was you could do the singing and I could do the producing.
Yeah, and I could hold a cake of soap.
Well, you may have an idea there, but right now, C.B., I think we'd all like to hear about your play for next week.
Well, for our Lux Radio Theater play next Monday night, we have the RKO screen hit, Break of Hearts. And our stars will be Rita Hayworth and Orson Welles. It's the moving and romantic story of a sensitive musician and his beautiful wife, whose temperamental natures make their romance one of touch and go, until love brings them into a final understanding.
Sounds like a full house at the Lux Radio Theater, C.B. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Our thanks to you both for a thrilling evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, and we of the Lux Radio Theater, want all of you to have a real part in our 10th anniversary celebration on October 16th. So help us select the play and the stars that you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions to me on a postcard addressed to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 8, California. Or use the ballot, which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. And be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Orson Welles and Rita Hayworth in Break of Hearts. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
And now, here's a reminder from Uncle Sam to the housewives of America. Waste fats and greases from your kitchen are more urgently needed now than ever for use in the making of explosives and medicinal supplies. Every drop will contribute to saving American lives by ending this war sooner. Put your waste fats in a clean can and rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 2 free meat ration points besides 4 cents for every pound. Maytime was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor hit Kismet. Edgar Barrier will shortly appear in the 20th Century Fox production Nob Hill. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Next Wednesday evening on these same stations, same time, hear the new Frank Sinatra program with Eileen Barton, Axel Stordahl and his orchestra, the Vins vocalists, and guest star Orson Welles. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Break of Hearts with Rita Hayworth and Orson Welles.
So, what are you in for?
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Howdy, boys and girls. Say, what would you think of a man who wouldn't show kindness and consideration in business, but expected it to be shown to himself when he got in a spot? I think we agree this individual needs to be taught a lesson. When our Lord gave his Sermon on the Mount, he said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." But a certain man named Horace Butler never read the Sermon on the Mount. He never reads anything but dollar signs and mortgage notes. Let's find out how this mean and merciless man was taught a lesson he would never forget. Here's the story, The Law of the Golden Rule. Our story opens at the small ranch of Knut Hobson, not so far from Knotty Pine. His visitor is Horace Butler, the man who holds the mortgage on Knut's ranch. Yeah, well, how are you today, Horace?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've seen you last. You should drop around and have a cup of coffee once in a while.
I'm a businessman, Knut. I have work to do. I don't have time for social calls.
I see. Well, man has to have friends and talk with him once in a while.
Money is my friend.
I see.
Talking about money, Knut, I've been waiting for the annual installment on your mortgage note. Didn't get lost in the mails, I hope.
No, it didn't, Horace. I just didn't have it. I'm afraid it'll be about 2 months late this year.
2 months?
Yes, I'm mighty sorry, but I'm sure I'll have enough by then to make the payment of $2,000.
The payment is due today, Knut Hobson, not 2 months from now.
Yeah, I know that, Horace, but, well, the missus was sick in the spring, and I had a lot of big doctor bills, and had a poor crop of grain this spring, too. Of course, my cattle are doing fine, and they'll be ready for the market in 2 months.
Well, of course, that leaves me but one alternative, and that is to foreclose your mortgage, Knut.
Foreclose? You mean you won't give me the 2-month extension until I can sell my cattle?
This is a business proposition, Knut. You promise to pay on this date, and that's what you'll do, or suffer the consequences.
Well, how do you expect me to get the money?
Sell your cattle now.
Well, they're not ready for market. Why, I'd lose $5,000 if I sold them now.
You'll lose your ranch if you don't.
Horace, you know my credit is good. I always pay my bills. This is the first time in 14 years that I couldn't meet the mortgage payment. I have a heart, man.
Knut, I found out a long time ago that there's no room for heart, so you call it, in business. It's the money that counts.
I wish you knew how wrong you are, Horace Butler. If only money counted, I wouldn't be here. And let me tell you this. If you throw me off of my farm, the Lord will see that you reap what you sow.
Let's leave religion out of this.
Religion? You're not human. For 14 years, I
won't be able to file the foreclosure papers until Monday. If you can raise the money by then, I'll accept it.
This is Friday. How can I get money over the weekend?
That's your problem. You agreed to make your payments on this date. This is a business proposition. Good day.
While this is going on, Bill, Henry, Grey Wolf, and Stumpy are getting ready for an inspection trip. It's to be an inspection of all private land bordering on government ranges and forests. Let's drop over to headquarters and find out how it's done.
Are you sure you've got all the maps and charts, pal?
Yep. I checked them against your list before I started bundling them up.
Stumpy, be sure you bring along all the first inspection reports we made 6 months ago. Yeah, what do you think I got in my hands? Old newspapers? That could well be. I remember the time you were carrying one around dated back to 1910.
Oh, Stumpy.
And you were reading it. Oh, I've caught up since then. Now I'm reading them from 1940.
Oh, no wonder he'd tell old-time jokes.
Oh, wait a minute there, young feller. Listen, fellas, let's wait until we get on the trail before we start the horseplay. I want to get started today. Let's saddle up now and hit the trail.
Marty, I want to talk to you.
Oh, sure, Newt. What's on your mind?
Marty, you've been working for me for a long time. And what I've got to say to you doesn't make me very happy.
What do you mean, boss? Something wrong?
Yeah, something is wrong. Of course, you had nothing to do with it.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, it's too bad something's wrong. Well, can I help?
No. Marty, I'm going to have to let you and the boys go.
What? Don't you like the way I handle the cattle?
That's what I'm saying. It's nothing you did or didn't do.
Well, what is it then?
I'd rather not say. But I'm losing the ranch.
Huh? I guess the cattle bawled into my ears hasn't done them any good. I thought you said you're losing the ranch, but then I must have heard wrong.
You heard right, Marty.
Well, how come? I mean, are you sure?
Yeah. Horace Butler told me this afternoon. He holds the mortgage.
Why, that mean old... Why, I'd have punched him right in the nose.
Yeah, that wouldn't do any good, Marty.
Yeah, I guess you're right, boss. Won't he give you an extension?
No.
Did he give you a date?
Not yet. But I've got to sell the cattle and start packing as soon as possible.
Well, I am staying right here until you move out. For free, if you like. You've been a wonderful boss, and that's the least I can do.
Well, thanks, Marty. I appreciate it. But now I'm off to town to see Ed Banker. Maybe he can help.
Easy, boy. How you fellas doing?
Oh, had plenty hard time keep up with Storm. He fast horse.
Hey, how far are we going, Bill?
Halfway to Africa, by the looks of things.
Yeah, maybe you've got a point there, Stumpy.
We're going over to the northwest corner of the Big Mesa Range.
We got 20 miles to go.
How come you're going so fired far, Sonny? Who needs inspected over there? I want to check up on Horace Butler's boundaries bordering Big Mesa Range.
When we inspect his place 6 months ago, it's plenty bad shape.
That's why I want to make another inspection. I hope he's fixed up his boundaries like he's supposed to.
What if he hasn't, Bill?
I'll make it my business to see that he does.
Besides, it's closed for the day. Can't you read?
Yeah, sure I can read, Patrick O'Rourke. I'm not the man of much education, but I can read.
Well, now, as I live and breathe, if it ain't me old friend. Oh, how are you, Canute?
Not so good, Patrick.
Oh, is that right? Has your rheumatism got you down again?
It's not my rheumatism. It's paralysis.
Paralysis? And how can that be? I saw you walk from your car as I was walking me beat.
Financial paralysis, Patrick.
Oh, so that's why you're trying to break down the bank door. You need money.
Yeah, I need $2,000. They're going to foreclose my mortgage on Monday if I don't have the money.
You mean Horace Butler?
Yeah, that's the one.
Great day in the morning, wouldn't that skinflint take your edge?
Yeah, that's right, Patrick. Do you know if Ed Banker's still inside?
That I don't. But there's a private wire to the station. Now, if you'd like to walk with me to the office, I'll call into the bank and talk with the guard.
Let's hold it up here, fellas.
Okay, Bill.
Whoa,
Whoa,
This looks like a good place, Bill.
Yes, Grey Wolf. We'll continue on to the Big Mesa Range first thing Monday morning.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank the Lord, tomorrow's a day of worship and rest.
That's right. There's plenty of good place to worship and rest.
Right, Grey Wolf. Well, let's make camp, fellas. I'm hungry.
Hello, Mike. This is O'Rourke. Say, there's a gentleman here who wants to see Ed Banker. And now listen, Mike, this is urgent. He is. All right, I'll send him over. His name's Canute Hobson. Yeah, Ed knows him. Yeah, thanks a million, Mike. Goodbye.
So, that's the whole story, Ed. You see the fix I'm in.
Well, let me get your loan file, Canute. Excuse me a minute.
Do you think you can help me out, Ed?
Well, just let me refresh my memory on your loans with us first, before I give you an answer, Canute.
Yeah, sure, Ed.
Canute, you borrowed $10,000 from us to buy cattle last spring.
Yeah, that's right.
How much do you think your cattle would bring on the market right now?
Well, the cattle I'm fattening now would bring $15,000 in 2 more months. But I doubt if they would bring more than 10,000 or 10,500 right now.
Well, you see the problem I'm up against here, Canute.
Yeah, but this is an emergency, Ed.
Well, please don't misunderstand me, but I'd really like to help you, Canute. I wish I could let you borrow the $2,000 you need, but you need collateral for a loan of that size. The only collateral you have are your cattle, and we've loaned to the limit already.
Well, I guess I'm licked.
I'll tell you what you can do.
Yeah, what's that, Ed?
Why don't you have a cattle buyer come out to your ranch first thing Monday morning and find out right to the penny just what he'll give you.
Well, how will that help, Ed?
Well, if he'll give you $11,500, I'll personally guarantee a loan to you for the additional $500 that you need. That's the best I can do.
Oh, why do we have to have Monday mornings?
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't as bad as all that, is it, pal?
No, Bill. I'm just a little bit off this morning. Well, I'm ready to go if you are.
Good. Stumpy, let's see the first inspection report on Horace Butler's ranch. Yeah, just a moment, Sonny. I'll get it. Butler. Wasn't he the rancher we found had about 15 violations of the law show up on inspection?
You're right about that.
Here you are, Sonny. This here piece of paper has more X marks on it than a good game of tic-tac-toe. It's got you right, old-timer. And look at this report. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, 16, 17 infractions. Minor, most of them, of course, are charged against him.
I wonder if he fixed them all.
That's why we're out here, pal, to find out.
That's the tally, Mr. Hobson.
Good. Okay, Marty. Let them back out to the range.
All right, boss.
Well, what's your offer, Mr. Cole?
$9,800. If you load them first thing in the morning.
9,800. Is that the best you can do, Mr. Cole?
It's too bad you can't hold them 2 months until they get their prime finish. Market may be up then.
How wide is the fire lane back of his fence line, fellas?
It's 65 feet, Bill.
Well, it has to be 90. What's the big idea, I wonder? Horace Butler ain't chopped one stick of that scrub growth out of his stand of timber since we last warned him, Sonny.
Boy, a forest fire sure could get started easy in that stuff. Bill, look at that fence line.
My Horace ain't strung a new piece of barbed wire in 3 years.
Bill, this looked like drainage ditch along here.
That's what he uses it for, but it's illegal. He's got to use underground tile. Well, Sonny, it looks like Horace Butler hasn't paid one bit of attention to your first inspection report. That's right, old-timer.
Are you going to get rough with him, Bill?
And how? When we get back, I'm going to send him a final warning in a registered mail envelope. He has 3 days from the time he signs the receipt to fix his fence lines, and 2 weeks to get the rest of the work done.
I'm terribly sorry, boss, that things aren't working out for you and the missus.
Well, I appreciate your sympathy, Marty.
The boys and I wish we could help financially, but, well, we haven't got but $200 between us.
Yeah, that's all right, Marty. You fellas need your money. And I guess I better get to the house and help the missus with the packing.
Yeah, well, say, is that Butler's car coming down the road?
Yeah, that's him, all right. Yeah, he's coming to serve the papers, I guess.
I'll serve him papers. I'll run him off of here at the end of a pitchfork.
Please, Marty. You and the boys let me handle this.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Have it your way. But if you need help, just holler. It'd be a real pleasure to give him a good sock right in the nose.
Here are the foreclosure papers, Canute.
All right.
Are you going to fight this in court?
You've got a lot of nerve asking a question like that.
It's a perfectly legitimate question.
Well, you know I haven't the money to fight this. If I had that much money, I could pay off the mortgage.
Well, you'll have to be out of here by the end of the week.
Say, I wonder how come Horace Butler's the only one who didn't fix his place up after the first inspection, Bill.
I don't know the answer, pal. But this letter ought to bring out the reasons, excuses, or what have you.
It's very strange. Him have big ranch, but not keep it up.
Oh, he keeps up the front of it where people can see it. But the part that's not seen, he doesn't bother with. Well, he's going to find out that he can't ignore Uncle Sam. Yep, because Uncle Sam doesn't like to be ignored. He's got teeth, and he shows them once in a while.
Hey, say, do you want me to take the letter down to the post office and have it registered, Bill?
I'd appreciate that, Henry. I've got lots of work to do.
Well, I'm on my way.
Henry, be sure you have the letter marked return receipt requested.
Okay.
I want to be sure Horace signs for the letter himself. Then there'll be no questions as to whether he received notice or not.
Oh, Patrick, how are you? Oh, I'm not in the pink today, Henry. What's the matter, Pat? Have you heard what old skin-fit Butler's doing to Canute? Huh? Come again, Pat. I said, have you heard what Horace Butler's doing to Canute Hobson? No, I haven't. Give me the rest of the details, Patrick. Don't cut me off in the middle. Well, you'd better grab hold of the lamppost. Is it that bad? Horace Butler's foreclosing the mortgage on Canute's ranch. No joking. And the nasty part about it is that Horace won't give Canute a 2 months extension until Canute's cattle are ready for market. Canute says he could pay him off easily after 2 months. Well, thanks for the information, Pat. Hey, where are you going in such a hurry? I've got to mail a letter. Well, so now you've been brought up to date on Horace Butler, fellas.
It's about time somebody teaches that miserly skinflint how to be a human being.
Why he want to treat Knut that way is mystery. Everybody knows Knut is honest man. He always pay his bills.
Sure, Canute hasn't got an enemy in the whole country around here. But I know plenty of people who wouldn't be sorry if Horace Butler...
Henry?
Well, he should be ashamed of himself.
Yep, he's the kind of feller who'd foreclose the mortgage on his father's nightshirt in the dead of winter.
Him plenty mean.
Hey, Bill, how come you're not talking?
Mine'll come later, Henry.
What do you mean?
I'm just waiting till Horace storms in here in answer to my final inspection warning and asks for an extension of time to get the infractions corrected on his property.
Are you going to give him an extension?
You think he deserves it?
No.
He's already had the full extent of grace. Now it's time for the golden rule to lay down the law.
Bill Jefferson, I want to talk to you.
Come in, Horace. Have a chair.
What I have to say can be said standing up.
Suit yourself. What's on your mind?
This!
Oh, yes. The time limit warning letter I sent you. Well, I don't see any need to talk this over, Horace. The letter is self-explanatory.
Oh, it's self-explanatory, all right. But who are you to demand immediate action?
I'm the ranger in charge of this forestry district, Horace.
That don't cut no ice with me. What I want to know is, who do you think you are to demand that I fix these infractions, as you call them?
Perhaps you'd rather have a court order from Judge Simpkins.
So now you're trying to coerce me into doing what you want done. Is that right?
I'm only doing what I'm paid to do, Horace. See that the law is complied with.
Well, let me tell you something. I can't afford to correct these so-called infractions, as you call them, and you haven't given me enough time. 3 days, 2 weeks. What kind of an inhuman beast are you?
I have in my file a carbon copy of my first inspection report. The original of this was mailed to you 6 months ago.
I don't remember receiving it.
Perhaps you don't remember. But I have your signature on the post office form receipt. I'll be glad to show you the receipt in question, if you'd like.
That won't be necessary. Well, will you give me more time to get this work done?
Why should I? 6 months is all that's allowed by law, unless there are extenuating circumstances.
Well, why can't that apply in my case?
For what reasons?
I don't have the money to pay for the work. Do you know how much it would cost to have this work done?
I'm fully aware of the expense involved. If you'd keep your boundary lines up, the expense would be small.
I can't afford it right now.
Do I understand that you intend to ignore this time limit warning, Horace?
I do, unless you give me an extension of time.
You'll correct those infractions according to the time limit set by me, or you can explain to the court why you can't.
Bill Jefferson, people in this town think a lot of you. They hold you on a pedestal. They say you're a Christian. Well, they'll think differently when I tell them how inconsiderate and inhuman you are. You haven't an ounce of mercy in your blood. Your heart is made of stone. You call yourself a Christian. Ah!
Are you through now, Horace?
One thing more. I'm leaving.
Just a minute, Horace.
What?
Before you leave, I'd like to tell you a story. A true story I heard just a short time ago.
I haven't time to listen to any of your fables.
It may be worth your while to listen to this one, Horace. You want to?
Oh, all right. You have the upper hand. Go ahead.
It's the story of two men. A true story, Horace. The one man has been a rancher all his life. He's a fine Christian gentleman. His men have always liked him. They say he's a good boss. Now, this fella doesn't make a barrel of money, but he's respected. Let's say he's poor but honest. Every year, this rancher makes his mortgage payment like clockwork, and he's done that for a long time. But one particular year, he can't do it because of, well, let's say, unfortunate circumstances. So he tells the man who holds his mortgage that he won't be able to pay him for several months, and he asks for an extension of time. But the man who holds the mortgage refuses to give it to him and begins foreclosure proceedings. What do you think of a fellow like that?
That's a miserable trick, I'd say.
What should be done about it?
Well, why couldn't the mortgage holder wait until the several months passed and then foreclose if he had to?
Exactly. That's what I thought.
What's this fellow's name?
I was getting around to that, Horace.
Well, who is he?
His name is Horace Butler.
Me?
Yes, you.
Excuse me, Bill. I've got to go out and see somebody. Right away.
Newt, here comes that old skinflint again. Can't he leave you alone? Isn't he getting enough out of you?
Yeah, I guess he likes to keep rubbing it in. Well, I wonder what he wants now.
Maybe you haven't signed enough papers. He seems to be carrying some in his hand.
Hello, Canute.
Hello, Horace. I thought it was all over but the sheriff.
Not quite, Canute. I've got to tear up these foreclosure papers. They weren't filled out correctly.
So you make mistakes too, huh, Butler?
Hold your tongue, Marty. What wasn't filled out correctly, Horace?
The date of the foreclosure, Canute.
I don't understand.
I should have made the date 2 months from now.
Did you say 2 months from now, Horace?
Yes, and, well, just to be on the safe side, we're going to make it 3.
Horace, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Why?
Well, I mean, why the sudden change?
Canute, I've got something to tell you. A mutual friend of ours has taught me the greatest lesson of my life. He gave me the golden rule.
The golden rule?
Yes, the golden rule. Do unto others as you would that they should do unto you.
You're sure you're not joking?
I was never more serious in my life. Here's the foreclosure paper. Tear it up. I'll get a new one. On second thought, let's not bother. To me, your word is as good as gold.
And that's the story, boys and girls, of how the golden rule laid down the law. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
More than any motion picture you have ever seen, King of Kings is a surpassing emotional experience. The surging drama of a world torn by barbaric tyranny and violent human conflict. Out of the shadows of ruthless power and idolatry came Jesus of Nazareth. In King of Kings, you will behold the figure of Jesus Christ in a living characterization. Behold the power and beauty of his spoken words, and know the people and events touched by his life. There were Joseph and Mary as they journeyed to Bethlehem, where in the manger of a stable the three wise men paid homage to the Holy Child. For the role of the gentle and inspired Mary, the noted Irish actress Siobhan McKenna was engaged. There was the ruthless Roman Pontius Pilate, played by Herd Hatfield. Vivica Lindfors is Claudia, Pilate's disillusioned wife. And Ron Randall portrays Lucius, who did his emperor's bidding. Rita Gam plays Herodias, wife of the dissolute Herod Antipas, portrayed by Frank Thring. In the role of Mary Magdalene, the fallen who found forgiveness, is Carmen Sevilla, First Lady of the Spanish screen. Salome, evil child of an evil mother, is portrayed by Bridget Baslin. Harry Gardino plays the rebel Barabbas, who thirsted for violence and met peace. Rip Torn is Judas the betrayer, and Royal Dano plays the role of Peter. To the distinguished stage and screen star Robert Ryan went the dynamic role of John the Baptist, whose voice in the wilderness hailed the coming of the Messiah. Most difficult was the choice of the actor for the characterization of Jesus. It was only after months of consideration that Jeffrey Hunter, young American actor, was chosen because of his rugged strength, personal integrity, and the humility and devotion with which he regarded his role. To bring this great drama to the screen, years of research and preparation preceded the ultimate realization. More than 396 sets were designed and built, thousands of costumes created. Here, on this steep hillside, more than 7,000 players were assembled to take part in the Sermon on the Mount scenes, breathtaking in their magnitude, inspiring in their emotional power.
Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
Personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, the Columbia star Rita Hayworth, with Jimmy Cash, the Swan-Tet, and Felix Mills in his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, Gracie has spent a very happy afternoon getting the complete works at her favorite beauty shop. She's just leaving when someone calls her name.
Hello, Gracie. Why, it's Rita Hayworth. Oh, my, it's nice to see you again. It's been a long time.
Yes, I believe the last time was at my wedding.
That's right. George and I still talk about the day you became Mrs. Orson Welles. We'll never forget it.
Neither will I, Gracie.
Well, it was just the first time we'd ever seen a groom usher in the guests, play the organ, carry the bride's bouquet, and throw rice at himself.
Yes, it was a typical Wells production.
Oh, such a versatile boy. I hope you didn't mind my crying at your wedding, Rita. I always cry at weddings. I even cried at my own. I don't know why.
You married George Burns, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rita, I'll bet a lot of women wonder what it's like to be married to a genius.
Yes, they do.
Well, sit down and I'll tell you.
You'll tell me.
Yeah. Oh, I almost forgot. You married one, too.
Gracie, this beauty shop is new to me. What girl do you recommend for a manicure?
Oh, well, Edna knows more about fixing the cuticle.
Yes.
And Betty knows more about putting on the polish.
Yes.
But I always go to Lucille.
Why?
Well, she knows more about the other customers.
Thanks, Gracie. That's the girl for me. Oh, not that I believe the gossip I hear at a beauty shop.
Oh, well, neither do I. I just let it go in one ear.
Yes. Yes, it's unreliable.
Oh, I know you like this shop, Rita. I've been coming here for years.
Good.
Of course, lots of people don't understand why I bother with beauty shops. They think I don't need any treatments. What do you think?
I agree with them.
Oh, Rita, the things you say.
Well, it's true, Gracie. You always look so...
attractive.
Yes. And so,
alluring.
You're taking the words out of my mouth.
Well, I just wanted to be sure they were there.
Oh, Gracie, I always enjoy being with you. So much so that I'm going to ask you a favor.
Oh, what, Rita?
Well, I'm afraid to stay in that big house of mine.
Well, I shouldn't wonder with a man like Orson Welles around.
You don't understand, Gracie. Orson's away on business, and well, I'm afraid to stay there alone.
Oh.
So, would you come over and spend the night with me?
Oh, gee, I couldn't, Rita.
Oh, why not?
Well, George is afraid to stay home alone, too.
Well, then bring him along. I'd love to have you both.
Oh, it sounds like fun, but George might object because his nightshirts aren't back from the hardware store yet.
Don't you mean back from the laundry?
No, the hardware store. He's having some iron bolts sewed into the hems of his nightshirts to keep them from creeping up.
Well, don't let that worry you, Gracie. I can give George a pair of Orson's pajamas.
Oh, well, they'd be much too large for him. George is very petite, you know.
Oh, well, then he can wear a pair of my pajamas.
Oh, do you think they'd fit him?
Well, sure. I can take in the shoulders a little.
Oh. Oh, all right, Rita. We'll be over this evening.
Thanks, Gracie. Bye.
Bye. Hello, dear. I'm home at last.
Hello, darling.
Get your hat and coat, George. I've got a surprise for you. We're going to spend the night with a friend.
I've got a surprise for you. We're going to stay home.
But, George...
I'm tired, honey. I want to relax. I don't feel like sitting around listening to a lot of old jokes and dull conversation.
Well, you won't have to, George. We'll do all the talking.
Nothing doing. I've had a hard day.
But, George, it's Rita Hayworth who wants us to come over. Orson's out of town, and she's afraid to stay alone.
We'll have Rita come over here.
But if she comes over here and we go over there, she'll
still be alone, yeah. Honey, I'm not leaving the house tonight. I plan to curl up with a magazine and a cigar.
Well, take them along.
I can't curl up at Rita Hayworth's house.
Oh, George, any place you smoke those cigars of yours, you're bound to curl up.
Forget it. I'm staying home.
But, George, Rita and I can't stay alone in that big house all night. We need a man. We need you.
You do, huh?
Yeah. Who's going to cook our breakfast?
Gracie, I have other plans. I'm not going out of the house tonight.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Say, what's the matter, George? You look troubled.
Oh, Gracie's always throwing cold water on my plans. Now she wants me to spend the evening at Rita Hayworth's.
Oh, well, Gracie, splash a little of that stuff on me, will you?
You got the wrong idea. Just that Rita is afraid to stay home alone. Orson's out of town.
Oh. See, there's a lucky man, that Orson Welles, huh? Oh. Boy, what I wouldn't give to trade places with him.
Why, Bill!
Well, his place is only 1 block from the store that sells Swan, the new white floating soap. What a lucky man. Swan is 4 soaps in one, you know, the soap for your hands and face. I should know about that soap, shouldn't I? For bathing the baby and for dishes and light laundry. Yes, and Swan is 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy. Hey, how'd you know that?
I heard it someplace. Can't remember where.
Bill, I thought you were envious of Orson because of Rita.
Well, I am, Gracie. Gee, he has twice as much fun as I do.
Sure.
Sure, there's two of them, so he has twice as many dishes he can wash with Swan. That's really fun. Those long-lasting Swan suds make short work of dishes. And Swan is so mild and gentle, it helps keep your hands looking soft and lovely. Yes, and don't forget, Swan is the soap that's pure as imported Castiles.
Bill, see if you can talk George into going over to Rita's with me.
It won't do any good. I'm staying right here.
Well, then I'll have to go by myself.
You mean you're going to leave me here alone tonight?
Well, you're not afraid, are you?
Me afraid?
Oh, well, all right. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Me afraid. Did you hear that, Bill? Bill. Bill. Where are you? Bill.
Oh, gosh. Wait, Gracie, I'm coming with you.
Mama's little commando.
Jimmy Cash sings an old favorite tonight, the romantic ballad, Wonderful One.
My wonderful one, whenever I'm dreaming, love's love light a-gleaming I see. My wonderful one, how my arms ache to hold dear, to cuddle and pull near to me. Just you, only you, in the shadowy twilight, in silvery moonlight, there's none like you. I adore you, my life I live for you, my wonderful, wonderful one. I'll always adore you, my life I live for you, my wonderful, wonderful
Say, this is a nice place Rita and Orson had. Let's go in, Gracie.
No, wait a minute, dear. I want you to make a good impression on Rita. Stand up straight and pull in your chest.
Pull in my chest?
Well, what if it has changed location? To me, it'll always be your chest.
It's in.
Every wife likes to be proud of her husband, darling. And I want to be as proud of you as Rita is of Orson. Straighten your tie.
Okay, my tie's straight.
I want to show Rita I can pick 'em better than she can.
Oh, thanks.
See, she picks Orson's ties, too.
Let's go in.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, remember to watch your manners and don't put your feet on the table unless you take your shoes off first. Don't come down to breakfast in your nightshirt unless Rita does.
Look, Gracie,
No,
let's...
just a minute, George. I want to show Rita that you're just as intelligent as her husband. So discuss things like taxes and rationing and the soldiers' vote. And say, George, what is it the soldiers want to vote for?
For president, of course.
Well, we've got a president.
I know, but every 4 years we elect a new one.
Silly boy.
Come on, let's go in.
Now, remember, George, I want Rita to see that my husband is just as smart as hers, so act intelligent.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
Hello, George. Come right in.
Oh, thank you, Rita.
Well, Rita, you don't have to worry about being frightened now. I brought a man along.
Oh, I'm so glad. Where is he? Putting the car away?
Huh?
Oh, you mean George. Excuse me. You know how it is. Wives don't think of husbands as being men.
Oh, well, speak for yourself, Rita.
Now, George, you take Orson's room at the head of the stairs. I'm sorry Orson isn't here. He'd show you up.
Oh, no, he wouldn't. George is just as smart as he is.
Gracie.
Yeah, go on, George. Be intelligent for Rita. Now, give us your opinion on rationing. How shall we solve the sugar shortage?
Look, honey.
Honey! Oh, he solved it. Now, George, what shall we do about the black market?
Oh, stop it.
Stop it! Oh, now why couldn't the government think of that?
All right, Gracie, that's enough now.
Oh, but I want to show you off, darling. Now, say something intelligent about the war. You see there? What other man would give you Hitler's viewpoint?
Look, I'll take my things up to the room now, Rita.
All right, George. Oh, by the way, Orson said if you'd like a little something to give you an appetite before dinner, just to help yourself.
Oh, really?
Yes, he left his rowing machine in his bedroom.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a few quick rows for myself. See you girls in a few minutes.
Well, there goes 132 pounds of solid intelligence. I'll never know how they squeeze such an enormous brain in that teensy tiny head.
Yes, I guess it is a close fit.
You know, it's a funny thing, Rita. Some women marry a man for his money, some for his looks, some for his mind. Guess I don't have to tell you why I married George.
No, I'm sure you had a good reason, too.
My goodness, we're awfully lucky to be married to such fine men.
Yes, we are, Gracie.
How did you meet Orson?
Well, he was doing a magic show, and he said if I'd let him saw me in two, he'd take me to the theater.
Oh, just like George. Do anything to get you in for half price. But I still say we're the luckiest two women on earth to have such wonderful husbands.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, and I think how close I came to marrying somebody else. I had lots of chances, too, you know. I guess you did, too, Rita.
Yes, a few.
Oh, yes. I can see how men would be attracted to you. You crochet beautifully.
Thank you.
Oh, Rita, we're really so lucky. Wasn't life empty before you got married?
Yes, it was. Just a lot of fellows sending you flowers and candy and rushing you off your feet all the time.
Oh, yeah. Every night another date. The theater, nightclubs, dances, wining and dining. And say, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes. Come to think of it, it was.
I never see the inside of a nightclub anymore.
Neither do I.
Has Orson taken you to the theater lately?
Not since Citizen Kane. Does George bring you candy?
Well, once when I had a cold, he brought me some cough drops.
Oh, Gracie, isn't marriage miserable?
Oh, it's a mess. If we were only single again, we could go out with hundreds of handsome men. Hey, wait a minute. There aren't hundreds of handsome men around anymore.
That's right. If we were single now, we'd just sit around home. So I guess we're pretty lucky to be married, Gracie.
Yeah, even to our husbands.
I'll never complain again.
Well, neither will I. Here we are, both married to geniuses. Oh, and you have this lovely home.
Do you like it, Gracie? Orson designed it.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, George is clever, too. Beautiful furniture you have, Rita.
Orson built it.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, George is clever, too. Oh, that gorgeous painting over the fireplace. An original, isn't it?
Yes. Orson painted it.
Oh. And the rug?
Orson wove it.
Oh, I'm beginning to think that maybe Orson is cleverer than George.
Oh, let's forget about Orson. Come on into the kitchen and I'll whip up an omelet.
Oh, good.
Orson left some eggs in the icebox.
Oh, my goodness, he's even cleverer than George.
for Felix Mills and the orchestra. And tonight, with the Swantet, we hear a great little tune, Take It Easy, done in rumba style.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low?
Take your time, dance it with ease.
Take your time, slow if you please. Take it easy, we've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young.
Hey, take it easy!
Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? You're not supposed to make the rumba jump. Take it easy, take it easy. If you don't, I fear that our romance will hit a bump. Don't you know it's time for romance when the music's sweet? You should really try to make your heart control your feet. Take it easy, take your time.
Oh, Rita, this is awful. Here I thought George was a genius, and now he turns out to be just the man I married.
Oh, it's nothing to get upset about, Gracie.
Oh, you don't understand, Rita. It's like having a great big dish of tutti frutti, and then the fruity melts away, and you're left with just the tutti.
Oh, calm down, Gracie. You're twisting and wadding that handkerchief to shreds.
I can't help it. How would you feel if you suddenly found yourself married to just plain George Burns?
Give me the handkerchief.
Oh, Rita, I'm going to make George into a genius if it's the last thing I do. Will you help me?
Well, what can I do?
Well, tell me, what makes Orson a genius?
He isn't, Gracie. He's just an average, normal, everyday man.
But doesn't he do anything unusual?
No. His daily routine is the same as any other man's. He goes to bed about 2 a.m., gets up at 3 and has a moon bath. And then he writes a couple of poems in Chinese, has a breakfast of 2 3-minute ostrich eggs, and translates the morning paper into Egyptian. By that time, his brain is awake and he goes to work.
Well, doesn't he have any recreation?
Oh, certainly. He enjoys the usual sports. Every spring, he swims upstream with a salmon.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, George is going to need a lot of changing. Well, I better get started. He's asleep up in his room. George, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Well, it's almost time for your moon bath.
My what?
Your moon bath. And besides, you're not supposed to be in bed yet.
Why not?
Orson Welles goes to bed at 2 in the morning.
Well, okay, I'll move over when he crawls in.
Oh, George, concentrate. Make up some poetry.
Poetry? Gracie, what have you been drinking?
Oh, go on, George. Poetry.
Mary had a little lamb.
Now, say it in Chinese.
Ming Toy had a little lamb.
Oh, that's wonderful. You're coming along fine. Do you think you can swim upstream with a salmon?
Well, couldn't I just fly south with the ducks?
Well, wait here. I'll find out. Rita, I think it's working. He almost looks intelligent.
Come in.
Hiya, girls.
Why, it's Bill.
Well, I thought I'd better drop by and see if you were frightened.
Frightened?
Well, yeah, you know, afraid of wolves and things.
No. No, we're not afraid of wolves. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Bill, you're the first to hear the good news. A new Orson Welles has just been born.
No. Well, congratulations, Rita.
No, Bill. What Gracie means is that she's practically got herself a new husband.
Oh, well, congratulations, Gracie.
No. What we both mean is that we're making George into another Orson Welles.
Oh, now, look, girls, if you really want a new Orson Welles, just latch on to these resonant pear-shaped tones of mine.
You too?
Well, listen, you can't tell me from Orson when I read poetry. Now, just listen to this. For what is so rare as a bar of swan? The white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. For your hands and face, Swan really lathers, great for bathing babies, or mothers and fathers. Swan's uses are many, varied and sundry, great for the dishes or even light laundry.
I've never heard Orson do anything like that.
Really? Well, I can do Shakespeare just like him, too. Rita, listen. Is this a bathtub I see before me? The faucet toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee, for I must turn thee on and bathe the baby with swan.
Oh, Bill!
Swan art great for bathing the baby, pure as fine Castiles, you know. And if swan beeth so mild and gentle, it's kind to a baby's tender skin. Forsooth, it must be great for your complexion.
Oh, Bill, you better leave the Shakespeare to Orson.
Well, I'm just getting warmed up. But soft. What soap in yonder bathroom breaks? 'Tis swan, and you can leave half in yon bathroom for hands and face tub or shower, and half in yon kitchen for dishes and cleaning. Ah, a swan, my kingdom.
Oh, Bill, you're getting hysterical.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Oh, Bill, you'd better leave.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah! How do you like that? Me with my talent and Orson Welles gets Rita Hayworth. Ha!
Hey, what's going on around
Oh,
here?
George, you're up. But, darling, you forgot your slippers. Mama's little genius mustn't let his piggies get cold. I'll go up and get your slippers.
Rita, this place is turning into a madhouse. What's wrong with Gracie?
Oh, she thinks Orson is a genius, and she wants you to be like him.
Well, that means no rest from now on.
Say, it might cure Gracie if you became too much like Orson.
What do you mean?
Well, you just ham it up and leave the rest to me.
Well, okay.
All right, darling. Here are your slippers.
Take them away and bring me some leather.
Leather?
Yes, I'm in the mood to make my own slippers.
Oh, my goodness. What's come over you, George?
I'm obediently yours.
Why, he's getting more like Orson every minute.
I feel another mood coming on. Bring me a book.
I'll get you one from the library.
No, that'll take too long. Give me a pencil and I'll write one.
Oh, sweetheart. Oh, I just knew you had it in you.
I'm obediently yours.
Here's the pencil, George.
Bring me some grapes. While I'm writing, I'll crush them with my feet and we'll have some wine.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Say about 10 minutes, my heart is written.
What language are you speaking?
I've run out of languages. That's one I just made up.
You're so clever, so irresistibly brilliant. Come, sit here beside me.
I'm obediently yours.
Now, wait a minute.
Hold my hand and tell me that you love me.
George Burns, you let go of her hand.
Kiss me, my genius.
I'm obediently yours.
Don't you dare kiss him, Rita. Behave yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was carried away because he's so much like Orson. His every word, his every gesture.
Well, I don't like it. George, you stop being like Rita's husband.
But I thought you wanted me to be a genius.
Well, I've changed my mind. I'd rather have you be your own sweet, stupid self.
I'm obediently yours.
George and Gracie will be right back, which leaves me here to remind you that literally thousands of our men on the fighting fronts all over the world owe their very lives to sulfa drugs. Now, you know all about the sulfa drugs, but do you know that sulfa drugs are made with glycerin from the used kitchen fat that you turn into your dealers? So help save more lives
by saving your used kitchen fat and turning it into your dealers. Remember, you not only get paid for your used kitchen fats, but now, in addition, you get 2 brown points. 2 ration points for every pound of fat you give. So get your points. But first, get that used fat to your butchers. Now, save every drop, even if it's burned or old. It's needed badly. And now here again are George and Gracie.
Oh, George, I have some wonderful news. Our guest next week will be Brian Ahern.
Brian Ahern, huh? Pretty handsome guy.
Oh, isn't he, though? I just adore that cute little dimple in his chin.
You do?
Yes, but don't worry, darling. You have more dimples than he has.
Really?
Sure. 'Cause you have more chins.
I'm obediently yours.
Our guest tonight, Rita Hayworth, is soon to be seen in Columbia Pictures' Technicolor production, Cover Girl. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest Brian Ahern. This program is broadcast to our men and women in the armed services all over the world. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen with our guest Brian Ahern, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
Did you read King's Row? I never read such a fascinating story.
Who belongs uptown starts taking a girl from the lower end of town out buggy riding at night. People talk.
If marriage to that'd shut their traps.
I wouldn't marry you, Drake.
Are you frightened?
No.
We were going to run away. She'd been getting out to meet me for a long time. Do I need to say anything more?
Did Dr. Tower know anything about this?
I guess I wouldn't be here today if he had.
Don't. Even now, don't say anything you don't mean. I don't even know how I feel about you.
Dr. Tower, I'm going to ask you a question perhaps you won't like answering. Is Dr. Gordon a good doctor?
Not a very tactful question, young man. Not a very ethical one for a young doctor-to-be to ask.
Ever since I can remember, I've noticed things.
Drake finds out.
He'll never find out.
Yes, he will. She'll come again or someone else will. That kind of news always gets home. That would.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Dr. Niles' Patient. The Green Hornet strikes again. After relinquishing his coat and hat to his butler, Hobart Newton paused and glanced upward as his daughter Carol, a vision of blonde loveliness in a flowing white evening gown, came down the heavily carpeted stairway, carrying a black velvet evening cape over her arm.
Hello, Dad. Later than usual tonight.
That's of little consequence, Carol. Aren't you staying home for dinner?
I'm dining out tonight with a friend.
Really?
Why, yes. Do you mind?
Why do you take that cheap velvet cape when you have expensive furs for evening wear?
I like this cape, Dad. And it really isn't a cheap one.
Carol, you're a Newton. Heiress to millions. And as such, it's fitting that at all times you should look...
Please, Dad. Why do you always
Perhaps
talk
this article in the gossip column of the Clarion has something to do with your sudden desire for modest clothes.
Now, Dad, you know that every time either of us makes a move, there's an article about it in the gossip columns. Personally, I pay no attention
Read that.
All right. Those who have missed the gay and beautiful heiress to the Newton fortune from the swanky night spots of late might be interested to know that she now does her night clubbing in the more reasonable places, accompanied by a certain young intern from City Hospital. Looks like the real thing this time.
What do you say to that?
The usual rubbish. I prefer to disregard the gossip columns and live my own life.
Don't try to dismiss this with a wave of your hand, Carol. I want to know if that article is true.
I have met a very charming doctor.
My daughter. To think I've done everything to make life easy and pleasant for you. Given you everything any girl could ask for. The best of homes.
Schooling, clothes, jewels. Yes, I've heard all that before. But you refuse to let me be happy in my own way, the one thing I want most. Oh, Dad, try to see, just this once, see things my way. Please. David is fine and clean, and someday he'll be a brilliant and famous surgeon
Who got that way because of your fortune? I know his type.
But you don't know David Niles. And what's more, he doesn't know I'm your daughter.
Hey. Then the boy must be stupid. Everybody knows Carol Newton is my daughter.
Wrong again. I used Mother's maiden name. I told David my name is Carol Galt.
Why did you do that? Where did you meet him?
I went to the city hospital to see Ruth Moylan. She took up nursing.
Housekeeper's daughter, huh? She's a party to this. Well,
now, hold on, Dad. Ruth had nothing to do with it.
Go on.
Ruth and I went to a drugstore across from the hospital to get milkshakes. While we were there, a nice-looking young man came in and told Ruth they were looking for her at the hospital. Ruth, in her hurry to get back, just said goodbye and dashed out without introducing us. The young man sat on the stool next to me and spoke.
Well, it's not very nice of Miss Moylan to dash away without introducing us. Since she's a mutual friend of yours, I'll introduce myself. David Niles, intern, City Hospital. Would-be surgeon. Are you in the nursing profession, too?
I'm sorry to say I'm not, Dr. Niles.
No Ruth Moylan very long?
Oh, years and years.
That's impossible. There aren't that many years in your life. Neighbors, maybe?
Sort of. We both lived in the same house till Ruth went to the hospital for
training. Really? Ruth told me her mother was housekeeper for Hobart Newton, the millionaire.
That's right.
Boy, I'd hate to work for people like Newton and his daughter. They think the world was made just for them and the people in it for them to step on.
I see you form your opinions from what you read in the papers, Doctor. If you really knew the Newtons, maybe you'd change your opinion.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Say, I don't even know you. You must work for Newton, too, do you? And, what's your name?
I'm Hobart Newton's social secretary. My name's Carol Galt.
Carol Galt. A pretty name. Free, white, and 21, more or less?
Footloose and fancy-free, Doctor.
David to you, Carol.
That makes us friends, I suppose?
Of course. You like to dine on hamburgers?
Love them.
Tonight, maybe? And a movie afterward?
Well...
Ruth will vouch for me, I promise.
All right. It's a date, Doctor.
Good. I'll call for you at 7.
No. I'll meet you here at 7. Be easier.
Well, a girl who makes her own decisions. That's what I like. And someday when I'm famous, we'll do all the best places. For now, we'll get the best out of the cheaper places. But we'll sure have fun.
It was almost 3 weeks ago that David and I met. And we have had a lot of fun, Dad. He's a grand person. You'd like him, I know. I have an engagement to see him tonight.
Forget it. And forget him. You're staying right here. If you see him again or get in touch with him in any way, I'll trump up charges and we'll get him thrown out of the city hospital and ruin his so-called career.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, I would. You know me well enough for that.
Yes. Yes, I guess I do. All right, Dad. I'll try to forget about David Niles.
It was after midnight, and the Newton household had retired. In Hobart Newton's study, 2 men, their faces covered with handkerchiefs, were busy working on the safe.
Okay, Joe, everything's set. Light the fuse, and that bit of soup will do the rest.
We'll have to move fast after she's blown, Carwin. Here goes.
I hope Bud has a motor running for a quick getaway. Light it.
There. Now duck.
That did it. Come on, clean out the safe, quick.
Yeah, somebody's coming in a minute.
Got everything. Now, scram for the window.
Come back. Hey, quick, out the window. He's got a gun.
I'll help you. Keep going. Come on. Hey, Bud, quick, help me.
Hurry up. Only mess with the wing, Carwin.
Yeah.
Let's get him to the car. Here. Help me lift him in. Okay. There. All right, get going, Bud. Hurry it up.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office looking at the morning edition with his secretary, Lenore Case, and reporter, Mike Axford.
Hobart Newton will howl as usual when he sees his picture on the front page.
Yeah. When I went over there last night with Sarge right after the robbery, Newton was raving. Said they got away with about $50,000 in cash and negotiated securities.
Negotiable is the word, Axford.
Sure. Just so you know what I mean, Casey. He was more upset about some private papers that were stolen.
I wouldn't mind catching those crooks and getting the $5,000 reward Mr. Newton's offering.
Every cop in the force is after that $5,000. You could bet on that.
Did the police find any clues, Axford?
No, but the butler swears he wounded one of the thieves as they were going through the window.
I see.
Did you see Newton's daughter, Axford?
Yeah, she was there. And believe me, she's really a good looker. I asked her if there was any truth in that Clarion Gossip column story about her running around with the young intern.
Axford, you didn't.
Sure I did. But before she could answer, the old man scowled at her and said, "Carl, go to your room at once." So she left. But before she went, she said, "I'm not afraid of the truth, Dad, even if you are." With that, she swished on upstairs.
Oh, the poor thing. Father probably clamped down on her as soon as he read that story.
From what I know of Carol Newton, she's a level-headed girl. She values people for their true worth and not for the money they may have. You'd better get over to police headquarters, Axford. They might come up with something on that robbery.
Okay, Reed. I was going to go anyway. See you both later. Ta-ra.
In the backroom hideout of a deserted warehouse on Water Street, the 2 crooks, Joe and Bud, stood beside the cot upon which their leader, Carwin, who had been shot in the escape from the Newton mansion, lay delirious with fever.
Light the fuse, Joe.
Carwin's getting worse, Bud. Bandaged him up last night. He seemed okay. Even this morning he wasn't so bad. This afternoon he's out of his head all the time.
Yeah, we ought to try to get a Sawbones to come in and do something, Joe. How can we without taking a chance of giving ourselves away?
If we don't get one, Carwin's going to conk out on us, that's for certain, Bud. Cops know one of us got nicked. Docs will all be leery of any calls that sound suspicious. There was some way to get
Hey, Joe, I know how we can work it.
How?
I was in a dumpy bar a couple of weeks ago, and some guy got slugged with a bottle. Laid him out in the back room and called an ambulance. Those Sawbones came in and fixed the guy up and took him away.
Yeah, but what's
Well,
that
don't
got
you
to-
see? You can drive over to Brownie's pool room, tip Brownie off, and call City Hospital for an ambulance. And tell him a guy has a heart attack.
But the ambulance will come to the pool room.
Sure. We'll be waiting for him. I'll show you what to do when it does get there.
Bud, I didn't know you were smart enough to think of anything like that. Okay, let's get going to Brownie's. Sooner we get a doc here for Carwin, the better. Come on.
You the doc on this clang wagon?
Yes, I am. Bring the stretcher, Jim.
Okay, Doc. I'm any judge, Doc. You ain't gonna need that stretcher. I just saw the guy in there, and he looks like a goner to me. You better look at him, though.
Yes, I'll go examine him. Hold the stretcher, Jim, unless I send out for it.
All right. I'll wait here. He's in the back of the pool room, Doc. Come on, I'll show you the way. Right through that door, Doc.
All right. No, I don't see anyone here. What,
Doc? There's the back door, Doc. Go right out that way.
Say, what is this? I'm not going anyplace.
This says you are.
Gun might go off, Doc. Go on out the door.
Now get into that car.
Now, look here. I don't know what this is, but I'm not...
I said.
Look out, my medical kit.
Help me pick that stuff up, Bud. Hurry.
Yeah. One of my medicine bottles broke.
Forget it. Hurry up.
Yeah, we got it all.
Now get in.
You'll be sorry for this, both of you.
Button your lip. We got a job for you to do.
Now I get it. You must be the crooks who robbed Newton last night. I heard one of them had been shot.
Okay, you heard one got shot, so now you'll have him for a patient. And he'd better get well. Step on it, Bud. Doc's going to take a ride. And who knows, it might be his last.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. A short time after forcing Dr. Niles into their car in the alley behind the pool room, Joe and Bud entered the hideout with the doctor between them.
Okay, Doc. Here's your patient over down that cot. Open up that kit of yours and get busy. And don't forget you'll have a gun pointing your way all the time.
Motor running. Get away, quick.
The bullet went right through his shoulder, but infection setting in. Give him my kit.
Here.
Thanks.
Well, stop fiddling around with that kit. Go on, do something.
Because of you, the very thing I need isn't in my kit. That bottle that was broken when you knocked the kit out of my hand contained a sulfa drug in powdered form, which I need now to stop the infection.
So you ain't got it? Use something else.
At this point, nothing else will be effective. If you really want this man to live...
Listen, Joe. Maybe one of us could get some of that stuff he needs.
Yes. I could give you a prescription and you could go...
Oh, yeah? Prescription with your name on it, huh? Listen, you. Just spell out what you need on a plain hunk of paper. Bud can go to a drugstore and read it off to the druggist.
All right, if you insist. And you better hurry if you want your friend here to live. Now I'll write down what you're to get.
Darkness had fallen when Mike Axford entered Miss Case's office just as Britt Reed was passing through on his way out.
Hi, Casey. Oh, going home, Reed?
Yes, I was just starting.
I suppose you've come in to tell us about the scoop for the season.
Huh. If it's a story you want to hear, I can give you one, Casey. I just gave one to rewrite. One that rates an extra.
What is it, Axford?
An intern from City Hospital disappeared under mysterious circumstances, Reed, about an hour ago.
Under mysterious circumstances, you say?
Yep. He was on an ambulance that answered a hurry call to a pool room downtown where some guy was said to have had a heart attack.
Well?
The intern left the driver waiting and followed some guy into the pool room. But he never came out.
He never came out?
No. The driver waited half an hour, then went hunting for him, but couldn't find him or any sick guy either.
Hadn't anyone seen the doctor?
Nobody'd admit they saw him. The driver phoned the hospital, and they called the cops. I went with Sarge and the boys. They didn't find the doctor, but Sarge did find a clue, sort of.
A clue? What was it?
A small broken bottle in the alley with some powder in it. It turned out to be a sulfur drug and must have come out of the doctor's bag.
Looks like that intern was shanghaied by somebody.
Sure. The cops figured out that he was snatched by the crooks who robbed Newton last night. One of them got shot, you know.
That's good reasoning on the part of the police.
Those cops are smart, Reed. You see, just before they got the call about the missing intern, some druggist phoned in that a guy made him give out some sulfur drug in powdered form like the doc had. The guy had a gun and had the name of the drug written down, along with something else that didn't make sense to the druggist or the cops.
Do you remember what that something else was, actually?
Sure. Sarge wrote it down, and I got it from it. Let's see now. Here it is. You see, it says A-Q-U-A, followed by a big V with a period after it. That was followed by X11.
Aqua V period X11. Didn't the druggist have any idea what it meant?
Oh, he said he guessed it was Latin for water of life, which is some kind of wine or something. The X11 meant 12, so he sent 12 ounces of a wine tonic.
Well, aqua vitae is the term. I don't know why the doctor would order anything like that, if it did mean that.
The crook could have copied it wrong.
Oh, I suppose so. It's a bit puzzling, though.
You weren't the only one that's puzzled, Reed. Oh, by the way, Miss Carol Newton phoned cops headquarters when she heard about the intern over the radio. His name's Niles, Dr. David Niles, and she was all upset. We figured he must be the guy she's been running around with.
Oh, that's too bad. From what you told us this morning, I guess her father objects to the intern. From now on, she has this to worry about. She must be in love with him.
Even I figured that one out, Casey. But her old man would never go for a lowly intern with no dough. Not that guy.
If Carol Newton likes the chap, he must be okay. If he has been forced to go with the crooks to doctor their wounded friend, young Niles' life is in danger.
You don't think they'd kill him?
They won't dare let him go or he'd turn them in. Actually, if you get any more news, phone me at home. I'm interested in this case.
That I will, Reed. I'm going to grab a bite, then beat it back to cops' headquarters tonight.
Good. Well, I'll be running along. Cato is waiting dinner for me. I'll see you both in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
So long, Reed.
Leaving the Sentinel building, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. Britt told him the details of the story about the missing intern.
It would seem everyone believed Dr. Niles taken by crooks who steal Newton's valuables, Mr. Britt.
It's a sure bet, Cato. Oh, I wish there was something I could do. I don't care about Newton's loss so much, but I sympathize with Carol and young Niles.
The nature of words to a druggist intrigued me, Mr. Britt. Sulfur drug necessary for a bullet wound, perhaps, but other words not make sense.
I know. Aqua vitae is a rarely used term. I can't see why. Cato, maybe Dr. Niles' intent of that is a clue of some sort. That capital V followed by a period, and then those numerals. I wonder... Cato, I know what that V period X11 could mean.
What do you think of?
The V period could stand for an abbreviation of via, meaning way or street. Aqua means water. The Roman numerals X11 mean 12.
Well, then it mean crooks at number 12 Water Street?
That's what I think it means. Come on, we'll take the Black Beauty. Maybe the Green Hornet can find that intern, and at the same time straighten things out for Carol Newton. Let's go.
A short time later, in the Water Street hideout, Carwin, stretched out on the cot, opened his eyes and spoke.
Joe. Bud.
How you feeling, Carwin? You should feel a lot better now, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
What are we going to do with the doc now that you're okay? Tied up over there on a chair.
He expects us to drop him off at the city hospital, I guess.
That was the bargain I made with you. If I fixed him up all right, you promised.
He's a dumb cluck, Joe. You and Bud know what to do with him. Take him for a ride if he wants it. But it won't be to the city hospital.
You won't get away with it. The police will find you sooner or later. You're crooks and murderers, and you'll all wind up in the electric chair.
Stop beating your gums, sawbones. I'll bust him one with the butt of my gun, put him out for keeps, and Bud can ditch him somewhere.
Go ahead. Get it over with.
Don't make a move, Lux.
Hey, the Green Hornet. Let him have it, Joe.
I got you covered. Don't raise that gun.
You can't cover all three of us at once.
Only two, Duffy. The lug on the cot doesn't count. Either of you fire at me, my friend in the doorway will plug your friend in the cot.
Don't fire at him, fellas. There's a guy with a gun in the doorway.
Tell them to drop their guns.
Drop them. Joe, Bud, drop your guns.
Okay. There's mine.
Well, I ain't dropping my rod car. Win for you or the Hornet. I expected that from you, killer. You missed, but I won't.
No! I take this one.
Hey, no little guys.
Oh, this time I hit harder. Oh!
So you're Carwin, eh? Heard about you. Escaped killer, aren't you?
Wait, I'm wounded, Hornet. We'll divvy all the dough we got from Newton.
Where is it?
Here in the bag under this cot. Honest, if you'll split up...
Take it.
Gas.
Oh. That must be Dr. Niles. Get the ammonia from his kid over there.
I get it quick.
I'll tie these mugs up tight with his bandages and tape their mouths with adhesive tape.
Here, Dr. Skid. You get stuff you need. I help.
This'll do the trick. There. And there's one.
I'll get one finished.
Get the one on the bed while I work on the doctor. We'll pile the 3 crooks in the back of their own car and put the doctor behind the wheel.
Good idea. Then he'd drive him to police station when he come to.
Right. And he'll have the stolen swag from the Newton safe with him. I think things will be different around the Newton home later tonight. Let's get busy. Later at police headquarters.
Dr. Niles, I swear I don't know how you did it, all single-handed. Boy, you sure earned that 5,000 reward.
Well, Sergeant, frankly, I don't deserve that reward. You see, I have no idea.
Where is the chap who captured those crooks?
There he is, Mr. Newton.
He's the hero.
Oh, David.
Carol. Carol, darling.
Here, what's all this? I thought this young man was one of...
Dad, this is Dr. David Niles, intern at City Hospital.
Why, you young whippersnapper, you're the one who...
Hold on a minute, Mr. Newton. Doc Niles is the one who captured the crooks and brought back your dough and other stuff. He did it all single-handed, too.
What? I thought... That is...
You owe David $5,000, Dad.
Now, wait a minute. I thought this intern didn't know you were my daughter.
I didn't. Till last night when she didn't keep our date. I was going to get a cab and go to your home looking for Carol, but Ruth Moylan stopped me. She told me then who Carol really was, so, well, I decided to forget.
Oh, so my daughter isn't good enough for you, huh? No Mary intern is going to turn my Carol down cold with that.
Dad, you're wonderful.
Yeah? Well, we might as well keep that 5,000 in the family. And the doctor's a handy thing to have around these days.
Ain't it the truth? Say, Doc, we were wondering about that guy who got sulfur drug from the druggist.
Well, he was one of the crooks. I put a clue in the prescription, but I guess it wasn't clear.
A clue, you say? What was it, Doc?
Aqua, V, period, followed by X11. I was hoping that a student of the classics or perhaps an ex-serviceman in the police department who'd been in Italy would see it and guess its meaning. The V period was used as an abbreviation of via, meaning way or street in Latin. I was afraid the crook might guess it if I wrote it out.
Then that Aqua V period X11 meant number 12 Water Street.
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, what do you know? Nobody could figure it out. But after all, you made it out all right with yourself.
Well, frankly, I don't know what happened. It's all hazy to me. But one thing I do know. I found this on the side of my medicine kit.
My goodness, what is it?
Glory be. It is a seal of the Green Hornet. Holy crow! The Green Hornet seal, you say?
Dr. Niles, looks like you can clip out appendixes with one hand and clip the wings of the Green Hornet with the other. I'll bet that escape killer Carwin is sorry he was ever Dr. Niles' patient.
You can say that again, Ashford. Huh, Mr. Newton?
Oh. You said it, Sarge. You said it.
popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Into the strange and wild interior of darkest Africa, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer sent a motion picture company on safari. Here in its original setting, where no white woman had ever been before, was filmed the story of primitive savagery, of incredible danger. You'll thrill to the magnificent love story of the flaming redhead and the handsome jungle adventurer, as together they fight their hazardous way through a vast land of mystery and excitement in their relentless quest for the fabulous fortune that rests in King Solomon's mines.
To my knowledge, no white man has been near the Calawanas for 5 years. Nowadays, they're feared as much by the natives as they are by the whites. We're going to have trouble getting our own boys to get that far.
How long will it take us to get there?
Weeks, months perhaps, I don't know. I've never taken a woman on safari with me before.
Have I been a handicap?
The fun hasn't started yet.
When it does, I'm sure we'll all enjoy it.
What do you think you are doing? You had no intention of letting us leave this place alive. You're going to get us out of here before those fellows outside start warming up and carrying out your orders.
Solomon's mine.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the early western United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. At a time and place when only brave men could survive, no one could match his courage and daring. But justice meant more to him than the letter of the law. If a man deserved a second chance, the Lone Ranger was always ready to help him. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Hello, Silver! We're heading for Wichita County. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hello, Silver! Away! Dan Riley, the sheriff of Wichita County, was seated on a bench facing the main street of Fairfield. He was talking with several of his friends and a tall stranger. The topic under discussion was an outlaw about whom nothing had been heard during the past year.
The Smiling Kid. He sure was running wild for a spell there. And now nobody's got any notion what become of him.
You figure the law never did catch up to him, eh, Sheriff?
I'd have heard of it if he'd ever been jailed.
It's possible that the fellow reformed.
Think so, stranger? Well, maybe.
I don't know. Crooks ain't much on turning over a new leaf and going straight. My guess would be that things got so hot for him he made tracks for territory where he wasn't knowed.
It's likely. But that ain't what I started out to say. I ain't never said much about it afore, but it always struck me funny that none of you fellers ever had a notion who the Smiling Kid was.
Huh? No, why should we? He never operated around here.
You sound as though you know his identity, Sheriff.
I got IDs.
You mean you met up with him?
If my ideas are right, I did. And for the matter of that, so did the rest of you.
You're loco.
Maybe if I told you a little yarn about what happened almost 2 years ago, you'd see what I mean.
We'd like to hear it, Sheriff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi there, Sheriff. Hello there, Steve.
See you later.
All right.
Get up, Clyde. Get up.
Where was I? Oh, yes, the story. Well, you fellas know the school teacher, May Williams. The stranger don't, of course, but you hombres do.
There's a doggone fine girl. No folks, no kin or nothing, and she can make her living just as well as a man can. And ask her no favors, neither.
Uh-huh. Then maybe you recollect she used to keep company with young Bob Jessup, Martin and Matilda's boy.
Sure. Say, whatever's become of Bob? I ain't
Just
seen him...
hold on, will you? You'll see soon enough. Well, like I was saying, this was nigh on to 2 years ago. It was evening, and I was sitting here in my office when I heard a rap on the door. Come in.
Good evening, Sheriff. Come on in, mate.
Howdy, Bob. Hello there, May.
Good evening, Sheriff.
Say, what's ailing you, Bob?
Ailing me?
First time I ever seen you without a grin on your face. Didn't hardly recognize you right off. Gosh, you're only not grinning. You look as though you just lost your best friend. What's the matter?
There's something I want to ask you, Sheriff.
Ask ahead.
It's about a point of law.
Well, I ain't no lawyer, but I might be able to help you. Oh. Ain't wondering when it's legal to get hitched, are you?
This is serious, Sheriff.
Uh-huh.
Look here, Sheriff. You heard about that Eastern Mining Company that was after Pa's claim?
Heard some talk. What about him?
Pa signed a paper giving all his property over to him. Does he have to go through with it?
Shucks, son, if he's sold, it's sold, ain't it?
But they swindled him. Pa can't read, write, nor cipher. He didn't know what he was signing.
Imagine people taking advantage of Bob's father like that.
Now, what did he figure he was signing?
When he took that cash and put his mark on that paper, he thought he was just selling a couple feet of the vein, not all of it. It's just plain stealing, that's what it is.
When you get as old as I am, son, you'll learn there's just as much stealing goes on inside the law as out.
Well, I ain't going to stand for it.
Ain't much you can do.
Pa's worked hard all his life. That measly bit of cash the Masoners paid him and Ma won't last him no time. They won't have nothing to keep him. Well, I'm going to do something about it.
Good paying jobs are sort of scarce just now.
That ain't what I'm talking of.
No?
If those fellas can steal so's Pa and Ma'll be left to starve, then I got just as much right to steal to keep them from starving.
Bob, oh no.
And if I turn crooked, I won't hide behind the law neither, like them skunks. I'll do my stealing out in the open.
No, Bob. Don't talk like that, Bob. It's sinful. Sinful.
And what happened next after that, Sheriff? That must have been just before Bob left town.
It was.
And he hadn't been gone a week before stories started drifting back about the Smiling Kid and his holdups.
You think Bob Jessup and the Smiling Kid are one and the same?
You ain't never seen him, stranger. But if you had, and if you'd looked over the wanted notice I got inside the office there, you'd notice Bob and the fellow that's described are one and the same.
I never thought of Bob when I read it, Sheriff.
Nope, but you never heard him threaten to turn crooked like I heard him either.
From what I've heard, the Smiling Kid acts differently than most outlaws.
Well, he never shot nobody or tortured them or anything like that. Nor he never stole from anybody except them as could spare it. Which makes me more sure in my mind than ever that the Smiling Kid's Bob.
If you're certain of his identity, why don't you go after him?
Wouldn't know where to look for one thing.
The letters his parents received
They
from
ain't
him.
mailed. It's all of somebody just riding through that brings them. And they never seem to know anything about the fellow that sent them.
I see.
But there's another reason why I don't look him up.
Yes?
Instead of riding to him, I'm going to sit here and let him come riding to me.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Matilda's ailing, ain't she?
Sawbones said she was mighty bad off.
Uh-huh. And I'm willing to bet anything you want to name that Bob gets word of that same and comes to see her. And when he does, I'll nab him.
I see. Well, good day, Sheriff.
What did that fella say his handle was, Sheriff?
He didn't say.
It's funny.
What's funny about it? Ain't no law saying a feller's got to give his name less than he wants to.
But he was asking all them questions.
Asking questions? You old galoot. He'd have to go some to beat you. Asking questions.
Go on.
Why, you're just mad 'cause he beat you to them.
The sheriff didn't know that the stranger was the Lone Ranger in disguise. Leaving town, he sent Silver toward the camp he and his faithful Indian companion Tonto had made in the shaft of an abandoned mine. There he drew the great horse to a stop and...
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. Come out here, Tonto.
You gone a long time.
I learned some interesting things, Kemosabe. Remember the Smiling Kid? I've got good reason to believe his real name is Bob Jessup, and that he came from Fairfield. His parents still live in the town.
Oh.
I got that from the sheriff. I made other inquiries and learned that this very mine here once belonged to Bob's father.
Then him make secret tunnel.
That tunnel leading from inside the shaft we found hidden by boulders?
Not it.
It isn't likely. No, I've got an idea that was dug out by some outlaw who used this place for a hideout once. It couldn't have been the Smiling Kid either, because he didn't work in this district. Bob Jessup's mother is seriously ill. Bob may return to see her. If he does, the sheriff will pick him up.
Sheriff say that?
Yes, but I want to see Bob before the sheriff does. There's a slight chance that Bob isn't the Smiling Kid after all. But that isn't my main reason. There have been some rather strange stories told about the Smiling Kid, and if they're true, there are some things to be said in his favor.
What we do?
Tonto, you and I are going to get an accurate description of Bob Jessup. Perhaps there's a picture of him somewhere around. His mother might have one, or the girl he once kept company with, the schoolteacher in town. And then we're going to patrol every trail leading to Fairfield. If Bob returns to the district, we're going to see him first.
It was 3 days later, just as dusk was falling, that the masked man sighted Bob Jessup. He sent Tonto galloping swiftly to town while he himself circled and drew Silver to a stop where woods bordered the trail. There he waited under cover for Bob to ride by.
There he is, Silver, old fellow. At least we know it's Bob Jessup. And I think we'll soon know whether it's a Smiling Kid. Quiet, boy.
Come on, boy.
All right, Silver.
What the...
Smiling Kid, huh? Pull up.
Whoa,
Silver. Whoa.
Masked. How'd you savvy horse?
I didn't know, but you just admitted it.
Why,
Don't
you...
slap, leather.
What do you want with me?
There's some things I'm going to ask you, Smiling Kid, but not here. Into the woods with you. We're getting out of sight.
Now, wait. I ought to...
Reach, and I'll outdraw you. Come with me. You've got nothing to fear.
Then why did
You'll soon see. Follow Silver. Come on, old fellow.
Get up. Get up there.
This way, Bob, to that clearing.
I'm coming.
Here. This will do. Hold, Silver. Hold.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Yep. Dismount.
Now, what did you stop me for? Why'd you bring me here?
You're the Smiling Kid. There's no use you're denying it now.
I don't see how you guessed it.
I know why you turned outlaw. I know that for almost a year you were a hold-up man. But in this last year, nothing's been heard of the Smiling Kid. Why?
Because I went straight.
Yes? And where has the money come from that you've been sending to your parents? You didn't steal enough to carry them through these last months.
I came by it honest. My pa's a mining man, and he taught me all he knew about it. I located pay dirt up north, and I've been working it. You can believe me or not, but it's so.
You made just enough for your parents and yourself?
Well,
Answer.
Well, there was other things.
For instance.
All right, you might as well know. You know I'm the smiling kid, so there ain't no use hiding what I've done. I stole from the bank and the express company and a dozen others. But I've paid every cent of it back. That's where the rest of the dust from my claim went to pay back what I took.
You just handed over the money, told them who you were, and explained why you were doing it?
Well, of course I didn't. Paying back the cash wouldn't have squared me with the law. I'd done that to get square with myself. I sent the money back secret. I didn't tell anything.
I see.
And even if you don't believe me...
But I do.
Huh? Why,
I knew that money had been returned. It was never made public, however. I knew the money had been sent back without an explanation. The fact that you knew it also proves you're telling the truth.
I am. Hey, who's that?
I sent Tonto after someone I think you'll want to see.
Someone I... Why, that's...
Oh, that's got
May! Oh, it's you, May.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, May, honey. Oh, let me look at you. Oh, it's been so long.
Well, I thought you'd forgotten. You haven't sent any word.
Honey, I couldn't. Gosh, it's a long story.
There isn't time to explain it all now. We must make some quick decisions.
Why was I brought here?
Bob was known as the Smiling Kid.
An outlaw?
You must have suspected that. And you know why he did it. But he's repaid every dollar he took.
Oh, you see, honey, that don't square me with the law. I've still got to keep on the prod, but... Oh, Ma's sick.
She's dying, Bob.
Die? Oh, no. Then I got to see her. To blazes with the sheriff and going to jail. I'm going to see her no matter what.
Of course. It's just possible that you can do it and still not be jailed.
Oh, if he could.
I have a plan in mind. But afterwards, it would mean that Bob would have to disappear from this district forever.
Then I'll go with him.
Bob, do you think you could persuade the sheriff not to arrest you openly until you're ready to leave your parents' home?
He's always liked you, Bob.
Well, I shouldn't think he'd jail me as long as I was needed by Ma.
I've talked to him. I think he's a man who will do his duty, but with judgment. In that case, Bob, have him delay the arrest.
I will, somehow.
I can't tell you more at present because I must make sure of certain facts before we act. I'll get in touch with you in a day or two. Come, Tonto.
Oh, you're ready.
You're leaving?
There's work to do. You and Bob ride on to town, and don't worry.
But why are you doing all this for me, stranger?
Because I want to see justice done. And justice isn't always served by the letter of the law. Let's go, Tonto.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After leaving Bob Jessup and May Williams, the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to the abandoned mine. There they carefully examined the secret tunnel leading from within the mine shaft, after which the masked man sent Tonto to town for certain supplies. At just about the time the faithful Indian was entering Fairfield, Bob was kneeling beside the bed of his mother.
Ma, you've just got to get well. You've got to.
It don't matter now, son.
Oh, Ma.
Now, don't you feel bad? I've lived my time, been happy, had my share of the good things. Now that I've seen you once more, I've had all a mother could ask for.
Oh, don't, Ma, please don't.
Don't you listen to your ma, son. She's going to get well again.
You bet she is. We'll take care of her, and one of these days she'll be up and around singing and laughing and singing and laughing.
You're both just a pair of crybabies.
Why can't it be me instead of you, Ma? Why can't...
The door, son.
Here. What is it, May?
The sheriff's here, Bob. He wants to speak to you.
The sheriff? Now, what does
Oh,
he
it
want?
can't be nothing, Paul. Most likely he heard I was home and dropped in to say hello. Tell him I'm coming, May.
He'll be right there, Sheriff.
Oh, I won't be gone but a second, Ma.
That's all right.
Remember, Bob, you can't let him jail you now.
Mm-hmm. Evening, Sheriff.
Bob. Gosh, you filled out some. You're a sight heftier than when I seen you last.
I reckon that ain't all you come here to tell me, Sheriff. I'd rather we stepped outside on the porch.
Oh, sure. You guessed I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I want you to know I'm sorry about this. I'm sheriff, so I got to do my sworn duty. But it sure ain't what I'd be choosing.
No, I ain't blaming you, Sheriff. You ain't never hinted about this to the folks, have you?
Nary a word. What kind of a polecat you take me for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Sure, of course you didn't. Well, we...
Oh, wait, Sheriff.
Huh?
Look, Ma's about gone. Doc was here when I rode in. He said she couldn't last more than a couple of days at the most. You don't have to arrest me before that, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Can't you let Ma go happy? Don't you see how terrible it'll be for her to live these last hours knowing her boy's nothing but a common crook?
Shucks, Bob. I ain't aiming to hurt your ma none.
Well, then you won't arrest me?
I don't know just what.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah?
I ain't saying I want to go to jail. The fact is, I'll tell you plain, I'll do the best I can to stay clear of the lockup. But I'll give you my word of honor. I won't try to get away before Ma's gone or gets well again, if such is going to be.
You'll give me your word?
I will. And you can be watching me all the time, just so you don't let on to the folks about it.
It sounds fair enough.
Of course it is.
You ain't likely to break your word, seeing as how if you tried sneaking away, you're more to learn the truth.
That's just it.
And if you did try it, you wouldn't get far anyhow. I'll see to that.
Then it's agreed?
Sure.
Doggone, Sheriff, you're all right. Now, come on in and say a few words to the folks. Don't let on to a thing.
It was the night of the following day that, in answer to a signal from the masked man, Bob left the veranda where he'd been keeping watch and hurried across the yard. The Lone Ranger, mounted on Silver, waited in the deep shadow of a barn. When Bob arrived, he swiftly outlined his plan.
You have everything clear now, Bob?
You bet I have. And it's the slickest scheme I ever heard of.
Be sure you tell May what to do.
I will. She's already resigned her position as school teacher, and you can depend on the both of us.
Good. And one more thing.
Yeah?
Your father. You should tell him the truth about these last 2 years. He'll understand, and he'll forgive you.
Oh, it won't come easy, but... Oh, I reckon I'll feel a heap better once it's done.
Of course you will. You needn't mention our plan. You can, however, tell him how to join you and May when this is over. Once you've left, you won't dare get in touch with him.
Gosh, I never thought of that. Uh-huh. That's just what I'll do. I'll fix on a place, and he can meet us when the time's right for it.
And I'll be getting back to camp.
And, friend, I'll be seeing you when it's time for us to do like you said. Adios.
Come on, Silver.
It didn't seem to those watching beside the sick bed of Mrs. Jessup that she tried very hard to retain her weakening hold on life. The return of her son had made her happy. She seemed content to go, and the end came when Bob had been home for a little more than a week. Bob spoke to his father the following morning.
Everything settled in, Pa? You'll know how to reach me in May when it's safe for you to leave town without the low suspicion and anything?
Well, don't you fear, son. I'll get to you. There's the sheriff.
Yeah.
He don't look real happy about what he figures he's got to do.
Oh, the sheriff's a darn good fella. Come on in, Sheriff.
Morning, Martin. Morning, Bob.
Morning, Sheriff.
I reckon you folks savvy how bad I feel about Matilda passing on. She was a fine woman.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Bob,
Oh, that's all right, Sheriff. I told Pa about being the smiling kid. I figured he ought to know.
He's told me the whole thing, Sheriff.
Gosh, I'm free to say I'm glad to hear it. It was going to be a chore having to break the news to you, Martin.
Well, Sheriff, It weren't what you'd call good news, but the boy figured he had his reasons, I guess.
And I kept my promise to you, Sheriff.
You sure did, Bob. Well, you ready to get down to the jailhouse now? Ain't much use putting off what has to be done.
Sure, I'll go with you.
There's Bart.
He's calling you, Sheriff.
Seems excited about something.
Most likely nothing. The old boot's always kept fussed about nothing at all. Likely somebody stole one of his doggone chickens.
What's the racket for? Martin's old mine. There's been a cave-in.
Cave-in?
Maze there, the school mom. Pinned beneath the timber.
Maze?
Leaping catfish.
You sure?
I seen her. I heard her yelling, rode by, and looked inside. We got to get back there right away before the rest of that shaft busts down.
Well, if it does, she'll be killed. I'll get witnesses.
And make it pronto. Couldn't you get her out alone?
If I could, I would have.
Hurry up, son.
What could May have been doing there?
Don't ask me.
Get going, Pa.
Come on. Dig into your spurs. Get up.
Get up, Pa. Get up.
Hold on. Get up.
There they go, Tonto. Headed for the mine. Now to circle to get there before them and go around the hill to the secret tunnel. Come on,
Get
Silver.
up, Scout.
Bob and his three companions drove their mounts to their greatest speed, racing for the entrance to the abandoned mine. They did not see the powerful horses of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, following a parallel arroyo, flash ahead and take the lead. At the mine, the masked man sent Silver up the hill into which the mine had been built, and beyond to a narrow tunnel screened by rocks and brush. Bob and his party arrived several minutes later.
Whoa.
Come on.
It's her, all right.
Watch your head there. Don't bump them timbers and start any more rocks rolling.
Are you all right, honey? Are you all right?
Look at that timber laying across the chest.
Gosh, I don't see how she missed being killed outright.
There now, honey. We'll have you loose in a jiffy. Just as soon as we find out the best way to go about it.
Oh, hurry.
We'll get at each end of this timber and lift it right off her. Get a hold now, fellers. Ready?
Come on.
Hold on. Let go of that timber.
Yeah, but...
You see what you're doing? Take it away and the whole thing will cave in on top of us all.
Then what'll we do?
Can't you get me out?
Don't you worry, honey.
I don't see no other way to take the timber off.
You can lift it an inch or so, and that's so man can crawl out from under, but then it's got to be braced there.
All right, we'll brace it with rocks.
They ain't none the right size. A pile of these small ones will just slip right away.
My golly, that's right.
Wait, I got it.
Oh, please, hurry, Bob.
Honey, you're going to be safe out of there in just 5 seconds. Fella, while May's crawling from under, I'll get there where she was. Then the timber can rest on me.
Ain't that mighty risky?
I'd rather be there under there instead of May.
Oh, no, Bob, no.
Don't anybody argue with me.
But then how'll we get you out?
You can make tracks for town and bring back every fella you can find. Bring them back pronto. Then with help, you can dig out around me or put some timber to brace the sides and roof or anything you want to do. All right, get on the ends of that timber again. I'm ready.
Right.
Crawl as fast as you can, May.
I will.
Now then, easy now. Easy.
Hold it, just like it is.
Making it, May.
I'll be all right.
Under with you, Bob.
Just a little more.
More.
There, that's it.
Hey, you fellas get on your horses and do like Bob said. I'll wait here.
No, all of you go.
But then
I'll go, Sheriff. Your being here can't help me. It'll mean we both get caught and the roof slides down. And the more of you to get fellas to come here, the more hands we'll have to do what's needed.
That's sense.
Well,
Go on.
Come on then, fellas.
Hurry. Whip up your horse.
I'll get the fellas from the cafe, Sheriff.
I'll get my deputies.
I'll ride for the fellas that are always hanging around the store. Steady there, boys. Steady.
Get going.
Bob!
The inside of the mine where Bob had been held beneath the fallen timber was filled with ton upon ton of earth and stones from overhead. And yet, while the sheriff was convinced that the smiling kid must have been crushed to death, Bob was one of the three dusty figures crawling on hands and knees through a tunnel only large enough to admit their passage.
How much further we have to go?
Not far, Bob. See, there's light ahead, in the mouth of the tunnel. Get it out on the far side of the hill.
We get there quick.
Well, then, let's go.
Making it?
Go on. I'll get there.
Me give you hand.
Thanks, Injun.
Here we are. Quiet, old fellow. We're all right.
Oh, gosh. It's good to be back in the open.
There's May.
Oh, there, whoa. Oh, Bob, you're safe. It worked.
Oh, honey, you bet it worked.
You had no trouble. It went all right.
It wasn't difficult. The other end of the secret tunnel was concealed just where Bob lay under the timber. Tonto and I waited for the others to leave, climbed through, and lifted the timber while Bob got inside the tunnel.
And May, you should have seen me hustle.
But Tonto and the masked man.
There was no real danger. As soon as we dropped the timber and let the support go, we jumped inside the tunnel, too.
We're just about an inch to spare.
Bob, now you're free. Well, your father acted his part just fine, and the sheriff thinks you're dead. The hunt will be off.
Yeah. Thanks to the masked man.
You'd better be on your way before anyone comes along.
Oh, there's no chance. The others headed for town. I slipped away without their noticing.
Good. You can ride double?
Oh, sure. Well, you ready, honey?
Let's hurry.
Well, hold still there, boy. Masked man, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't. You've got a new life ahead of you, Bob. And I never want to hear that the Smiling Kid is riding the out trails again.
Friend, he won't be. Get up. Get up there.
Them plenty happy.
They are, Kemosabe. Steady, boy. Yep. And Tonto, even though this time we kept the law from getting its man, I don't feel guilty.
Get him up, go!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Once upon a time, in a tropical island far away, there lived a strange woman. It's nothing terribly intellectual like you must be used to. It's just a romance, but it's so beautiful.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
To Box 13, care of the Star Times.
Carl! Carl, what are you doing?
Nothing. I ain't doing nothing.
It's just a book, Holiday. Somebody sent a book to Box 13. Why?
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Susie. Susie, come here a minute, will you?
Did you call me, Mr. Holliday?
How did you guess?
I heard you.
All right. Now that we've cleared that up, how about this book?
That one?
This one.
It came in the mail for Box 13.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Holliday. The wrapping paper's right in the wastebasket there. I'll get it and show you. Here.
Addressed printed. Block letters. Shaky hand. Susie, did any letter come with this?
Just the book.
Ex Libris. Robert and Chase. All right, Susie, we've got a problem. Somebody sends me a book from the library of Robert and Chase. Why?
Maybe it's a bestseller.
Yeah, in its day it was. Still is. The poems of Sir Walter Scott.
Do you like poetry, Mr. Holliday?
Love it, Susie. Just love it. Listen. If thou wouldst view fair Melrose aright, go visit it by the pale moonlight. The gay beams of lightsome day gild, but to flout the ruins gray. Pretty, huh?
What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, you're asking the jackpot question. The book's broken to fall open at this poem.
Why?
We're in a rut. But there's one way to get out of it. If anyone calls for me, I'll be in the morgue. Star Times.
Sure. Robert N. Chase. We've got plenty about him, Holliday.
Well, let me have it.
You ought to remember him.
Vaguely, I do. All right, Mac, what do we got?
Headlines. Lots of them.
Headlines, huh? What's he been doing?
Same thing he's been doing for the past 10 years.
He's in a rut, too.
6 foot deep.
Dead?
Here. You read all about it, Dan.
Socialites dead in tragic blaze. Oh, sure, I remember now. But 10 years ago, I was cutting my reporter's teeth on a police beat.
Yeah, that's right. A cop wouldn't get a juicy story like this to cover.
Son near death. Daughter at school escapes tragedy. Last night, fire swept the Robert N. Chase mansion. Blaze, unnoticed until too late, spread rapidly. Injured son not expected to live.
He did, though.
I see. Mildred Chase, 18, was attending a college function when the flames took the lives of her parents and swept rapidly through the palatial country estate, Fair Melrose. They were... Fair Melrose?
Yeah, that was the name of the estate.
Fair Melrose. Mac, the Chase girl, got anything on her?
What paper didn't have?
What do you mean?
You know, too much dough, spoiled kid, wrong company. She ran smack into the gossip stuff almost every week.
Know where she is now?
Well, she dropped back after the fire. It kind of cooled her off.
Oh, she's been a good girl ever since, is that it?
Well, that's it. I tell you what, Dan, drop upstairs to see Mona in society. She can give you the dope.
All right. Thanks, Mac. Say, you must come and visit my morgue sometime.
I like this one. I only read about characters. I don't have to bump into them.
Ah, but mine move around, Mac, and sometimes too fast.
Oui, monsieur.
Ah, free French are engaged.
You wish to see someone, monsieur?
Yes, Miss Chase. Miss Mildred Chase.
You have an appointment?
Is that an offer or a business question?
Monsieur, if you will tell me...
Colette, what is it?
There is someone here, mademoiselle.
I don't wish to be disturbed.
I'm sorry, monsieur. But Mademoiselle Chase, she is not home.
Oh, I see. Then you've got a talking piano.
Oh, please, monsieur. I cannot let you in. You are mademoiselle.
Yes, I did. But if you will go in and tell Mademoiselle that Sir Walter Scott is waiting to see her, I'm sure she'll listen. What do you say?
Where?
Vive la France.
All right. You wait here. But I cannot promise.
Yes? What is it? What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Chase. I have to see you.
Well, I don't know you. I've never seen you before.
Well, lots of people haven't. But my name's Dan Holliday.
The name means nothing to me.
It means everything to my mother.
What do you want?
I'm sorry, Miss Chase, bursting in like this. But I've come to see you about Fair Melrose.
Who are you?
Oh, I told you. Dan Holliday. Occupation, fiction writer.
And are you writing now, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe. Oh, is this yours?
Mine? That book?
Here, take it.
Where did you get this?
You don't know.
No. Where did you get it?
But you do recognize it.
Yes. It was part of my father's collection. I asked you, how did you get it?
Through the mail. It was addressed to Box 13, care of the Star-Times. Or doesn't that mean anything?
No. Nothing at all.
You should read the classified ads, Miss Chase. Box 13. Adventure wanted, will go anywhere, do anything.
Thank you for bringing the book back to me, Mr. Holliday.
You don't have any idea why the book was sent to me?
I don't know any more about it than you do.
Maybe you don't.
That's right. Colette will show you
Was there anything suspicious about the fire that destroyed Fair Melrose?
Mr. Holliday, I don't know what you have in mind, but that was a cruel thing to say. A hateful thing. You're not proud of it, are you?
I'm nothing one way or the other, Miss Chase. But that book was sent to me. It was broken to fall open at the poems about Fair Melrose. I'd just like to know why.
I know nothing about it. All I know is that fire took my mother and father.
It's very sad, Miss Chase.
And my poor brother was left a hopeless invalid, completely paralyzed, unable to speak, to move.
Where's your brother now?
At Fair Melrose. The place he always loved.
But I thought it was destroyed by fire 10 years ago.
Yes. But one wing remains standing.
Your brother is there alone?
Yes. That's where he would want to be. And I arranged for someone to care for him.
Oh, I see.
And now, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to forget all this.
Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you, Miss Chase. I was merely curious about that book.
I know nothing about it. All I want to do is to forget. To forget.
What you want this hour of the night?
I'm looking for Fair Melrose.
Eh? What for?
Will you tell me how I can get there? I'm lost.
Stay lost, then.
Just a minute, please.
Get your foot out of the door. Get.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to harm you. I just want to know the way to Fair Melrose.
What for?
I've got business there.
You're lying. Nobody's got no business there. Nobody.
All right, I'm nobody. Is your house on the ground?
Well, it should be. Been here for 30 years.
Oh. Nice little cottage you've got here.
What you want to go up there for?
To look at it.
What for?
Huh. Nice waltz we're having.
Young fella, I asked you a question, and you ain't answered.
All right. I want to find out about the fire.
Well, ain't nothing nobody needs to find out about it. 'Twas a visitation of the Lord. 'Twas a judgment on the sin that was going on. Heaven rained fire that night and wiped out the last of Babylon.
I'm not sure I got all that.
Oh, the wages of sin is death. Now you know.
Wait a minute. Were you here that night?
Me and Carl.
Carl?
That's my husband. He was down here and seen the fire eaten up like the vengeance of the angels. We seen it, young fella. 'Twas a judgment for the years of sin. We didn't have to do no more caretaking after that night. Providence took care for us.
You and Carl, caretakers, is that it?
That's right. Only one wing to take care of now. Only one wing, and him.
Oh, the brother.
Yes, him that can't move or talk or hear. And that's where they brung him, and that's where he stayed. Now, you get. I talked enough.
I wonder. How do I get up there?
You're still going up, huh?
More than ever now. Which way?
Straight up the canyon, turn left. It's top of the hill.
Thanks.
Well, maybe you should have picked a lighter night. Yes, one with a moon.
Maybe she's right, Holiday. This is definitely no night for a picnic. And who said it's going to be a picnic? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? And the same to you with feathers on. Hello? Oh. Light a match, Holiday. Don't be so stupid. Is anyone here? Mr. Chase? Oh, Mr. Chase. Holy mackerel. Who are you? Answer me.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Nice baritone voice you got there, Holliday.
Kling. Inspector Kling. Where am I?
Hospital.
What for?
For your head. There's a little dent in it, about 2 inches deep.
Oh, I remember. Where is he?
He? Who?
The body.
Oh, the body. What body?
Wait a minute. How did you get in? Who found me? Who told you all about this?
The old girl, caretaker's wife. She found you.
Oh. Kling, I saw a body in Fair Melrose.
Holliday, I don't know what merry-go-round you're on, but keep up this way and you'll get the brass ring through your nose.
How do I get out of this place?
Walk out.
Thanks.
What are you going to do now?
Why?
I want to know where to pick up the body.
Keep in touch, Kling.
What have you got in mind?
A date. A date with a beautiful young lady. Slightly hysterical, more than a little mysterious. But interesting.
What do you want here again, Mr. Holliday?
More to the point, what do you want?
Will you please leave?
Every time I come here, I get invited to leave.
I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Holliday, but it's none of your business. You ought to...
I went to Fair Melrose last night.
What for?
I wanted to see it. And your brother.
You mustn't see him.
Why not? What did he do, Miss Chase?
Please leave him alone.
All right. Did you go to Melrose last night?
No. I haven't been there for 10 years.
You weren't there the night of the fire either, were you?
No, I wasn't.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Now, mind if I ask you one more question?
If you'll go, I'll answer it.
It's a deal. What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
That's your answer?
Yes. I'd almost forgotten that horrible night until you came here. For 10 years, I've lived away from it, keeping it away from me. Now you've brought it all back. Don't you have any pity?
Lots of it, Miss Chase. For a lot of people. Particularly you.
want to see him for?
I've got to. I want to talk with him.
He can't talk. He can't hear.
He's in the only wing left by the fire?
Well, that he is. You still want to go up to see him?
Yes, I do.
Oh, the chases. Devil's brood, all of them. Devil's brood. The young'un with her temper, screaming at her mother and father. And him that's upstairs now, always fighting with his sister. The fire was a visitation and a judgment of Providence. There he is.
Oh, no.
Well, that's him.
You stay here. Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase.
Can't hear you, can't hear you, can't.
Shut up. Mr. Chase, I'm Dan Holliday. Box 13. Box 13, do you understand?
Nodding his head. That's all he can do.
Mr. Chase, you wanted to see me. You sent me that book. You had Carl send it to me. Is that right? Nod your head if that's right. Good. Now, why?
He can hear.
You can hear me a little, can't you, Mr. Chase? Good. Why did you send me that book? Why did you want me to come here? He wants me to look around, Bertha. At what? At what?
Ain't nothing in here. Ain't nothing.
Look, Mr. Chase, I'll walk around the room. I'll watch you. When you want me to stop, nod your head. Understand? Good. Now watch me. Here, this trophy case. Is this it? What about it? What do you want me to see in this? Good. Bertha, come here.
I ain't coming in.
I said come here, come on. Take a good look at this trophy case, Bertha. A good look.
I don't see nothing.
There's a plaque missing from its place. There's heavy dust around behind all those cups and trophies, but there's a clean spot here where a plaque stood. No dust, Bertha. No dust. Someone took a plaque from here not more than a few days ago. Did you?
I ain't touched nothing. Never touched nothing.
Mr. Chase, that plaque, whose was it? Yours? No. Your father's? Mother's? Mildred's. It was hers. But someone took it. Mr. Chase, try to understand. Try to answer. Please, you've got to.
He can't.
Mr. Chase, try hard. Try hard to hear me
Let
again.
him alone. He can't do no more.
Stay with him, Bertha. Don't leave him for a minute, do you hear? Oh, hello there.
Hello, Holiday.
Inspector, I'm in a hurry.
No, it looks like it. But you can spare a poor cop a couple of minutes to explain something, can't you?
What?
That body. We found it. In a ravine about a mile down the road.
All right, you found the body. Now I'm in a hurry. I gotta go.
Not so fast, Holiday. There are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Later, Kling, later. You know where to reach me.
Holiday. Come back, Holiday. I say come back here.
Right, be careful, box 13.
You saw my brother, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I saw him. Oh, please keep playing.
I don't know why I let you in here.
I do.
Can't you leave me alone?
Please. The piano. I like to hear it.
What did you find out?
So you don't know why anyone would have taken that plaque from the trophy case?
No!
Your brother managed to tell me it was yours.
Where was it?
In the lower right-hand corner of the trophy case.
Lower right-hand corner. Lower.
That mean anything?
Well, it was a plaque I won for dramatics at Merrifield Academy.
I don't get it. What value does it have?
It isn't worth anything except
Except what?
the plaque was presented to me at a dinner at Merrifield.
So, go on.
The dinner was the night of the fire at Melrose.
Then the plaque would prove you were at Merrifield the night of the fire.
Yes.
But somebody wants people to think you were at Fair Melrose. Were you?
No. How many times do I have to say that?
That's enough. Who hates you, Miss Chase?
My brother.
Your brother?
They all hated me. My mother, my father, my brother. Sometimes I think I hated them. Watching me, picking my friends, cutting me off from the friends I picked. I couldn't stand it
I see. All right, Miss Chase. We'll forget it for now. But can I come back this evening?
Why?
I said before I wanted to help you. That still goes. Miss Chase, it still goes.
Please sit down, Mr. Holliday.
Thanks, Miss Chase.
Do you have anything to tell me?
A few things, yes. But first, is there anything you want to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no.
You sure?
Positive. What could I tell you?
A story.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, I'll explain.
Must you play the piano?
No, but I'd like to. Miss Chase, let me tell you a story.
What about?
Well, I don't know whether it's exact or not. You see, I have to guess a lot. Fill in details myself. But this story's about a girl, an 18-year-old girl. That is, she was 18 10 years ago.
And what's that got to do with me?
Oh? You might be the girl, Miss Chase. Wild, with a temper. Bad temper. She had a lot of fights with her parents. Mostly about the friends she had. The way she ran around.
What are you trying to say?
That one night, this girl set fire to her home in a fit of temper. After a fight with her parents. Maybe she didn't mean to do what she did. But the fire destroyed her home almost completely. It meant the death of her parents, and it made her brother a
You're making this up. You're guessing.
I said I'd have to guess.
I was at Merrifield the night of the fire.
For a while. I checked. Found out you left early enough to get to Melrose. And you brought a plaque with you. The one you'd won for dramatics.
Well, I brought it to Melrose later. The next day or the next. I don't remember.
No, that's no good, Miss Chase. It's too hard to believe that anyone would walk into a ruined home and put a plaque in a trophy case. I say you took it to Melrose, then had the fight with your mother and father.
You're lying.
I don't think so.
I took it there after the fire.
And why is it missing? Want me to look around your apartment for it, Miss Chase? Or send for the police to look for it?
No.
Why not, if you haven't got it? Why are you afraid to let me look for it? So I am right. Now let's get on with the story. For 10 years you held the secret. There's nothing to connect you with the fire at Melrose except that plaque. For years, that fire's on your mind. Day after day, you have to live with the secret, wondering if there's anything that will connect you with that night. But there's nothing. There's nothing. Then you remember that plaque. It will prove that you were at Melrose, because the date engraved on it is the same as the date of the fire.
No. I tell you it's not true.
So there's only one thing to do. Get that plaque out of Melrose. But you didn't count on one thing. Your brother. Day after day, he saw that trophy case. Day after day, it was the same. Never changing. Like the four walls he had to stare at. But suddenly it's different. There's something missing. He racks his brains and he remembers. He remembers the plaque that was there. When he was able to read, he must have read about the fire. How you escaped the tragedy by being at school that night. How lucky everyone said you were. He read how you were presented with a plaque for dramatics. And his tortured mind puts two and two together. And he arrives at the conclusion that you were at Melrose. Home. The night of the fire. Well, Miss Chase, did you like that story?
There's nothing you can prove.
Maybe not. But how about Carl's murder? You killed him. Because you thought Carl was me last night.
No. What are you doing?
Calling the police. It's for them now. I think they'll prove you killed Carl. They're good at that sort of thing, Miss Chase. Very good.
No, please. What do you want? Money? I'll give you money, anything, only don't call them.
Why not?
Please.
Hello, Inspector Blinkley.
They hated me, all of them.
Okay,
I
hold
hated
on.
them and you. I hate you.
Look out.
Oh, no.
Hello, Kling. Holiday. Come to the Sunview Apartments now. I just rang down the curtain on a 10-year dramatic act.
Gee, it must have been awful thrilling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, sure, Susie. About as thrilling as throwing dirt in the guy's face.
Oh, well, here's some more mail for Box 13.
Later, Susie, later.
But here's something maybe you ought to look into.
What?
If you subscribe to this book club, you get a free set of Sir Walter Scott's poems.
Oh, fine. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Frank Hart Tausig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Knights of the Round Table. For the greatest entertainment experience of your life, see with your own eyes the magnitude and depth made possible by the anamorphic lens and the sweeping CinemaScope screen. Through CinemaScope, you become one of those present at this memorable event. For around you stand the legendary chiefs and warriors who have come here, as you have, to see Arthur Pendragon receive the enchanted sword Excalibur, and so become the rightful king of all England. You'll ride with Robert Taylor and know him as Sir Lancelot, the gallant knight in shining armor. With Ava Gardner, you'll enjoy the pageantry and splendor of the day when she, as the lovely Lady Guinevere, comes to wed the great King Arthur, played superbly by Mel Ferrer. Within the vaulted walls of ancient castles, there comes to life the magnificent masterpiece, Knights of the Round Table.
God grant long life to the Table Round.
All the remembered characters of the one romantic adventure story that has thrilled millions through the ages. It's all here, just as the immortal story told of it. The fury of excitement, the intrigues and passions that split a kingdom asunder.
There is a fraying link in Arthur's chain. Lancelot is the Queen's lover.
Traitor!
Why is the Queen not with you?
Touching her loyalty and mine, I will give full account. But first, I must speak of a friendship from which all else has sprung.
In the old days, I rode in search of a man and found him and became his friend. We fought side by side and endured all things together. And if at times we differed and fell out, still I will say that no two men living were greater friends. Then I met a woman. From that hour, I loved her. Her name is Guinevere. She's your queen. My friend was your king, and it pleased him to make me her champion.
Guinevere, this night is my banner, sword, and shield.
A man and a woman may love each other all their lives with no evil between them. Be that as it may, my lord, if any knight saving your person will say that the queen is not a true wife, I will make it good upon his body.